Chapter 1. I walk behind a nearby tree and strip off all my clothes. I shift immediately, cracking my bones and turning into my white-furred wolf. I carefully pick up my clothes between my teeth. I only have a few pairs and I can't afford to lose them. I look up and see the sky draped in a blanket of darkness. My wolf is in high spirits about finding a new place to live, as she never really liked this current temporary home of mine. I shake my head to the left and right, lean back, and then, with a considerable jump, begin my journey of discovering unknown and unmarked territories to survive for a while. I am Arabella. Just Arabella. I don't know my last name because I have never really known anyone from my family. The only person I distinctly remember is an old lady whom I like to think of as my grandmother. Even she got killed in an attack by an unknown pack's werewolves. I was tiny then, which is probably why I'm alive today. Grandmother had hidden me as soon as she whiffed the scent of those foreign wolves. Why the other werewolves couldn't smell or find me, I would never know. Because I remember I was there. Just there. Hidden in the ground beneath a heap of leaves. They could have easily found and harmed me. I was trembling, shaking with fear back then, but now I am strong and way more powerful. Living as a rogue taught me things necessary for a wolf's survival and self-defense. I trudge along a steep, narrow valley kind of road and keep walking. I need to find a safe and secure place for shelter for the next few days. A place safe enough to hunt, and then probably rest the entire day. I suppose the sole purpose of my life now is to survive. That's all I gotta do. And I'm honestly pleased with the kind of life I live. I have survived in the same way for the past 19 years, and I sure can do it in the future too. My wolf isn't too happy about it though. She is not a typical wolf. Though I wouldn't really know what a typical wolf is like, I still know my wolf is different. Her name is Fianna, and she is beautiful, intelligent, and rational. I have come across many other rogues while wandering through lands and forests, and I know how the majority of the female wolves are focused on finding companionship. They're only interested in the prospect of finding a mate and living with them. Fianna wants that too, but she is intelligent enough to understand that being a rogue, that's next to impossible. I finally see a deep, dark alley in the forest, which seems a perfect shelter. I mind-link Fianna about her opinion. I like this place too. The last one gave me creeps, you know. Fianna says. Yes, I do know because you have mentioned that for about 100 times now. I point out, rolling my eyes. No, I haven't. You are exaggerating it. Okay, Fianna. As you say. I laugh at her defensiveness. But, Era, don't stop yet. I still want to roam around. Not fully satisfied. Well, aren't you getting greedy? Maybe. You can't help that, though. We are halves. You have to abide by my wishes. Haha, okay, drama queen. Let's have a quick walk, but then I'm shifting back. Yeah, done. I start in the opposite direction from where I came. It's a beautiful place indeed. The moon is shining brightly in the sky, making the night even more glittery. Fianna is clearly enjoying herself, and I'm happy for her. I soon lose track of time and let Fianna take over. We keep walking and wandering, but Fianna stops suddenly. I'm confused at first, but then I smell it too, the smell of other wolves. I'm on high alert and sniffing around. This place doesn't smell the same. Oh my god. Did we step into a pack territory? I can hear distinct steps approaching us, and my worries are confirmed. Fianna, what have you done? How could you step into a pack land? I don't know how, Era. I was just walking and admiring the forest. I didn't even slightly realize when we entered a pack territory. Whatever it is, Fianna, but we are in deep trouble now. Let's get out of here. I quickly look around, and I can see the pack border in my line of vision. If I run at full speed, I might cross the border, and those wolves would be harmless then. I lunge forward and start running, but it's too late. I can hear footsteps approaching me faster and swifter than before. I still don't quit. Just a little bit of running, and I'll be out of here. I turn around slightly to see 2 giant brown wolves running towards me at full speed. This isn't good. What have I gotten myself into? I increase my pace as much as I can, and I can tell Fianna is nervous as well. The borders are closer. I might make it. Yes, I can't give up now. Just a few more lunges and I'll be out of here. Just as I'm about to take the most significant jump to cross the borderline, a gray wolf, much bigger than the brown ones, leaps at me out of nowhere, and I'm pinned to the ground. Oh no! Another story by me on my personal favorite genre, werewolves. Chapter 2. It is frightening how large and menacing the gray wolf looks. I have surely seen huge rogues before, but this wolf is a different story. His eyes are burning with fury as he glares at me. I look into his eyes and mind link with him since I can't talk to him in wolf form. I don't want to fight. Can we talk and sort this out? I mean no harm. I assure him, and he seems to think about it. He raises his head, and I guess mind links the other two wolves behind him. They immediately come and stand on either side of my head at a good distance. Excuse me? You're invading my personal space right now by caging me like this. The gray wolf slowly stands up and retreats cautiously as if expecting me to pounce on him any moment. He stands in front of me, his large figure looming over me. I get up too, standing with my ears up and alert for any movement from behind. I silently name the three wolves for my convenience. I decided to call the two brown ones Brown A and Brown B and refer to the giant one as Gray. It seems like minutes before Gray speaks to me. What are you doing here? Gray questions. As I said before, I mean no harm, and I entered your pack land without realizing. I was just wandering around. You expect us to believe that? Tell us, which pack sent you here to spy on us? Gray says threateningly. I am not a spy. I am a rogue, and crossing your land's borders was a mistake. Why should we believe that you are a rogue? And that you are not spying in here? Are you really that simple-minded? Do you smell a pack smell on me? I am a rogue. Apparently, the comment doesn't sit well with the two browns, and they flash their canines in threat. But Gray cuts them off by continuing, no one enters a pack land by mistake. And even if you did, you are bound to be punished. Gray snarls. You cannot punish me for nothing. I did not harm your wolves or spy around. Just let me go and you will never see my face again. I say, trying to keep my cool. This isn't going as easily as I thought. These people are pretty adamant about punishing me. Of course, trespassing in another pack's territory is a great offense. And when you are a rogue, the situation becomes even more intense. But I may be able to talk my way out of this. I have to. Rogue. You have violated our pack rules, and for that, you will be punished. Gray snaps. But I did not cause any damage, did I? Just let me go, and this will be easier for all of us. Do you know who you are speaking to right now? Brownby speaks from behind. Yes, I am talking to an arrogant, non-rational wolf who doesn't know where to spend his energy. You guys will clearly waste your power fighting me because I am not a threat. I say, now getting angry. These wolves are fussing over a trivial matter. I see Gray's eyes darken in anger, and I know this is going to be bad. You just insulted the beta of the Dark Moon Pack, silly wolf. Prepare yourself for the worst. Brown A graces me with his voice. Dark Moon. The pack is dangerous, ruthless, and is known for its aggression. Fianna has got us into some deep trouble. I snort anyway and turn my head to the front to see Gray hovering in midair, lunging at me. I duck to the side immediately, and Gray lands on the ground with effortless grace. Whoa-ho, easy there, big guy. I growl as I barely miss the hit. He immediately turns towards me, ready for his second attack, and I prepare myself too. If these guys want to fight, I ain't going back. Gray retreats a few steps, lowering his anterior side, indicating the giant leap he will take at me. I retreat too, and we both lunge at the same time. My paws dig into his skin, and he bites on my side. I growl in pain, but immediately gnaw Gray with my nails on the upper side of his neck. Gray gives out a mild groan as if the pain was nothing for him. His teeth sink deeper into my flesh, and I start losing energy. I stop resisting his bite and gather all my energy to push him away. I remove my paws from his neck and, in an instant, curl all my paws near his abdomen and throw him away. He is heavy though, and resultantly doesn't fall too far. Brownon now leaps at me, but I can tell he is weaker than Gray. Of course, Gray is the beta of the pack, and so the power he radiates is entirely normal. Brown A scratches his nails on one of my front paws, and at the same time, Brown B jumps on me too. His teeth dig into my right side, and I howl in pain. These guys are just too much. I muster up all my power and kick Brown B, and he lands farther than I expected. I bite Brown A at all the available flesh to me, and he immediately loosens his hold. I take that chance and throw him away, too. Though I have overpowered them for now, I know I can't win against them. If I surrender, I'll be caged in their pack's prison for the rest of my life, and if I don't, they will harm me. Great options. I don't want to do what I have to do next. Brown A and B are both on the ground trying to get up, and Gray is already up and ready for his next attack. He walks towards me, and I take a few steps back. His eyes shine devilishly with intensity, shimmering out of him. He is about to jump at me again when I finally make my decision. Wait. Do not come any closer or you'll hurt yourself. I bark. Gray rumbles with laughter and keeps taking small, menacing steps towards me. Really? I am scared. He mocks, and I snarl. I take quick steps and put a safe distance between us. My eyes wander around. I find a black tattered cloth lying near a tree on my left and immediately go pick it up between my teeth. I then go back and stand in front of the wolves. Brown A and B mirror confusing expressions, but Gray seems amused. He is enjoying this. He doesn't know what is coming at him. I shift and immediately wrap the black cloth around my naked body. The wolves widen their eyes in surprise, but now even Gray seems confused. I close my eyes and begin my chant. With utter concentration, I raise my hands in the air, move them from side to side, retreating closer to the borders at the same time. Just as I see Gray about to leap at me, I throw my hands in front of me towards the wolves. Instantly, a ring of fire surrounds them, and Gray freezes in his tracks. I smirk victoriously, feeling even more pride when I see all the wolves, especially Gray, dumbfounded. I quickly move to the other side of the borderline, and relief washes over me. Gray collects himself in shifts, running to a tree and returning wearing a pair of shorts. Not wanting to have this conversation, I start to leave. You're a primordial. Gray calls out, and I turn with a sigh, but I'm happy at the same time. Yes, Mr. Beta. But don't worry, just like I mentioned before, I don't mean any harm, and I only use that power in my defense. You won't even ever see my shadow again. Goodbye. I turn on my heels. I walk behind a nearby tree and shift back into my wolf form. Though I'm injured, I need to reach back to that dark alley soon, and that's not possible if I trot around in human form. It was a narrow escape, and I thank the moon for blessing me with the elemental power. Phew. Chapter 3. Xalvador's POV. Snap. And the limp wolf falls to the ground lifeless. He thought challenging me was a good idea? I do not stand for traitors. I either have loyal people or dead people. I remove my teeth from the neck of the cheating wolf and get onto my paws. He could not even scratch me, and he thought of overpowering me? In a fight? I shift back into my human form and put on my pants, which are kept ready for me on the side. I command my guards to dispose of the traitor's dead body. Alpha, Alpha. I hear my beta Axel calling out to me in a huffed voice. He reaches me breathless. We found someone when I went to the borders for patrolling, Axel says. Who did you find? A rogue. A female rogue. Why would I care about a female rogue? What was up with Axel? Why are you telling me that? Did she harm any of our fighter wolves? No, Alpha, but she could have. She was a primordial. A fire elemental. He says, and I freeze. A primordial. A fire primordial. That rogue wolf had one of the most dangerous elements of the earth within her control. Did you get her here? I ask, impatient now. No, but we did fight her. She was quite strong, but we overpowered her. That is when she used her power to defend herself and encaged us in a fire ring. Strong? Of course, she would be strong. An elemental is an elemental after all. The moon gives such powers only to those she feels are capable. I have to have her. That wolf can make my pack stronger, and I can fight off those threats more easily. Get her, Beta. I want her. Get her and propose her to join the pack. Do whatever you have to. Find her. Go. I command, and Axel is on his heels the next second. If I get this primordial, no one would be able to defeat me. No one. It's been a few days since my encounter with the daunting wolves of the Dark Moon. That night was an experience. but I shouldn't have used my elemental powers. Being a rogue, it was dangerous for me to showcase the gift of the moon goddess to me openly. I am an elemental, and there are only 5 elementals in the world, with me having the power of producing fire. I did not return to the same alley that night. It was dangerously close to the boundary of the Dark Moon Pack. I wouldn't want any encounters with them now, would I? I walked all night and finally found a place good enough for shelter when the dawn graced the sky with its presence. So here I am now. In a small river, I am enjoying the cold water caressing my scars and bruises, which still haven't healed completely. I get out of the water and dress myself in my old but washed clothes. It is still early morning. I could go for a good hunt and find some food for the day. I start walking. It seems like hours since I've been wandering in the forest with only some food gathered. The forest is quiet, but suddenly I feel something. A shift in the air. Some occasional noises. I look around, my eyes scanning every visible place sharply, but to no avail. I'm just being paranoid again. Ever since the encounter with those wolves, I have been extra careful. Extra cautious. I keep walking, but suddenly, out of nowhere, a hand with a cloth forcefully lands on my nose. I smell it. It's a sleeping drug. Being a werewolf, I have stronger resistance, and I know it will be some minutes before the liquid does its job on my body. Without a second thought, I kick my legs backwards with immense power and hit the unknown person. I turn to look at my attacker, and am shocked to see the beta of the Dark Moon Pack standing there, groaning and clutching his abdomen. I start feeling drowsy. I take off running. They're after me, and they have a purpose, which I presume is revenge for their defeat the other day. If I get caught this time, they won't spare me. I try to run, but my steps are not as swift as they usually are. My body feels heavy with each passing moment, and it feels like I will collapse to the ground any moment now. How those wolves found me, I don't know. I turn slightly to see the beta on his feet again, and 3 other wolves already on my trail. I look ahead and dash into a tree I hadn't noticed. I lose all my strength in the clash. Clutching my head, I fall to the ground with a thud. I force my eyes to open and see the beta and the wolves walking towards my lying form, and then everything goes black. I wake up with no idea of how much time it has been since I was attacked. My head hurts like hell, and my eyelids feel heavy. I force myself into consciousness. My eyes flutter open, and I look around. But all I see is black, pitch black. I try to move and get up, but I find my hands tied up on either side of my body. My legs are free, and so I wiggle them around, trying to feel something, anything. But I don't have the strength to. Whatever drug that was, it was powerful. It seems like ages after which I hear footsteps at a distance. Suddenly, a light flashes, and my eyes shut due to the sudden intensity. I blink them open slowly and focus on my surroundings. The place I am held captive in seems like a basement. A large, huge basement. It's empty and colored gray everywhere. There is a staircase on my right side, and that confirms my doubts. This is a basement. All the walls are gray, and the floor is concrete. Each wall has shackles and hooks at regular intervals. I'm tied to a similar pair of shackles in a sitting position. I am thankful for that. I finally notice the brown shoes of the person standing in front of me. I look up to see him again. The damn beta. He did all this, and he is the reason I'm tied here. Why am I here? I ask, fury lacing my voice. Straight to the point, rogue. Come on, where's the fun in that? The beta taunts. Listen, if this is about me crossing your pack boundary, then okay. I'm ready to bear the punishment. You can kill me if that's what you want, but stop toying with me. It wasn't that big of an offense. I say, my voice firm even though I feel exhausted. Oh, no, rogue. You are not here to be punished. In fact, you can benefit from us. He smiles, but I can see the hidden malice in his perfectly aligned teeth. Benefit? This is a manipulative game he is playing with me. That is exactly what the Dark Moon does. They take pleasure in their methods. I'm not interested. Just finish whatever business that you have or let me go. I see you are an impatient wolf, so for you, I'll get to the point, he says. Our Alpha was impressed when I told him what an immensely powerful fight you put up that day, and that's why he wants you to join our pack. I resist the urge to laugh at him. Does he really think any sane wolf would join their pack? Never. I would never want myself to be associated with these wolves. Just like I said before, I'm not interested, I say in a bored tone. His eyes darken at my response, and I can tell he is annoyed. You are an elemental, and so you shall also have a high rank in the pack. You'll have authority and power. But the only condition is you stay loyal because we don't stand for traitors. He pursues, and I snort. This is what it's all about. His alpha wants to use me to conquer other packs. He wants me because I am an elemental. I should have thought of this. Of course. Why would a pack like Dark Moon want a homeless rogue, especially one as formidable as a she-wolf? I am not going to be the pawn in their ugly battles of conquering and controlling people. Hell no. I am never joining this pack no matter what you tell me. You are wasting my time and yours. Just let me go. I have a life outside of here. The beta chuckles humorlessly. What life, rogue? Hunting and roaming aimlessly? Think about the offer. Here you will have a purpose, and in return, you will also get respect. Your power will be adored and admired. Just join the pack. Now this guy is really getting on my nerves. And I have a name. My name is Arabella, so stop calling me rogue every time. And as I have mentioned before, no matter what you say, I won't ever join the Dark Moon pack. Hunting and roaming of my free will is a life I prefer over your aggressive pack. I say, and the beta's face hardens. The persistent beta does not give up immediately. He tries to reason and then threatens me. When none of his tricks work, he says the one thing I had been dreading ever since I woke up here. Since you aren't giving up, I'll have to call my alpha Arabella. I'm sure he can make you change your decision. Saying this, he walks away, his shoulders shaking with dark laughter. Chapter 4. My hands are sweating, and I can feel all my senses on high alert. It has been a while since the beta left to call his alpha, and I am actually scared as to what my fate is going to be. I don't know much about the Dark Moon's alpha, but over the years I have heard things, and so I know he is cruel, torturous, vicious, and dangerous, all bad things. Once he is here, only two things can happen. He will either force me to join his pack by torturing me in the worst ways, or he will harm me. Simple as that. I have never felt so helpless as I feel right now. I can't fight, defend, or escape. I hear loud thuds down the staircase, and my heart hammers so loud in my chest, I feel like it will come out any second now. The alpha is here. If I thought I was feeling scared before, well, now the feeling has intensified by 100 times. But then I smell the most exotic and alluring scent I have ever inhaled. My senses are even more heightened, and I find myself drawn towards the smell. The fragrance is a blend of fresh morning woods and the pungent scent of pure, wet soil. A figure appears from the less illuminated stairs, and my eyes are all on the huge human form coming down teasingly slow. As the lighting gets brighter, I suppose the figure, which I think is the alpha, becomes clearer. I first see two strong, gorgeously tanned arms with muscles flexing as the hand moves even slightly. The broad shoulder line and chest come into view next, and my eyes linger on his body. Clad in a black inner vest and blue denim, I can't free my eyes from the utterly tanned and defined body. I slowly bring my eyes up to his face, and a soft gasp leaves my mouth, for I view the sharpest and most amazing jawline I have ever seen with a light stubble. He comes closer and bends down. I tremble with fear and something else. He is inches away from me, and I look into his eyes. That's when I realize it. Mate. Fianna squeals, and I freeze in shock. His face shows a similar shock as he stares into my eyes. His eyes, my God. They are ocean green, but also blue, a blend of colors I can't actually describe. They darken as I look at him, and a growl leaves his throat. He leans in closer to my neck and inhales my smell. I'm sure he would be disgusted. I was confined to this furnace-like basement for hours. But apparently, my mate smells something different and moans in approval. Mine. He growls, and a stroke of pleasure runs down my body. I'm breathing hard, and I can't focus on anything except his proximity. I keep staring at his beautiful face and can't bring myself to look anywhere else. I had seen a few males in my entire life, let alone someone so handsome. Guards. Bring the keys and unlock her. My mate barks, and two guards come in immediately and unchain me. I immediately rub my sore wrists and flex my muscles. I look at him again and see him staring at my wrists, his eyes burning with pure rage. "What is your name?" he asks, and his voice sends another swirl of pleasure down my spine. "Arabella." That's all I manage to get out of my mouth. He hums in approval and leans in again, breathing my scent. I do the same, and a strange sense of relief washes over me. "I'm Xalvador." He says, his mouth so close to my ear, I can feel his breath there. "Xalvador," I say, testing the name on my tongue, and he growls, grabbing my waist, his head resting on my neck. It seems like minutes we stay like that, and that gives me time to think. "Xalvador is my mate." It's like I'm registering the statement for the first time, and I feel even more shocked than before. The Alpha of the Dark Moon is my mate. The monster I despise is my mate. No. I gather all my sanity and energy and pull myself back. Xalvador seems surprised at my actions, but then it's as if he realizes who I am, too, for the first time, and his eyes harden. His jaw clenches, and he stares at me. "You are a rogue," he says, his voice laced with disgust. I have heard things like this before, but hearing him say it hurts me. Of course. No alpha would want their mate to be a rogue. A homeless rogue. Moreover, I don't want to be his mate and be with a monster like him. I move away from him. Being this close to him isn't letting me think. Xalvador seems conflicted. The big dire alpha can't decide if he wants a rogue as his mate or not. Pulling all my efforts and clearing my mind of all the made LY thoughts, I look at him. He stays there for moments, doing nothing. He stands up suddenly and, with loud, punishing steps, walks up the stairs and out of the basement. After minutes of sitting there, doing nothing and feeling numb, I get up and start moving. I need to get out of here. This place, this land. I dash up the stairs, and my eyes squint again due to the afternoon sun. It's hot, and I have no energy. I falter in my steps, but regain my composure. I see a huge window which explains the sunlight. Looking to my left and right, I see long hallways on both sides. Feeling confused, I start on the right one. It seems like it will never end, and I think it was a wrong choice, but I still keep moving. It's better to check the entire route than to repent later. I see 2 large rooms on either side of the hallway I am walking in. I am about to turn when I see a large, vast, and gigantic wooden door standing there. It's carved with the imprints of wolves defeating and conquering other wolves. In the center is the carving of a large wolf with its one paw on the jaw of another small, visibly weaker wolf. It's made of mahogany wood and seems like an old door. I try to push it open, but my lack of energy causes the door to barely budge. I try again, and this time the door opens outward. I step out and see the green field around me. Relieved at finding the entrance, I get down the small steps and step into the field. I can see an army of wolves training all around, and many of them turn towards me when I start walking. I want to melt and avoid all the curious gazes, but I still hold my head high and walk towards the forest. The sooner I leave the packland, the better. I get into the forest part without any interruptions and thank my stars. I increase my pace now and keep moving, trying to find a way out. I must still be at the beginning of the forest when I hear the loudest and most dangerous growl I have ever heard. Sensing danger, I start running as fast as I can. But then I hear footsteps behind me. I turn to see Xalvador running after me, growling and burning with rage. Why is he angry, and why is he chasing me? I can't let him catch me, I think, and put every ounce of my power into running. Fianna nags at me in displeasure, and I can't believe it. Never has she ever left my side until now. However, I suppose that changes when you find your soulmate. I know this is stupid. No matter how fast I run, I cannot overcome the speed and agility of an alpha. Alphas are stronger, swifter, and every power is multiplied by 100 times within them. And this is Alpha Xalvador we are dealing with here. I finally lose the battle when Xalvador catches on to me with effortless grace. He grabs my wrist and pins me to the ground. He takes both my hands into one of his and holds them above my head. I'm panting furiously, cursing Fianna for siding with the monster. An immense amount of pleasure runs through me, presumably because our skins are in touch, and I hate it. Xalvador leans near my ear, our bodies close. He clutches my chin with his free hand and makes me look at him. Where did you think you were going? He growls with anger. Away. Away from you. Away from your pack. And as it is apparent that you don't want a rogue as your mate. I say breathlessly, the last part escaping my mouth involuntarily. Xalvador growls again, and his grip tightens on my chin. His face is close to mine, and I inhale our mingled breaths. Of course I want you. I was just in a moment at that time. Don't you ever try to leave. You will never run again. Understand? Or the consequences won't be good, Arabella. He threatens in a voice so soft, you would think he was whispering sweet words to me. The way he says my name has my insides melting. But I am not giving in. I squirm and try to wiggle out of his grip, but he is too strong. No, Alpha. I am not giving up my freedom or my life just because you, out of the blue, turn out to be my mate. Let me go. It hurts me to say these words, but that's the truth. It was my stupid wolf heart that wanted to give in to this monster. But I know better. Don't make me force you, Bella. Because that might hurt you, and I don't want that. I don't want to hurt my mate, so just give up. You can try with all your might, but you will never leave me. I won't let you. Get that? He says in a dangerously possessive voice, and I whimper. He bends down and leans close to my neck. His face trails up to my chin and then my jaw. My skin tingles where he is close, and I stop myself from reacting. Just as his face hovers near mine, I turn my face sideways, and he growls in displeasure. I try to push him off me, but he hardly budges. My God, what has the moon goddess gotten me into? Xalvador, please move. I say firmly and manage to remove my hand from his grip. I push him away with all my might, and he lets me go this time. My feet wobble as I stand. The lack of food and all this running have made me drowsy. Xalvador gets up too and immediately scoops me into his arms. He starts walking as if I weigh nothing, and I try to make him put me down. I thrash again, and he stops, glaring down at me. Bella, stop fighting. I'm not putting you down. It is better you take some rest. You are tired. He states, and I know he is angry. Angry because I am in this condition because of him. That is how mate bonds work. Weighing my options, I realize that struggling and trying to run would be a waste of time right now. I reluctantly relax my body and close my eyes. Xalvador seems happy about it and pulls me closer to his chest. I once again admire his strong form, but fatigue soon takes over, and I fall into a peaceful sleep with only one thought on my mind. I have to get away from this monster. I have to. Chapter 5. I wake up exhausted, but thankfully my head isn't hurting. I slowly open my eyes, fearing the next scene. I sit up slowly to notice I'm only in my inner garments. Oh no! Who undressed me? Don't tell me it was Xalvador. My face burns with mortification at the thought. I panic and look around. I'm in a massive room with mahogany walls, and the bed I'm lying on is again huge and all clad in dark purple silk, which could almost pass for black. The walls are plain with only 2 paintings. Both are a blend of textures, canines, and colors, something I really can't decipher. I get out of bed and walk around the room. I see a glass door with brown wooden borders and open it. I presumed it was a bathroom, but to my surprise, it turned out to be a very big walk-in closet. Good for me. I do need clothes. I quickly search for something appropriate to wear, but it's all male clothing. I finally decide on a large t-shirt and plan my next move. I am probably in the pack house, and leaving it in the presence of their alpha will be a challenge. I look around the room to get some idea, but find nothing. It is early in the morning, and I decide to find out where the exit is first. If I want to leave successfully, I have to have everything planned. I walk towards the door, praying and chanting for it to be unlocked. From the kind of monster Xalvador is, I can't be sure. But to my relief, the door is open and I poke my head outside. I see a hallway to my right and a plain, brown wall to my left. I quickly tiptoe and explore the place around. I don't know in what room I was, so I have to discover the route for my exit. On the way, I see a big black plastic bag lying on the floor, and that strikes an idea. I pick it up, crumple it, and shove it in a pocket. I discover I'm on the 2nd floor of the house, and just in front of the stairs is a large lobby leading to the entrance. Once satisfied with my research, I go back to the room to work on my next move. Running away would be an idiotic move, considering how smart and quick the alpha here is, and to add to that, he is also my mate. The minute I enter the room, I hear footsteps. My heart rate spikes up, but I know I have to act fast. I quickly remove the shirt and shove it under the blanket with the plastic bag, hiding it from view. Next, I get into bed and close my eyes, turning my back to the door. Seconds after that, the door opens and someone walks in. The footsteps get closer to the bed, and my heart thumps so loudly, I'm sure the entire pack house can hear it. A hand comes from behind and caresses my hair. I pretend not to notice and keep faking the deep sleep. Bella. The voice which I now know is Xalvador's breathes near my ear. It takes every ounce of my self-control not to squirm or react. My eyes remain shut, and I try to calm my breathing, or it will give everything away. Keep sleeping. You need it, he says, and Fianna squirms in pleasure. The footsteps retreat, and I give out a sigh of relief. Thank God. As the door closes, I wait for some time and then get up. I see a sandwich on the bedside table and hurriedly eat it up. If I'm planning to escape from this hell, I might as well gather some energy. I put on the white-colored t-shirt and take the plastic bag. I walk into the closet and fill it with some clothes. The plan in my mind is so silly, but I can't help but try it. Because apart from that, I have no other choice. After the bag looks stuffed enough, I grab a shawl and wrap it around my head, partly hiding my face. I can go as a trash disposer or a cleaner, and maybe nobody will notice. From my limited experience, I know that cleaners in the pack houses are usually non-warrior wolves and, therefore, not particularly important in the warrior zones of the pack house. I know this is foolish as hell, but that's all I can come up with now. I also wear some sweatpants. I quietly leave the room. I am still tired and my sore wrists burn, but I can't wait till I heal completely. I start on the memorized route to the house entrance and open the door slowly. The lesser noise I make, the better. Again, the door is enormous, but this time I am well rested and less hungry than before, so I find it easier to push it open. I start walking down the steps and reach the training field. There are so many wolves, it seems as if the entire pack is on the ground. I clutch the shawl tightly and, with the bag in my hand, keep walking. As expected, a giant wolf comes up to me and asks me about my whereabouts. Who are you and where are you going? He asks, suspicious of my look and dress. I take a breath and try to sound as normal as I can. As submissive as I can. I am the new cleaner here. I was just going towards the forest to discard all this. I raise my black stuffed bag slightly towards him. All trash and garbage, I mutter, eyes cast downwards. He still looks doubtful, but then nods and walks away. Phew. Thank the moon. I keep walking normally. If I increase my pace, I will draw unwanted attention. After walking for a good half an hour, I neared the pack house's end. It's where the forest area begins. Though it's still the pack land, I can wrestle my way out of here, but not there, in the presence of him. I am a small distance away from stepping into the forest when I spot an absolutely huge man standing there, clad in a shawl similar to mine. He has his back to me, and I think about changing my direction. I'm about to do just that when the man speaks in a gruff voice. Where are you going, lady? He says in a thick voice, and I sigh in relief. I have to repeat the same explanation. I am the new cleaner hired here, and the seniors sent me to throw all this garbage in the woods, I say calmly, and he grunts in approval. He motions for me to go, and I walk. Nice. That was easy. Suddenly, his voice booms again. Wait. I stiffen at hearing the words, but don't turn around. Can I see what's in the black bag? He asks, but it feels like an order. His voice sounds foreign and familiar at the same time. Oh, as I said, it's all trash, and I'm sure you don't want to see it. You know, all the gross stuff is in there. I say, lacing my voice with disgust. But I want to. Turn around. He says again, and I turn slowly, thinking of a plan to manipulate him. But when I turn around, I gasp loudly in shock and surprise. Standing there in all glory is a smirking Xalvador. And I see it, he is angry. No, he is very, very angry. The smirk is a facade. I know the shawl sprawled at his feet and groan inwardly. Damn it. Xalvador moves towards me, slowly, his steps like that of a predator cornering its prey. I keep walking back with no idea of where I'm heading. My reverse walking trip comes to a sudden halt when I crash into a tree and yelp in fear. I close my eyes and pray for the ground to swallow me or the tree to eat me. I feel him before I see him. His eyes are burning with rage and fury, and his body is trembling with anger. He smiles at me. Not a genuine smile, but a cold, devilish smile. He leans in closer to me, breathes my scent, and that seems to calm him. His body stops shaking, and his lips move up to my ear. What did I say about running, Bella? He asks in a low, dangerous, and menacing voice. I can't reply because I have no answer. I knew you were going to do something like this. When I came into the room, I could hear your heart thumping, your uneven breathing, your body's reaction when I called your name, and your slight squirm when I ran my hand through your hair. It was all clear as a day. My doubt was confirmed when I saw the tucked shirt peeping out from the blanket. I just wanted to see how far you would go with your stupid little stunt. But Bella, he reveals, slowly and emphasizing each word. The shock is now bigger than the one I had when I saw him here. He knew the entire thing all along. How could I be so stupid? How could I assume that my mate, the one who is supposed to be my other half, won't be able to sense my feelings and reactions? Stupid, stupid, stupid me. Xalvador now moves his face from my ear to my front. You cannot escape me, Arabella. You are my mate. He growls, his eyes piercing into mine, and I squint my eyes closed. He takes my chin into his grasp, and that forces me to open my eyes. I see his prominent figure looming over me, and I realize just how powerless I am right now. I could use my elemental powers, but I know Fianna won't cooperate. Inner wolves cannot intentionally harm their mates. And Fianna is no exception. Xalvador's other hand creeps to my waist, and he pulls my body into his. I straighten towards him, almost on my tiptoes, breathing fast. The attraction is immense, and Fianna is delighted. His face presses onto my neck, and I squill in surprise. He withdraws and stares into my eyes again, holding them. You cannot and will not ever run from me, Bella. And don't make me repeat myself, or the consequences will be something you won't like. With these few words, Xalvador seals my fate, and I know it would be almost impossible to escape now. Chapter 6. Xalvador drags me back to the pack. Halfway through the road, I regain my senses and realize what's happening. I scream suddenly, and he stops, turning back to me. I glare at him, gathering all my courage. Let me go, Mr. Alpha, I say, and his eyes darken. What did you just say? He growls at me, and I cower in fear inwardly. Damn, he is huge. I said leave me and let me go. I don't want to be your mate. As soon as he hears this, I'm roughly pushed back to a tree with my body pinned by his. Pleasure spikes, and Fianna does an inner dance. Xalvador growls at me, and my eyes narrow a bit in fear. First of all, call me Xalvador and not Mr. Alpha. You're my mate, chosen by the moon goddess, and you have no say in that. Don't test me again and again by talking about running and leaving Bella, because I'm not a man with a lot of patience. Don't make me lose it. He snarls, staring right into my hazel orbs. All my gathered courage sprints away. The way he is looking at me is so cold and so threatening, I don't know what to do. He looks exactly like the reason I don't want to be his mate. Dangerous, deadly, and monstrous. A controlling, domineering, heartless monster. My eyes prickle with tears, but I refuse to cry and break myself in front of him. He senses this, and his eyes soften by a fraction. Tell me you won't leave or run again. He asks me in a demanding tone. I stay quiet. If I can't be away from him, I might as well act like I am. I can ignore him because the very sight of him makes my blood boil. Say it, Bella. He growls, clutching my arms into his huge hands. At the contact, sensations arise and flow through my body, and Fianna lashes at me, telling me to accept him and embrace him. But I won't give in. When I don't reply, Xalvador growls in frustration and pulls me with him, walking towards the house. We soon enter the house, and almost all the wolves training on the field look at me in curiosity. Xalvador keeps walking, ignoring them, and we enter the pack house. He takes me to the same room I ran from, and another pang of disappointment flows through me. It's as if I just realized how my perfect plan failed. He pulls me into the room and closes the door. My breath hitches, and I'm scared of what he might do next. He sizes me up from top to bottom and then walks to the phone, which is resting on the table. He barks out some orders, which I don't quite listen to because I am fascinated by the flex of his muscles. No matter how much I hate him, my body wants him, and I can't do anything to change that. The door to the room opens, and I snap out of my daze. A woman, probably in her 50s, walks in with some bags. She bows her head in front of Xalvador, to which he responds with a curt nod and places everything on one side. She quickly leaves, but not before stealing a glance at me. As soon as she leaves, Xalvador turns to me and basically orders me. "You have 30 minutes. Go and have a shower, get dressed, and come down to my office. Don't be late and don't even think about not following this. Because if you don't, I'll personally make sure you have a bath and get dressed. Get me Arabella." I gulp and nod at his seriousness. I assume the bag contains clothes. He confirms my assumption soon. "Everything that you would need will be in these bags. They are not your clothes, but we'll have them arranged for you soon. Till then, this stuff will have to do," he says with his brows furrowed and then walks out of the room. I sigh and fall on the bed. I curse the moment I entered this pack's land. Fianna. It's all because of her, and now she is happy. But what about me? I don't want to be here. I was pleased as a rogue, living free, not having monsters ordering me around, and doing whatever the hell I wanted to do. But no, the moon goddess had to pair me with a killer like him. After wasting at least 10 minutes, I quickly ran to the bathroom, fearing Xalvador might actually do what he said. I step in and am awed by the luxury I see. This bathroom is pure heaven. It features a large, rectangular bathtub, and the marble tiles are a beautiful blend of white and gray. There are various cabinets containing every possible sanitary item. It takes me a few moments to figure out the faucet system. Once I do, the hot water I immerse in feels like paradise. Since I wasted time, I quickly cleaned myself and used the soap and shampoo available. Both things smell like Xalvador, and I hate to use anything related to him, but I have no choice. Post my quick bath, I wrap myself in a towel that is probably Xalvador's and scan the items in the bag. I don't find many appropriate clothes. Some seem too small, while others seem too big. I finally decided on a blue and white dress with a floral print. I get dressed and also find a comb in the bag. I remove the tangles and let my hair stay down. I also see a makeup kit inside that I don't use. I don't have a habit of wearing makeup, nor do I really know how to apply it or what products to use. And even if I did, I would never dress up for him. I applied a cherry lip balm and am ready to face the monster again. I reach down and I realize that the place is vast. There are 3 hallways and I don't know which one to take. I see the same lady from before and I walk over to her, inquiring about Xalvador's office. She offers to take me there herself, and I thank her politely, to which she smiles, as if in slight surprise. She drops me near a large wooden door and motions for me to go in. I take in a breath and knock, half hoping that Xalvador isn't present in there, and I can walk back up. But my luck abandons me, and the next second, I hear the reply, "Come in." His deep voice booms, and I shake my head as I open the door. I walk inside and stand there, not knowing what else to do. Xalvador looks at me and scans my appearance, looking seemingly pleased. He gets up from his seat and walks towards me. I think about moving back, but I know I can't escape him. So I stand there while he reaches me. He leans into my neck, inhaling my scent and sighs in seeming content. One of his hands wraps around my waist, and I feel like running from him and embracing him at the same time. "I like your scent better now. You smell like me, and that shows you're mine. And as much as I liked my shirt on you, this dress makes you even more alluring and hard to resist," he says huskily near my ear, his lips occasionally landing on my neck, giving me shivers. I try to control my erratic breathing, and he moves back. He smirks smugly when he sees my flustered condition. He has nothing to be smug about. It's the mate bond that is causing the attraction. Xalvador holds my hand and takes me outside onto the field. He stands before the training wolves and looks at them. Wolves of Dark Moon Pack. He shouts in an animalistic voice, and the wolves all stand to attention, leaving aside whatever they were doing. I see the beta coming towards the front with another wolf. They all stand there, listening intently to what their alpha has to say. Even I'm doing the same. This here is my mate, Arabella. He announces and stops to gauge everyone's reaction. I feel flustered again and my face burns. I didn't know he wanted to introduce me to his pack. So soon. There are murmurs all around and some gasps too. Some smile lightly while some seem astonished. I can't say much now. Not that I care if the pack accepts me. I don't want them to. I can easily escape if they don't want me as their alpha's mate. And therefore, also your future Luna. I want you all to respect her and take care of her needs here. I will not tolerate any kind of disobedience or mistakes when it comes to providing comfort to her. Is it clear? He growls, and everyone nods frantically. Some grunt a curt, yes, while others mutter an attentive, He turns to me and then speaks. Bella, this is my pack. My wolves and my fighters. All trained and strong. And this here is my beta, Axel, and my third-in-command Liam. He says, introducing me to the two wolves on my right. Beta Axel nods at me, and so does Liam. I look around blankly, not knowing how to react. So wolves. He yells again. I should not see or hear of anyone disrespecting my mate and your Luna. If I do, I will not hesitate to handle them. He says threateningly, and I can see the fear rise in everyone's eyes. Of course. They must all be aware of how merciless my monster mate is. But I need to clear things out. This obedience to me and such is not something I know or want to know. If I have to stay here, then it has to be a normal stay. And I'm not their Luna, nor will I ever be. I would die before letting Xalvador mark me or accepting him as my mate. I take a step forward and silence engulfs the crowd. Even Xalvador seems surprised and nods for me to speak. I start awkwardly, unsure of exactly what to say. Excuse me, guys. I mean Wolves of the Dark Moon Pack. I just wanted to say that you don't have to call me Luna. I wouldn't like that because I'm not your Luna. And also I want to be treated normally because I'm just a normal wolf too. In fact, I was packless only some days ago. So I just want to say that you guys don't have to act around me like I am some special person. If I'll be living here, then it has to be a life that you all live. A normal one. Yeah, that's all. I manage, feeling slightly content. Some wolves from the crowd smile at me fondly, and some nod somewhat. Beta Axel and Liam both look confused, but then Liam smiles at me. I turn to gauge Xalvador's reaction, and he doesn't look too happy about it. Well, not my concern. He can't force everything. I walk back into the house after waving at the large crowd of wolves, not wanting to stand there and be the center of attention. Chapter 7. I go inside the house and walk towards the staircase. I reach Xalvador's room but don't enter soon after. He appears beside me and waits for me to go in. Why are you standing here? He asks when he realizes that I wasn't planning on entering. I want another room, I say, although I already know what his answer is going to be. That's not even a point to argue. You will stay in here with me. I just told my entire pack about you, and you still think I'll let my mate stay in another room. Stop being stupid, Bella. Xalvador growls, and I growl back. You want me as your mate. I don't. I still want to go back and live as a rogue and be free instead of being in the clutches of a monster like you. I growl. His jaw stiffens. Now that you know I'm a monster, also know I don't do what I don't like. Want it or not, you are my mate and you will stay in the same room as me. He says and opens the door, pushing me in with him. I free my arm from his grip and sit on the bed. Xalvador comes towards me, and I back away. He sighs and then walks off angrily to the bathroom. A girl of about 19 years knocks at the partially open door. Yeah, come in. I say, and it feels odd to order and grant permission to people. Hello, Luna. I'm Maisie and I'm here to take your measurement to get your new clothes and accessories. If you would you please stand up. She says timidly with a polite smile. I'm sorry, but you don't have to call me Luna. You can call me Arabella. I would really appreciate that. I say, and her eyes widen. I can't call you by your name. Can I call you Miss Arabella? She asks, and I smile, nodding in affirmation. That's fine. And yeah, you can take the measurements. I say the last part slowly, my voice fading sadly. Thank you, Miss Arabella. Who the hell do you think you are, calling my mate Miss Arabella? Xalvador shouts at Maisie, who appears from the bathroom, and the girl cowers in fear. Stop it. I told her to call me that. It's not her fault. I say quickly, and his eyes snap at me with a murderous glare. He is about to say something, but seeing Maisie, he shuts up, and I breathe out in relief. I smile reassuringly at Maisie, and she kneels at my feet, shivering, taking measurements with a long tape. Maisie measures my body at several points, and when she reaches my chest, I realize that Xalvador hasn't stopped staring in my direction. I see him looking exactly where Maisie's hands are working with hooded eyes, and I feel awkward. The mate bond loves the attention, and Fianna is proud. I look away from his scrutinizing gaze and sigh audibly when Maisie finishes her work. Xalvador gets up as soon as we are alone. I'm cornered near the wall, and he approaches me slowly. His eyes are full of intensity, and I'm worried that he might mark me in the heat of the moment. Why did you do that, Sugar Bun? He asks huskily, and my legs tremble. Sugar Bun? I ask, my voice hoarse due to the proximity. Yes. A name that suits you perfectly, he says, and Fianna does a happy dance at the new name. I don't want you to call me that, I say, and he leans in closer, closing his eyes. It doesn't matter if you want that or not, Sugar Bun. I like it and I'll do as I please. He sits next to my ear. I shove him lightly on the shoulder and move away. He is about to shout at me when his eyes roam upwards. A mind link. He looks at me after a few minutes and then says, I have work that I have to attend, Sugar Bun. You can roam the house and do as you please. But, he accentuates, even try to escape and I will make sure you are never out of my sight. Even for a moment. He warns and leaves for the door. He stops abruptly, turns and reaches me. He breathes my scent, closes his eyes, and then growls in my ear. Also, stay away from unknown male wolves, he says and leaves with thumping steps. I sigh and roam the room for a while. I study the paintings again, but my efforts turn out futile once more, as I still don't seem to understand them. I then go out of the door and explore the house. The floor of Xalvador's room itself is vast. The beta and the other high-ranking wolves could use several rooms. There is another small room which has a staircase in it. I want to see where it leads, but I decide against it. This is not my house to roam and discover. I need to familiarize myself with the necessary locations. I walk down the stairs and reach the ground floor. The place is so open and so mansion-like. I find a door which leads to the kitchen in the hallway below the staircase, and it's enormous. I'm guessing all the wolves eat here together. Even now, I see some wolves eating and a cook pouring out a drink for the others. A few people glance at me, and I close the door quickly. After roaming in the house for half an hour and getting lost at least thrice, I notice something. There are no direct open spaces here. For every room, whether it's the living room or the kitchen, there is a massive door leading to it. The central area is clear, with marble tiles forming a beautiful round design. Again, it's in black and white with only a tinge of color in places. I decide to go to the first living room. Yes, there are 3, which is the only one that has a television. I walk into the room and sit on the white sofa in the center. I figure out the remote and switch it on, flipping through channels until I find something of interest. I've finally settled on a movie which has just begun, so I know I am not missing anything. The movie turns out pretty hilarious, and I'm laughing loudly when another laugh joins mine. I shut up quickly and turn around to find a familiar wolf from earlier. He looks at me and smiles. His smile is broad and so contagious, I can't help but smile back too. I now remember him. He is Liam, the Alpha's third in command. Hi, Miss Arabella, he says, and I like him instantly. He is not calling me Luna like the others. Hey, you are Liam, right? The pack's third in command, I say, and he nods, sitting on the sofa but at a reasonable distance. Yeah, you know, I was surprised when I saw you first with Alpha Xalvador. I thought you would be cowering in fear, since that's the reaction most people give. But you were quite brave, and the way you talked to the packet was pretty impressive, he says, and I blush a little. At least not all are monsters here. Oh, that. Well, I don't agree with things I don't feel are right. And your alpha is way too rude and arrogant for his own good. I say, frowning at the thought of Xalvador. I wouldn't comment on that, as he is my alpha. But I can understand if you are not ready to be the Luna yet. I was confused when I first saw you, but then Axel told me the whole story. He says truthfully, and I smile at him again. He is loyal to Xalvador even though he is a monster. That's a quality to admire. Yeah, that's very loyal of you to do that. And about being the Luna. I don't think I'll ever be ready or even want to be the Luna of this pack for that sake. I hope Xalvador gets frustrated enough after I deny him constantly and then lets me go. I say, wishing exactly what I'm saying. Knowing Alpha Xalvador, he is a very possessive person. So you being free is quite an impossible concept to me. And even if he gives up on you as a mate, I don't think he will let an elemental slip from his hands. He says, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. I smile sadly. Haha, yeah. This is the only time I feel like the power I have is a curse. I sigh. Liam laughs lightly and, detecting my mood, switches the conversation. I have been with Liam for an hour or so, and I can't stop laughing. The guy is full of life and incredibly funny. He gives me the hope that my stay here won't be as bad as I think. He tells me another of his jokes, and I laugh again, clutching my stomach. The door to the living room opens suddenly when I'm giving a high five to Liam. I look up, my face still carved in a laugh, to see the monster is back. My smile turns into a frown when I see him glaring at Liam. Liam shrugs with a small laugh and holds up his hands in surrender. He leaves the room with a smile and a goodbye to me, and Xalvador glares at him again. He keeps glaring at his back until Liam disappears from his line of vision. He then turns to me, and I gulp. Seemed like you were enjoying yourself. He says with a slight growl. Yes. Liam and I are friends now. I say honestly, and his eyes darken a bit. Make sure you maintain distance from your friend. He says, coming dangerously close to me. I look at him, about to say something, but he wraps his hand around my waist possessively and says, You are mine and only mine, sugar bun. Remember that. I sigh at his words. Chapter 8. Later that evening, I am seated at the huge dinner table. There are 3 such tables, each completely occupied by the pack of wolves. I am sitting to the left of Xalvador, and his chair is almost touching mine. The cook and the maids serve some spaghetti to everyone, and the people dig in immediately. I take a morsel, struggling with the fork, and then finally settle for the spoon instead. Xalvador notices this and glances at me, to which I look away, embarrassed. I manage to use the spoon effectively after a few bites, and my thoughts drift to my previous life. I was happy as a rogue, free, independent, and able to do as I pleased. I didn't have to adhere to any norms or fit in anywhere. But fate had other plans, and now this is the life I'm living. The dinner for me was awkward. With all the wolves constantly giving me curious looks, I felt like running away from there. I still managed to get through it, but now is the part one had been dreading all along. The night. In the same room with Xalvador. I get into his room and sit on the bed, not knowing what to do. Xalvador enters soon and goes to the closet. Go and change, sugar bun. It's time to sleep. Xalvador says that after he is done changing, he will look even more attractive in the casual shorts and t-shirt. I get up sighing. I chose a pair of black pajamas and a yellow t-shirt for the night. The pair isn't revealing at all, which offers some relief to me. I enter his room and lie down on the bed, closing my eyes, slowly drifting towards a slumber. I'm suddenly awake again when there is shuffling, but I keep my eyes closed. The bed dips, and I know the monster is beside me. A part of me is happy that my mate is so close to me, but the same part of me wants to cringe away from him and run from this hell. To my horror, an arm drapes on my waist, and I'm pulled closer to Xalvador's chest with my back to him. My breathing shoots up, and the mate bond is satisfied and pleased at the same time. It wants more. It wants a mark, a claim. But I won't ever do that. This is the farthest I will allow Xalvador to go. If it can't, I would rather die and end this agony once and for all. But the mate bond won't allow that either. I know about it. It would make the attraction irresistible and almost impossible to overcome. I would end up doing things I don't want to do, and stopping it would be out of control. Being this close to him will only deepen the intensity and the craving of the mate bond. Sleep, sugar bun. It's quite late, Xalvador says, and I yelp slightly. I squish my eyes tighter and struggle to breathe normally. Xalvador leans towards me, and his hand tightens around my waist. I feel the hair on the back of my neck rising because of his breath. He takes a deep sniff of my scent, and I realize that this is something he does every time we are close. I don't know the reason, though. I calm my uneven breathing and try to sleep. Soon, I hear Xalvador's breathing become even, and that provides me with some relief. I try to slip into a deep sleep, but my eyes stay wide open, and I end up thinking about everything that has happened and everything that might occur. Another fact is that I woke up late today, so it's natural if I can't sleep. I was never a heavy sleeper. This room, this proximity irritates me, and I decide to get out for a while. The feeling of being trapped might go away if I go to the training field for a while now. With a constant prayer in my mind, I lift Xalvador's heavy hand from my waist and drop it lightly. I wiggle slowly and reach the end of the bed. With soft steps, I open the door and close it as noiselessly as I can. I go down the stairs, and the entire house is eerily quiet. It's incredible how the chatter that was present throughout the day is now completely silent. No wolves are roaming around or being trained. But that's exactly what I was looking for. The day was an ordeal except for the time I spent with Liam. I hope I run into him again tomorrow so I can get to know him better. But then I remember Xalvador's reaction to me and Liam being friends, and I sigh sadly. Not such a good idea then. I don't want him to get into trouble because of me. I reach the training field, almost crying in relief, after I manage to sneak out through the massive door without making a ton of noise. The field is clear, the grass has been cut adequately, and it is moist with a soft wind blowing around. The cool breeze fans my face, and I feel calmer and pleasant than I have felt in the last few days. I walk there, feeling the light massage that the grass gives my feet and imagining the breeze taking away all my fears and frustration with it. I suddenly hear rustling on the right side of me, and my senses are immediately alert. Being an elemental, all my werewolf's powers and senses are sharper and stronger than those of an average wolf. Not as powerful as an alpha, but definitely a lot stronger than the other wolves. I look to the right, my eyes focusing on the area from which I heard the movement. It's dark, and the trees act as a thick blanket covering whoever or whatever is standing there. Then I see it. A shadow. Moving along the trees. And in the second, it has disappeared. The movement was so fast that I doubt if I even saw anything. But then I trust my instincts, yelling at me that there was definitely something over there. Yes, I did see something. The movement was unnaturally quick, but the shuffling sound was there. And my ears can't be wrong about it. As I stand there in the dark, quiet night, my mind is in a state of havoc, thinking about what my ears and eyes just witnessed. No matter how strong a werewolf is, he or she cannot run so fast. Not even an alpha. Werewolves have strength as a built-in feature. Speed and flexibility are something that they master through practice. But even then, a werewolf can't attain a speed equivalent to what I just saw. I wonder what it could have been, and once again, my mind calculates the possibility of me being mistaken or just being paranoid. A she-wolf shouldn't be here all alone at this hour of the night. A croaky voice says from behind me, and I turn around. I see a man, probably in his 50s, face wrinkled and eyes gleaming with something I can't put a finger on. He stands in a bent posture, which is quite unusual, and the aura surrounding him is one of something wicked. His presence makes me uncomfortable. I'm sorry, but may I know who you are? I question politely, and he smiles. A sly smile. What is up with this guy? Of course the Luna would want to know who I am. I am a member of this pack, and also the younger brother of the pack trainer Marcel. He says, and I nod hesitantly. Okay. At least he is from the pack, which makes him safe. Maybe he has always been this weird. Oh, alright. But please refrain from calling me Luna. I would appreciate if you call me Miss Arabella or simply Arabella. I say with a shrug. He shoots me a weird smile again, and suddenly I regret coming out here. Wouldn't the alpha kill me if I called his mate simply Arabella? He says, laughing maniacally, and walks away. I catch a small bit of his scent, and it feels weird. But then, it's also true that each werewolf has a different scent. Plus, the pack smell was evident on him. Moreover, I have only met a few werewolves in my entire life, so I can't tell if he smelled weird. But something about the way he said the word alpha did not seem right, and I feel like investigating the matter. But then decided against it. I won't be involved or feel interested in the issues of this pack. I don't care if this guy is absurd. As long as he doesn't harm me though, in case of which I can defend myself, I have no issues. I forget the events of the past few minutes and focus on the breeze and the calm surroundings. Bella. A voice growls from behind me and a shiver runs down my spine. I turn around and see an irritated Xalvador. Jeez. Does this person know any other emotions besides anger and irritation? Like, there hasn't been a single moment today when I saw him smile, or at least stay normal. He is just as absurd as the guy I just met, just in a different way. What are you doing here? And why the hell are you not beside me in our room? He growls, and I feel like punching him. Chill, monster. I have a life too. And please don't call that our room. Xalvador, please. Stop fussing about small things. I couldn't sleep and the room was suffocating me, so I just came here for some fresh air. I say, irritation glazing my voice. Small things? My mate, who is always making stupid plans of running away, is not in my room in the middle of the night, and you think I should find that normal? You could have just stood in the window if you were not feeling good. Or simply woke me up and I would have brought you here. Yeah, right. Little do you know that you were the one actually suffocating me. I wanted to be alone for some time, okay? Away from you. So waking you up would have ultimately been the same as lying with you in your bed. I snap, and Xalvador's eyes darken. He inches closer to me, and I find myself gulping in nervousness. Damn it, Arabella. Say that again, sugar bun. He says in a dangerously low voice. Nothing. Let's go, and I sleep. I'm feeling much better now. I say, trying to get him away, but he hooks an arm around my waist, pulling me close. It's already difficult for me to refrain myself from marking you, because I know you are not ready. But you pulling out stupid stunts and saying these things drives me insane. It is taking every bit of my self-control right now to stop myself from pushing my canines into your flesh and claim you as mine. My wolf is restless to come out, but I am not letting him. Because if he does, I won't be able to stop him, and I might not even want to stop him from doing what he wants. So I suggest you stop doing and saying such things if you don't want to face the consequences. He says huskily, yet dangerously close to my ear. The cold breeze no longer affects me as I suddenly feel hot all over. His hand is tracing the area of my neck where I am supposed to be marked, and I shiver in fear. I don't want him to mark me. No. I jolt away from him and, with quick steps, run into the house, savoring the last waves of the cold air on my skin. Chapter 9. I'm sleeping peacefully. My arms are wrapped around Grandma. She is stroking my hair, and I start to fall into a deep sleep. I smile, feeling safe and content with Grandma. Suddenly, I hear thuds and thumps. The night grows darker, and the forest cave seems gloomier. Grandma picks me up hurriedly and runs around. She puts a hand on my mouth when I make a slight noise. She wraps me in a cloth and digs a big hole all of a sudden. It is all very fast. I can't understand anything. Suddenly it's black and quiet. I can see nothing. A shrill cry pierces the silence. It's Grandma's voice. Blood. I smell it. It's dripping from the black space on my face. I scream and wake up with a jolt. The dream again. My grandma's killing still haunts me, even though I have a tiny idea of how it happened. It's like the dreams never want me to forget what happened that night. I immediately feel a presence beside me, and in the flash of a lightning, I'm in Xalvador's cradle. He runs his hand down my spine, and I calm down. The mate bond is happy, and that makes me relieved involuntarily. Are you okay, Bella? I hear his voice laced with concern. But I can't answer. Every time I dream of the events of that dreadful night, there is a kind of adrenaline surge that flows through my body and wreaks havoc within every nerve that functions beneath my skin. Sugar bun? He asks again, and I realize how close we are. Yeah, I'm fine, I say curtly and move out of his grasp. He tightens his grip, but I still manage to sneak out. I lie down on the bed again, and the emptiness makes me feel worse than I should be feeling. Damn you, mate Bond. Xalvador lies down too, and his arm wraps around my waist tightly, as if warning me not to show resistance. That brings a feeling of protectiveness, and I shudder. It's not something I have felt before. Until now, I was the only one who used to protect myself. Now, to have another person care for and protect me all of a sudden is a foreign feeling. Even then, it calms my body and soul at once, and for once, I let go. The nightmares leave my mind in a mess, and if that is reduced by having Xalvador's arm around me, then be it. The next morning, when I wake up, I find the bed empty, and a mix of sadness and relief fills me. I check the time, and it's already 9. I never slept till this late before. I get up and head to the bathroom. The place invites me to a bath, and I immediately agree. I take a shower, and then search the room for the bags of clothes that Xalvador ordered the day before. I pick out a pair of black track pants and a gray t-shirt. I dress, just as I did yesterday, and go down. I should probably run for a while, or at least reacquaint myself with some physical activity. My head doesn't hurt anymore, and I feel pretty fit. As I walk towards the training field, the events of the previous night flash in my head, and a tingle runs down my spine. The air blows lightly as I tie my hair up in the field. There are many wolves training, and some of them even keep looking in my direction constantly, trying to see what I might do next. That makes me feel awkward. I mean, I barely had an audience in my entire life. I wander around just stretching and waving awkwardly to some wolves when my eyes land on him. Liam. Despite knowing Xalvador's reaction to this, I walk over to him, and he smiles widely when he sees me. Hi, Miss Arabella. Good morning. He greets, and I smile back. Can you really not call me just Arabella? At least when we are alone and the big bad Alpha isn't present. I ask hopefully, and he laughs. I'll be risking my life if I do that, but okay. I'll call you Arabella when Alpha Xalvador isn't around. He states dramatically, and my face lights up again. That's great. Thanks, Liam. No problem. But is there a reason you came up to me? I mean, need any help? He asks, and I nod. Yeah. I actually wanted to exercise and practice my attack and defense tactics. But all these wolves out here keep staring and stuff. So it's kinda uncomfortable for me. I say awkwardly, and he laughs slightly. I understand, Arabella. So you want me to take you to a place where you can train alone? He suggests, and I nod frantically. Oh yes, please. I say, and he starts walking with a follow me gesture. I follow him, and he takes me to the back of the house. It's a vast and greenish-brown field, all clear of the curious wolves. This is the place where the Alpha trains or special fights and competitions are held. I don't think there is anything today, and also Alpha Xalvador trains early in the morning and then in the evening. So the place will be clear. Liam explains, and I look around happily. Thank God. Thanks so much. This place is great. No problem. If you don't mind me asking, you're an elemental, right? Liam asks. Yes, a fire elemental. Wow. I mean, that's amazing. I wouldn't say the same thing right now. It sucks being an elemental if you're going to get kidnapped and forced to join a pack. I state sadly, and Liam looks away. It is not his fault, though. If he had been the Alpha, I am sure that for the mere purpose of expanding his territory, he wouldn't have abducted me. I start shooting punches in the air. 2, 1. I follow the same pattern, and all the while Liam watches. Surprisingly, his stare doesn't bother me that much. Maybe that's because I think of him as my friend. I keep up the pattern of punches, and Liam seems to be in deep thought. What are you thinking? I question while beginning with a backward kick. Nothing. I should go now. Bye, Arabella. Liam says, and I stop. Wait, Liam. Tell me if there is something you want to say. Come on. I encourage, and he sighs with a small laugh. I was wondering if you could give me a demonstration. I mean a small one of your elemental powers, he says, smiling awkwardly, and I laugh. I nod in response and wipe my hands on my pants. I bring them in the front and close my eyes for concentration. I twirl my hands above each other and open my eyes. I see Liam watching in fascination and curiosity. I concentrate again and aim fire at the grass near my foot. I don't put in much strength. It's just a demonstration. A small fire burns on the ground, and Liam's claps. Whoa, that's some amazing stuff you are blessed with. How strong of a fire can you make? Liam speaks, and I think. I don't know actually. I never really used my elemental powers nor practiced them. Fire burns and ruins and harms. So I didn't really want to practice. I can make a fire ring, and I guess that's the farthest I can go. An elemental's power gets stronger and stronger with the amount of practice and efforts they put it. I explain, and he nods in understanding. Of course, Arabella. I understand. Thanks for the demo. Now, I should get back now to my training. Bye, Liam says and walks away with a small smile. I smile back and return to practicing and training. I sweat for at least 2 hours and feel myself again. I walk into the house to Xalvador's room and wash my hands and face. I let my hair down and run a hand through it. I walk out of the room to see Xalvador sitting on the bed, his back facing me. That was some nice training, sugar bun. He states, and I startle. Thanks, I say curtly, looking at his muscled back. He watched me train? Holy stalker. He is wearing a white shirt and black pants. He looks handsome. Shut up, Fiona. So, what were you talking to Liam about? He asks, his voice taking on a possessive note. Of course. I should have seen this coming. Nothing. I just showed him a small demonstration of my power. I say, stuttering a bit. Did he ask you to? He asks again. I'm not sure if this is good for Liam. I don't want to lose the only friend I have here because of the fear of this big, dire alpha. Okay. See you at lunch. He says suddenly, after a while, and walks out of the room, slamming the door behind him. I shrug and sit on the bed for a while. Then I decided to have something since I had trained without breakfast. I never got much food when I lived as a rogue, so I don't actually have a huge appetite. And honestly, I was pretty full from the dinner last night when I woke up today. I hopped down the large, white, round staircase and walked to the kitchen. There are a few people drinking water, but apart from that, the kitchen is empty. The group of people drinking water nods at me when they see me and then walks away chattering. I take a seat at the table and pick up an apple and a sandwich. I also pour myself some orange juice and begin eating. Good afternoon, Luna. Comes a voice and my stomach twitches in uneasiness. It's the pack trainer's brother, the weird man from last night. I turn around in my chair to find him smiling at me with what seems like an evil glint in his eye. Chapter 10. I look at him and nod in acknowledgement. He comes over, near the table, and stands beside me. I look away and keep eating my apple. I catch the same scent again and my nose crinkles. It's as if this man has a wave of weirdness surrounding him. I didn't introduce myself properly last night. My name is Kane. I extend my warm welcome to you, Luna. He says, his voice taking a different tone in the end. Something about this man is odd, and I can't quite put a finger on it. As I said before, please don't call me Luna, and I appreciate you welcoming me here. Thanks. I say curtly and get up. I already dislike my stay here, and this man makes it even worse. Kane laughs creepily as I start walking away. A Luna's life isn't easy. Remember, some even have to die to protect their mates. I can understand if you don't want to be the Luna. But I also see you have no choice out. Kane says with a maniac-like smile. I don't understand the problem with this guy. I am sorry, but I have no idea what you are talking about. You don't right now, but time will show you. He leans closer to my face, looking into my eyes. I spot the same evil glint present in his eyes. Dreadful things. A Luna has to make a lot of sacrifices for the pack, and I hope you are ready for them. He whispers. Kane. A voice booms and Kane moves away. Xalvador marches towards us and picks up Kane by his collar and shoves him roughly. I gasp as Kane lands meters away from where I stand. Stay away from my mate. If I find you standing this close to her one more time, trust me, the consequences will be bad. Oh, come on, Alpha. I was just greeting and welcoming my new Luna. He replies, standing up. I feel a hint of annoyance in his voice, but ignore it. Xalvador huffs in nonchalance and grabs my arms, walking us away. I told you to stay away from other males. He growls once we are alone. I roll my eyes. And who do you think you are? I question it, even though I know it will annoy him. Your mate and your alpha. He says roughly, anger audible in his tone. He pushes us inside his office and slams the door. I look into his eyes and feel the anger about everything he has done to me resurface within me. You are not my mate because I refuse to accept a monster as my mate. And alpha. I laugh mockingly. I am not a member of this pack, so you are not my alpha. Stop ordering me around. I growl. I feel my eyes water as I realize, yet again, what I have landed myself into. Xalvador clenches his fists and steps closer to me. There is almost no space between us now. His breathing is labored, and his eyes take on a darker shade of the beautiful color-blended color of his eyes, almost turning black. He grabs me by my waist and leans into my neck. He moves close to my collarbone, and my knees weaken. Vienna dances in happiness, and I battle for control. I gasp as his teeth graze my skin. I frown at the noise Xalvador makes, but when I look up, he looks just as confused. We both turn around at lightning speed, and I spot an uncomfortable-looking Liam sitting there. He smiles nervously at me, but gulps when he looks at Xalvador. I follow his eyes to Xalvador's face and gulp as I see the murderous expression on his face. He steps forward with a thump, and I catch his hand, fearing he might do something to Liam. Xalvador seems surprised and stops. He looks at me, and I smile nervously, hoping to stop him. His expression softens immediately, and he turns to Liam again, this time much calmer. What is it, Liam? Xalvador asks in a gruff voice, annoyance quite clear. I apologize for interrupting your conversation with Mississippi Arabella, but I need to talk to you about something, Alpha. I thought about waiting for you in your office till you returned. I didn't expect Mississippi Arabella coming too. Liam explains, clearly afraid. Huh, monster. His own pack fears him so much. What do you want to talk about? Xalvador gets straight to the point. I roll my eyes mentally and listen to what Liam has to say. His face turns dreadful yet serious. Alpha, there have been attacks on the east border. A lot of our warrior wolves have died. Beta Axel has already left, and it's important for you to check out the border area. He says. How much damage has been done? At least 20 to 25 wolves have been killed. Beta was on his round when one of the wolves from the north border reported the damage. Liam explains. Fine. I'll leave now. You stay here and guard the pack house. Also, arrange 10 wolves to pick up the dead bodies. Xalvador commands, and Liam nods, walking to the door. He smiles at me as he leaves, and I return the gesture. Xalvador frowns at our exchange. You go and rest in our room. I have business to attend to, Sugar Bun. Xalvador orders me, gazing at the large map on the wall behind his chair, and I literally clench my fist to stop myself from punching him in his face. I mean his normal-looking face. Yeah, Arabella, keep lying. Rest? Are you serious? I just woke up a short time ago and haven't done anything since. How can I rest when I am not tired? I point out and Xalvador looks at me. So go and train where you were yesterday. He says. He knows. No. I am coming with you. I feel trapped staying the whole day in this house. As it is, it's been long since I had a run. I reason, hopeful to go out in the woods. No. There could still be danger at the border, and I don't want you to be there. He growls. Xalvador, please. I have been defending myself all my life. I can protect myself. No, Sugar Bun. I don't care if you can defend yourself. You are my mate now, and I am not letting you get hurt. A part of me cheers in happiness at the feeling of protection from him, and a part of me resents it. Xalvador, I want to come. You can't expect me to stay in here all day. I argue, and he starts walking away, ignoring me. I huff in annoyance and kick him mentally for being so rude. I formulate a plan. Fine. I can escape from here since you will be out. I mutter lowly but loud enough so he hears. As expected, he stops and turns around. What did you say? He growls, and I act like I let out a secret. Oh, nothing. You should leave. The border issue needs your presence. I say, trying to stammer and put on a nervous expression. He looks into my eyes and seems to think for a second. I have changed my mind. You will accompany me. He says suddenly, and I continue my act. I widen my eyes and give out a sad, forced sigh, whereas I am dancing on the inside. His eyes grow darker at my fake reaction. Don't even think about leaving again. He warns in a low, dangerous voice and leaves while I quickly follow. Of course, I am not thinking of leaving. Even if Xalvador left, Liam would have never let me run away. I sigh, but cheer myself at the prospect of going to the woods freely after so long. Yay! Chapter 11. I follow Xalvador to the entrance of the house and see another group of 10 wolves waiting for us. They bow their heads in respect as Xalvador and I reach them. Shift. Xalvador commands, and the wolves remove their t-shirts. All of them have a sculpted body, and it's the same for every warrior wolf here. Mark. Xalvador calls the next moment, and a man comes there. Make arrangements for clothes for everyone after we shift to the border. Carry clothes for Arabella, too. Xalvador orders, and Mark leaves after a curt nod. The 10 wolves crack their bones and shift, their pants and shorts tearing apart as they do. Xalvador removes his clothes too, and I resist looking at his incredible, tanned body. I shake my thoughts and walk behind a tree. I feel Xalvador's eyes following me and quickly strip out of my clothes. I shift as fast as I can because being uncovered in front of these people isn't exactly what one would call comfortable. I crack my bones and turn into my white wolf. I walk towards the others and feel shocked when I see the most enormous wolf I have ever seen. It's Xalvador. He looks even more terrifying in his wolf form, and I restrain myself from whimpering. His wolf is enormous, with glossy, dark gray fur that could almost pass for black. He opens his mouth as I approach him, and I see his canines. They are sharp and very long. He might have mind-linked the other wolves as they leave immediately altogether. He then comes to me and rubs our sides together. I feel small standing beside him as he nuzzles my fur. He looks into my eyes and mind-links me. We leave now, but do not leave my side in any situation. I nod at his instructions, and we both start off running. Fianna stretches herself as I run as fast as I can to keep up with my monster mate. He is swift, but being an elemental, I match up to his pace. Had I been a regular wolf, I would have barely covered half the area he covers in one stride. We soon catch up with the other wolves and run past them. We run, and after what seems like hours, we reach the border, which is under attack. The first thing I see is blood. Everywhere. And then the dead bodies. But the bodies aren't torn. They are burnt, and in such a condition that they can't be identified. Xalvador stiffens as he takes in the damage. Everyone waits as he examines the area, and I see Beta Axel running towards him. Xalvador sniffs around and leaps over every dead body. He sniffs the blood and then sniffs the air. After completing his examination of the scene, he stands beside me again. He mind-links me and the other wolves to shift, and they comply. I looked around for Mark so that I could get some clothes. As if on cue, Mark arrives and drops a pair of shorts on Xalvador's legs. Then he proceeds to me and drops a track pant and a t-shirt. I pick the clothes between my teeth and shift behind a tree. When I return, I see everyone dressed, just wearing shorts or pants. I also realize that I am the only female here. I stand beside Xalvador, and he seems pleased about it. He looks at me, and his eyes trail up and down my body. His intense stare breaks when we see Beta Axel running towards us. Alpha. He greets. What exactly happened? I had just begun on my usual rounds near the pack house when one of the wolves from the north border mind-linked me about not being able to contact any of the east border wolves. I didn't think the matter would be this serious, but I still came anyway. I thought that the wolves must be misbehaving or being irresponsible while guarding, but I found them all dead when I reached here. That's when I informed Liam. Beta explains, and Xalvador grunts in response. He thinks for a while, and they both immerse themselves in a conversation. I take that chance to go and examine the dead wolves myself. I take in every position and try to figure out what would have happened. I examine the bodies to search for any marks, but their burnt skin makes it impossible to notice anything of that nature. Arabella. We are leaving. I hear Xalvador commanding me, and I roll my eyes. I don't want to leave yet. I need to see what happened to these warrior wolves. Why, Era? This isn't your pack, right? Fianna taunts me, and I realize that I am being more concerned over this than I should. But what other choice do I have? Xalvador will never let me go. If I have to stay in this pack, I might as well do something to occupy my mind and save me from boredom. It's not like I am gonna fight for the alpha of this pack. I can't just go and stay in that room all day. It would kill me. I walk over to Xalvador and see him removing his pants to shift. I quickly close my eyes and run behind the same tree. I strip and shift, picking up my clothes. I see everyone except the wolves that have to pick up the dead bodies in their wolf forms, and Xalvador takes the lead. I follow him, and he slows down a bit so I can fall into step beside him. We both leave the beta and other wolves behind as Xalvador picks up the pace, and I do the same. Upon reaching the pack house, Xalvador leaves for his work, but not before warning me not to even think of running. I roll my eyes mentally at his stupidity, like I would try to leave again when you are in the house. Yeah, right. I go inside the house, hoping to find Liam. I find him in one of the living rooms. I walk in, and he smiles when he sees me. Hey, where were you? He questions. I went to the border with your alpha, I say, and his eyes widen, face splitting into a suggestive grin. It's nothing like you are thinking. I get super bored here having nothing to do, so I thought I might as well go and see what happened. Also, I needed a run, and you know Xalvador would have never allowed that. I explain quickly to stop him from giving me the suggestive looks. He nods in understanding, still carrying a happy expression. I change the topic to the attack, and he expresses his views. I nod and then get up, intending to work out. I had had enough rest. Arabella. Liam calls, and I turn around, my hand on the door handle. His face is serious, and he gets up, walking towards me. I just wanted to talk about, your conversation with Alpha in the office today. I mean, all I want to say is that Alpha Xalvador had a rough childhood. He had to encounter terrible things at a tender age, and I could tell you everything, but then it's not my story to tell. I know that he is not a bad person. He comes out as a ruthless monster, but I know he cares a lot. For his pack, his people, and you. Just give him a chance, and maybe you will know the real Alpha Xalvador once you break down his walls. Because think about it, the moon goddess chose you as his mate for a reason, Liam concludes and walks out of the room, giving me a small smile. His words hit me like a wrecking ball. And that's because I know that everything he just said is true. And somewhere, there are the facts I try to ignore. Mates are chosen for each other for a reason, and I had been lying to myself that it was a mistake that Xalvador and I are mates since the day my eyes fell on him. I sigh as a tornado of thoughts rises in my mind. Again. Chapter 12. I leave the living room, deep in thought about what Liam said. I automatically find myself outside Xalvador's office. I frown at my body's instinct, but anyway decide to talk to Xalvador. I'm about to knock when his voice booms from inside. Come in, sugar bun. Startled, I enter and stand awkwardly. How did you know I was standing outside? I question, and he raises his head up from the stack of papers he is working on. You are my mate, sugar bun. I can smell you from a distance. He says, and I slap myself mentally. Of course he can. He is my mate and, on top of that, an alpha, which means his senses are stronger than most. Yeah, I forgot that. I say and fall into an awkward silence. So, what is that you came here for? Xalvador questions after a while. About the attack. I wanted to just express my views. I reply. He looks at me surprised. And I almost decided to leave. I don't want him to feel that I'm interested in his pack or him. I would love to hear them. He says, and all I can hear is genuineness, with a bit of happiness too, maybe. Okay. So did you notice that all the victim warrior wolves were in human form? Yeah, so what about it? Don't you think it's uncanny that none of the wolves showed resistance? If another pack or rogues had attacked, those victim wolves would have shifted right then and fought back. But not one of them was in their wolf form. And it's impossible for even the strongest rival pack wolves to kill 25 wolves without any resistance. I explain, and he nods, seeming deep in thought. Point well made. I didn't think from this angle. Also, if they did kill all those warrior wolves, why would they burn their bodies? It can't be an overall fire because only the wolves have been burnt and not a single tree is harmed. Which means that they deliberately burned each of the wolves. It's as if they don't want to leave any traces of how those wolves were killed. Xalvador finishes for me, and I nod. Yes, that's exactly what I have been thinking. I say. Just then, Beta Axel enters with Liam. They inform us about the dead bodies being buried, and Xalvador explains to them what we just talked about, the attack. They both express their views and agree, but nothing significant emerges from it. I take my leave and walk up to my room that I share with my monster mate. I sigh and sit on the bed when I hear the door creaking. I walk to the door, my senses alert. I catch a whiff of a foreign smell before it vanishes completely. I enter the room, and there is something not right. I look around, but find nothing. I shrug off the feeling as paranoia and look out of the window. The incidents of the attack are strange. It doesn't seem like a normal werewolf attack, and it's definitely not a human attack. There is no evidence of a silver bullet, because that's the only way werewolves that strong would be affected. I dread the awkward dinner as I walk down the staircase. I spot Xalvador waiting for me, and everyone takes seats as I arrive. We begin the food, and the beta speaks after a while. Alpha, you need to decide what you want to do with those wolves in basement. He says, and Xalvador nods. There is nothing to decide. Deal with them. Use silver shackles to tie them up, and then use silver knives. He says briefly, and I feel shocked at how casually he talked about it. And using silver is itself an example of how cruel he can be. I know wolves are punished in a pack, but this is a demo of how heartless Mr. Alpha Xalvador is. I look at Liam with accusation, and he looks away. I devour my food, hating every second of it. I walk silently to the basement, hoping to see those wolves. I made sure my monster mate went to the office, so I have some time to myself. I remember the way since that's the first part of this house that I saw. I go into the same room first, but it's empty. Then I check out a couple more, and finally, in the last, dark basement, I hear voices of groaning and pain. I shiver as I open the massive door and go down the small steps. I see 3 wolves, shackled in silver cuffs and chains. There are marks all over their bodies, and it's an even more terrible sight than what I saw in the forest today. I walk cautiously to them, my hands itching to help them. Please help us. One of them calls out to me as I near them. I can if I don't know why you guys are here. I exclaim, concern evident in my voice. We just went against Alpha's rules and didn't win the last fight with the Gray Sky Pack as we got attacked first. He was displeased, and so he punished us like this. Another one explains with great pain and groaning after every word. Oh my God. How can he be so ruthless? I whisper to myself, and the wolves groan in pain again. My eyes search the room for a key or something, but I don't find anything. I try to touch the shackles, but my fingers get cut the moment they contact the silver. I scream and draw my hand back, feeling even more terrified for the 3 wolves. What are you doing here? A deafening voice growls from behind me, and I know it's the monster. I muster up all my courage and turn to face him. He looks dangerous, terrifying, and just the beast that he is. I look up to him in the eyes and cower on the inside when they darken murderously. His eyes move to the blood and cuts on my fingers, and he growls again. A growl so loud that it echoes like thunder in the basement. Calming my erratic breathing, I speak up. Leave those wolves. They have not done that big of a crime, Mr. Alpha. I say with a firm voice, and Xalvador walks over to me. You are my mate, but that doesn't mean you defy my orders and come here all alone. Nor do you get to talk in such a tone. He warns me. Oh yeah? You are not some god. You're a living being, and so are they. Stop being so cruel, okay? I raise my voice. I make the decisions here. Now go back to our room. Guards. He orders, and 2 large men rush by his side. He motions for them to take me away, and I scowl in disgust. You're a monster, Xalvador. Merciless and cruel and heartless and ruthless. I hate you, and I hate to be your mate. I scream as the guards pull me away, despite my strong resistance. Xalvador ignores me, and I look back at the wolves as the guards drag me up the stairs. Luna. I hear them cry, and tears begin to surface. The guards bring me out of the basement, and that is when I hear 3 ear-deafening screams. He killed them. Monster. Chapter 13. I run to the training field, my hatred towards Xalvador multiplied by 1,000 times. Yeah, Fianna. This is your mate. The one you want to be with. I taunt Fianna and she whimpers. You can't judge him, Era. He must have had a reason for doing what he did. She says, and I scoff. We saw and heard everything, Fianna. The truth is that he is a monster and you are no longer in your right senses. I snap and shut the mind link immediately because I can't bear her defending that monster. I walk to the back of the house where I usually train. I expect it to be empty, but I find Liam training there too. I ignore him and start training. Arabella, he says and walks towards me. I don't answer him and continue training, facing the other side. Arabella, listen to me, he says and walks around. Now what explanation do you have for your alpha? I snap and his face turns desperate. See, I understand that you haven't seen much people get killed in your whole life, but in packs it is different. Every alpha has a strong reason for doing anything he does, and Alpha Xalvador is one of them. He has to have a valid reason for killing those wolves we talked about. No, Liam, you're wrong. You don't know anything about my past life, so let me tell you this, I have seen people get killed. And about having a reason for every action, I know what your heartless alpha's reasons were. Don't try to defend him. Those wolves told me everything, and the way they were being tortured, it was pure cruelty. I conclude, breathless. Come on, Era. You can't trust those, he begins, and I cut him off. I can't trust your alpha either. Please stop talking about him, you will only make things worse, trust me. I say, and walk away. I had nowhere to go, so I decided to go to the monster's room, hoping he wouldn't be there. Thankfully, I find the room empty and decide to take a quick nap. I lie down and closing my eyes provides slight relief. I feel Grandma caressing my hair, whispering sweet words to me. I smile in content and turn to snuggle with her. She usually feels so soft, but today, she feels so solid. I snap open my eyes in realization and flinch away from Xalvador. How dare you touch me, monster? I shout and move away from him. Within a second, he pins me down, his face grim and his eye looking murderous. Never ever do that again, sugar bun. Do not deprive of my mate rights. He warns me, holding me firmly. Tingles shoot up immediately, and I struggle to push him away. He tightens his grip on me and leans into my neck, breathing hard. Why do you do this, Bella? Always driving me insane and then compelling me to control myself. He looks up into my eyes and stares intensely. Right now, every nerve in my body is screaming to mark you and claim you right here and right now. He says, emphasizing the word slowly. You even try to mark me and I will burn this entire place down. I give him a fake warning. I won't, of course, but I can't let him mark me. That would weaken every resistance I can put up right now. Xalvador's eyes turn entirely black, and he squeezes my wrists tightly. Why do you hate me so much? What wrong have I ever done to you? He growls, his face contorted as if in restraint, and I flinch slightly. Everything. You stole my life, my freedom, and my happiness. There I was until a few days ago, living a free and content life, and here I am today, stuck with a heartless and cruel alpha like you. I retaliate, tears starting to form in my eyes. Why do you call me a heartless person? Because I killed those wolves in the basement? You want to know why? I'll show you. He says fiercely and drags me up in one quick move. Whoa, I wasn't expecting this. He drags me out of the room and down the hall, his actions aggressive and relentless. Stares and stares are all that I feel as the monster drags me out of the pack house and into the forest to somewhere unknown. I doubt for a second that he would hurt me in some way, but that thought passes away as quickly as it comes. Fianna's blind trust and attraction towards Xalvador are frightening. I follow him, stumbling at times as he leads me to a village-like area. This must be where the rest of the pack resides. As we keep walking, I see a small house at the end of the path. He takes me in there, and it's dark and messy. There is almost no furniture except for a small bed, a small kitchen counter, some blankets, and a small closet-like thing. There are 2 doors in the room, and the house appears to be in disrepair, yet it's pretty clean. Mariah. Tyler. Xalvador calls in the softest tone I have ever heard him speak in. His change of tone takes me aback, but then I hear one of the doors creaking. I see 2 children enter from there. A small girl, about 6 years old, dressed in a cute blue frock, holds her hand tightly. I see a small boy, about 4, walking beside her. Their eyes light up when they land on Xalvador, and they run to him. In response, Xalvador kneels immediately, pulling them both into a hug. I watch the exchange, not believing a second of it. How are these children not afraid of this monster? Xalvador releases them both and stands, picking up the boy in his arms and caressing the girl's head. This is Mariah and this is Tyler. Xalvador introduces me to both of them. I smile at the children and they stare back. Children, this is your Luna, Arabella. Xalvador explains, and they both widen their eyes slightly. They are children, so I don't correct Xalvador's introduction of me this time. He puts the kids away after some time and instructs them to play around. After they reach a distance, he walks to me, and I perk up for an explanation. These children you see, they were tortured mentally by those wolves I killed today. Their father, Mason, was from the Silver Falls pack, which left that pack after being disrespected and mistreated. He was a great combatant and sought help from me. After I was assured of his honesty, I let him swear as a member of my pack, and since then, he has stayed faithful to Dark Moon. But to take revenge, the wolves of the Silver Falls abducted him, his wife, and these 2 kids. In front of their eyes, they brutally harmed Mason and his wife. They mocked while the children cried and fought helplessly for their parents. They made these kids watch their parents suffer and perish. Can you imagine the pain and agony these kids have gone through? They're so young and innocent. They were lifeless for months before they finally started interacting again. It was only a week ago that I found and arrested those wolves who harmed them. He says in a strained voice, and I gasp slightly, tears surfacing. I look at the children again and see the innocence and reluctance in their actions. Tyler clutches Mariah's hand at all times as if scared that she would disappear. Their eyes look so forlorn. They stick together as if they see the entire world around them, threatening to harm them again. I look away and think about how wrong I was about Xalvador. Those wolves were lying, and I was foolish enough to believe them. I chose to believe them over Fianna, Liam, and Xalvador. I turn to Xalvador and find him watching the kids with a fierce protectiveness that I am now familiar with. His eyes are soft and tender, unlike ever. When he catches me staring, his face quickly resumes its usual, serious facade. Why don't they stay in the pack house? I question in a low voice. Because they don't want to. They don't feel safe anymore, especially in the pack house where everyone is unknown to them. The people here know them, and so these kids feel safer and more at home. I check up on them regularly and provide them with whatever little they ask for. They barely speak. He explains, and my heart clenches in pain for the 2 children. I feel horrible for believing those gruesome rascals and kneeling to the children. They move away as I approach them, and that shows how frightened they still are. I immediately stand again, to show I mean no harm. I and Xalvador linger around for a while. We'll come back later, Mariah and Tyler. Take care. He says this after a few minutes, and we both leave. Who takes care of them? I question as we start on our way back. There is an old lady in the house next to them. She sleeps with them each night and is with them for most of the day except for the time she goes to the pack church. He says, and I nod wordlessly. The rest of the journey is quiet, and I feel more and more guilt with each passing second. As we reach the pack house, Xalvador turns to me with a straight face. Fianna flinches, and this time. I do too. I have business to attend to. I'll see you later. He says curtly and leaves towards his office. As I climb the stairs to Xalvador's room, there is only one thought that runs through my mind. I have to apologize. Chapter 14. I fret over how I should apologize to Xalvador when I spot Liam in the kitchen. I pace to him. I was pretty mean to him, too. Hey, can we talk? I say lightly as I reach him at the kitchen counter. He looks up and nods immediately. Sure, Mississippi Arabella. He says, and I flinch at his formal address to me, but then realize why he did so. There are people from the pack around here. Smart. We both walk to the front yard, where there are a few wolves training and some just lingering here and there. Liam doesn't say anything, and I realize he is waiting for me to initiate the conversation. I am sorry about today morning. I shouldn't have acted the way I did. I am sorry for snapping like that. Comes his reply, and I stutter to keep the conversation going. And you were right, I shouldn't have judged the Mons, I mean your Alpha, I say with a shrug, and Liam stays quiet. I wait for him to say something, but he looks away, uninterested. I messed up with him. God. I start walking away as he doesn't budge. Great, Arabella. Just great. You lost your only friend here. As I reach some distance, I hear a chuckle, which then turns into laughter. I turn around in confusion and see Liam doubling over with laughter. I stomp to him and narrow my eyes at him. I just apologized, okay? I huff and he laughs even louder. A few wolves look at us, and the first thing I feel is Xalvador's jealousy over this. You really thought of apologizing because you talked to me in a rude manner? Seriously? He exclaims between laughs, and I don't get his point. He realizes my confusion and straightens up. Okay, I am sorry. I shouldn't have laughed. But trust me, it's very new for me to hear someone apologizing. I mean, this pack is full of egoistic dudes who pretend like they don't know that a word like sorry exists. It's always a fight when anything happens, so I wanted you to continue your sorry speech. I was kinda enjoying it. He says, laughing again. I glare at him, and he puts up his hands in surrender. Okay, fine, I'll stop. I am not even angry about the morning Arabella. But Alpha definitely is. He broke several chairs in the storeroom after he returned with you. Also, his punching bag was brutally assaulted. He informs, and I feel shivers already. Yeah, I know. I am gonna apologize, but I am just not sure how to. Just go for it. You are his mate. He is weak without you. I am sure he will forgive you. Liam encourages. I realize he's right. I have to do it sometime. Might as well go for it now. I search for him in the office first, but find it empty. I then check the training field, but there are only the training wolves there. I then finally go to his room, where I find him sitting on the bed, his back facing me. I clench my fists nervously as I enter and jump when he suddenly speaks. Arabella. I take a deep breath and then begin. I am sorry for what I did earlier today. I judged you before you had a chance to explain, and that was wrong on my part. And I realize that now. I say, and Xalvador grunts softly. I wait for him to say something, but he doesn't. He gets up after a while and starts walking out the door. I feel like I can't let him go without forgiving me. I feel this stupid need to make things right. Without thinking for a second, I speak. I have lost someone too. I say, and he freezes in his steps. He turns around after a moment, and his expression urges me to continue. She was, say, my godmother. My only family. I know she was not my mother or any blood relative. She told me that herself. I sit on the bed now as Xalvador listens intently. But she cared for me just like a mother. I don't remember everything, but I do remember that she loved me. A lot. I remember that we used to run. From one forest to another. She would carry me for endless hours, and when night fell, she would make me fall asleep in her arms, which felt like a cradle of warmth and protection. But then I lost her that evening. I don't know what age I was when I last saw her. It all happened in a blur. She was caressing my back while I slept contentedly. The next moment, she was in a panic. I thought we would run like always, but no, this time she just hid me underground. I was barely able to breathe, but with her by my side, I knew I was safe. I heard cries and screams while I was down, battling for air. When the voices fell silent and it became eerie and quiet, I came out, only to see her body. She was drenched in blood, and the sight still gives me nightmares. I lost her. My godmother. My everything. I finish and realize that I am shaking, tears falling freely. Before I can wipe my drenched cheeks, Xalvador hugs me tightly. I don't resist or oppose. His hug makes me feel better and secure. And that is something I need right now. I let go and cry, showing my most vulnerable side to him, but I don't care. I don't know if it's the mate bond, but I don't feel weak as I cry in his arms. It feels perfectly normal. Sugar bun. It's okay. Xalvador coos, and I put my arms around him. He stiffens in surprise, but then quickly holds me back while I cry. After a few minutes, I pull away as my tears start to wither. I wipe my cheeks with the sleeves of the t-shirt I am wearing. I sit back, and Xalvador looks at me with his intense gaze. "I'm sorry about accusing you that way earlier," I whisper. He cups my face, and I stay still. "It's okay. Your outburst is not the only reason I got angry," he says, and I frown in confusion. "What do you mean?" I ask, and his eyes wander all over my face before he leans in, pressing his lips to my forehead. "Nothing, sugar bun. Take rest. You must be tired," he says in a strained voice and walks out of the room. I stare at the ajar door blankly and close my eyes and sigh. It's so messed up with him. He is so difficult to figure out. He can be all sweet one minute and then back to his old self the next. I saw this completely new side of him today, just like he did. I pull my hair in frustration and fall back on the bed. I wake up to realize it's almost time for dinner. I walk down to the kitchen and see some girls cleaning the plates and laying the dishes. I walk to the counter, pick up another plate and a cloth to start cleaning. "Luna," a girl says, startled as she realizes what I am doing. She catches the attention of the other two girls, and they gasp too. We can do this, Luna. Please," one of them says. "Oh no, please. Let me help. I get bored to death sitting in the room all day, and please call me anything but Luna. Please?" I explain softly but confidently, hoping those girls will see that I am normal. Just like them. They exchange reluctant looks, then glance at me. "Don't worry. Your Alpha won't do anything," I assure them, and they still hesitate. "I am sorry, Luna, but I don't then dash," one of them begins, and I cut her off. "Well, you're stopping the Luna from doing something she wishes," I say authoritatively, and they all look down. "Great, Arabella." "Hey, no, I didn't mean to scare you. It is just that I really need some work to do," I say desperately. "Also, you guys seem my age, and I could do with some friends here." I shrug, and they all look up. "You mean friends with us?" One of them confirms, and I nod. "But you are the Alpha's dash. Mate?" "Yeah, I know, but I still remain a human. Besides, I am used to a rough life. Of course, you guys know I am a rogue, so. Besides, this wasn't even my choice." I explain, and they look at each other again, giving slight nods. "We would love to get to know you." The girl standing in the middle says, "Arabella." I complete her sentence, and they widen their eyes. "Please just call me Arabella, and I promise no one will tell you anything," I assure them, and they relax. "Okay, Arabella. I am Maisie, this is Emily, and this is Sandra." Maisie introduces herself and the other two. I smile and shake their hands, and they seem to relax a little. We all begin to lay the dishes as they ask me small questions, cautiously. Chapter 15. "So how did you get here?" Emily asks me, and I tell her the whole story. "Wow, you are an elemental," they all exclaim at the same time. "Yeah, what about you guys? Are your families from the pack?" I try to change the subject. "Yeah, we three are friends from childhood. Our fathers are among the high-ranked wolves in the pack," Sandra says proudly, and I nod. "That's fantastic. Then why do you guys work here?" "Oh, those are Alpha's orders. He wants the entire pack to be active. We train in the morning and then help in the pack house's chores. We are not allowed to train full-time as we still not 20 yet," she explains, and I nod. "Oh, so he doesn't allow anyone less than 20 years to go for pack fights too then?" I question, and they nod. "Yeah, Alpha Xalvador is very protective, especially for women and children," Sandra says, and Fianna nudges me. I shut her off, and our conversation ends there as people start to arrive for dinner. I look at Xalvador at dinner and imagine him being protective of women and kids. He looks at me, and I turn my head away so fast that it actually hurts. "Axel, Liam, meet me in my office after dinner," he commands, and the Beta and Liam nod. The rest of the dinner passes by quietly, and I am the first one to finish my food. I get up and feel Xalvador's eyes on me till I exit the room. I go to the back of the house and stretch out. It's empty as everyone is in the dining room. I replay the events of the day in my head, feeling confused than I was before. I train for about an hour and a half, and then I go back home, utterly tired. As I walk past Xalvador's office, I hear voices. They're becoming more and more confident every day. "We have to put an end to this. We will leave for the attack tomorrow night. Call the unit heads and brief them. I hear Xalvador's gruff voice. Okay, Alpha. What's the plan? How are we going to attack? Beta asks next. My sources tell me the southwest border of their land is the most vulnerable. Rough, uneven, and covered with a thick forest. That will be our entry point. Remember, our aim is to make their Alpha surrender. Take care no innocent lives are lost. Xalvador says, and my stomach flutters again. I clench my eyes to cease the feeling and listen on. I wonder who they are talking about. But Alpha. The pack was one of most cowardly ones. I wonder what led to their sudden courage, that too against a pack like ours. Axel says. The first thing that comes to mind is that they might have made allies. Strong allies. They have got backup, and that means we need to be extra careful. Xalvador concludes in a confident tone, and I decide to walk away. I don't want them to think I was eavesdropping on them. I settle in Xalvador's room and sit by the window. I imagine leaving for wherever Xalvador is planning to. And then I guess a pack fight. That would be the first time I will fight for anyone apart from me. You should have come inside. Xalvador's voice comes suddenly from behind me, and I jump slightly, startled. He knows again. I don't know what you mean. I play dumb. Yes, you do. Outside the office. He states, and I curse the mate bond. I wasn't eavesdropping or anything. I was just passing by and heard you guys talking. I say in my defense, and he nods. I never accused you of anything, did I? He says as he removes his shirt. I widen my eyes as I yet again marvel at what a fantastic body he has. I experience the full pull of the mate bond, and every nerve in my body is sizzling. I quickly look away, only to catch his smug smirk. I glare at him and get under the covers on the bed and squint my eyes closed. I feel sleepy in a short while due to the training. As I drift into sleep, I feel a strong arm surround my stomach, and I'm pulled into a rigid body. I need to stop this cuddling. I mentally remind myself in an almost doze-off state. I'll do that tomorrow, I then add. When morning comes, I wake up after I hear the door close behind Xalvador. I already know what I am going to do for the day. I shower, get dressed from the new wardrobe Xalvador arranged for me, and hop down to the kitchen. I grab an apple and then leave the pack house, hoping I don't bump into the Alpha or Liam. I recall the path Xalvador took me through yesterday, and finally reached the residential area. I walk to the last house, unsure of why I really came here. I knock on the door, and there is no reply. I knock again, and then stand there with my fingers crossed. The door finally creaks open, and I see the small girl, Mariah, standing there holding hands with Tyler. I smile and kneel, and their eyes widen. Luluna. Mariah gasps, and I quickly shake my head. I am not. I mean, you don't have to call me Luna. My name is Arabella. You can call me that. I say, and she shakes her head. We can't. Mama always taught us to respect the Alpha and the Luna, she says with a sad, timid expression, and my heart clenches in pain. Please come in, Mariah says politely, and I enter. She pulls out the only small stool for me and gestures for me to sit. As I take a seat, I realize how mature she acts. Life showed her things number 7-year-old should see. I see grace, responsibility, and maturity in her every action. Tyler follows her around, and they both sit. So, what do you both do here all day? I ask, and Tyler responds after a moment's hesitation. We help Nana with her cooking work, and then sometimes she takes us for a walk. We don't really like to go, but Nana insists that we are safe. Tyler says it in such an innocent tone that I can't help but feel their pain. I know that the worst feeling in this world is feeling unprotected and alone. If I think life has been bad to me, these kids have it worse. Okay, I have got you guys something, I say and retrieve 2 chocolate bars from my back pocket. I extend my hand with a smile, and Tyler is about to jump for it, but Mariah stops him. I look into her eyes, trying to convey that I am not going to hurt them. She seems to understand and, with cautious steps, moves towards me. She takes the bars from my hand, and I wait patiently. They both eat the bar, savoring it till the last bite, and I feel content. I spend an hour there, trying to make small talk when I finally feel Mariah letting go of her stern, protective composure. Not wanting to force myself upon them, I then decide to leave. As I'm leaving, an old lady enters the house. Her eyes widen, and she immediately throws a protective glance at the children. I am about to assure her when Tyler speaks. Nana, this is our Luna. We told you Alpha Xalvador came here with her yesterday. She gave us chocolate bars. He says enthusiastically, and the lady immediately looks at me. I seek your apologies, Luna. I didn't know you were, she begins, but I cut her off. Please don't call me Luna, ma'am. I just came here to meet Mariah and Tyler, and I'm glad I got to meet the woman who looks after them selflessly. I say with respect, and her eyes soften. The moon never makes wrong choices. She says with a smile and pats my shoulder. Not understanding her, I take my leave. Just as I reach a distance from the house, a huge wolf pounces on me. Having quick reflexes, I dodge him, but his paws scratch my right arm. I get up, taking a defensive stance, and realize there are 8 of them surrounding me. This isn't good. Chapter 16. I suddenly hear a thunderous growl, and the wolves stiffen. They release me, and with one last glare into my eyes, they run away. At a distance, I see them running, but after that, they seem to disappear. I lay limply on the ground, my eyes squinting due to the light. I feel a shadow looming over, and I open my eyes to see Xalvador's giant wolf standing there. His eyes are full black, and I can feel the anger radiating off him. He steps closer, and I whimper as his paw nail scratches my injured side slightly. He growls, and immediately someone comes forward and drops clothes at his feet. He then mind-links me. Shift. He orders. No. I need to be alone for that. I say back weakly, and he snarls at me. Arabella, shift. Right now. He barks even louder, and Fianna shivers in submission. No, Xalvador. I am not shifting until you leave me alone. I say back fiercely, and he growls in annoyance, but leaves nevertheless. I smile in victory and trot to a nearby house's side. I shift and put on the clothes available. I then walk to the front near Xalvador's wolf. There are bruises all over my body, and Xalvador's entire wolf form shakes with anger as he takes in my condition. How dare you come here without my knowledge? He barks with fury, and I can't help but feel angry and melt at the same time at his possessiveness and concern. You don't own me. I retort, and he takes a step forward. I am your alpha and your mate. So I do have power over you. He snaps angrily. You are neither my alpha nor have I accepted you as my mate, so stop bossing around. I spit back in equal fury. His jaw clenches and he growls, looking around. He is about to say something when an unfamiliar voice cuts him off. You are her. I turn to see an old man walking towards me, limping slightly, and his eyes fixed on me. I frown in confusion, and Xalvador growls somewhat as if to avert the old guy's eye from me. But the old man doesn't budge. There is no doubt. You are her. He says in a dazed manner and walks away, lost in thought. A confused silence falls between me and Xalvador, but he snaps out of it sooner. We are leaving. He commands and stoops down, hoisting me in his arms. I glare and wiggle my legs to make him put me down, but he doesn't listen. I stomp my fists on his shoulders and sigh in frustration. I glare at him as he starts walking, and again wiggle my body, which makes me whimper in pain. Arabella, don't. He says sternly, staring down at me, and I stop. As we walk away from the village, I see a scared Tyler and Mariah come out and smile weakly at me. I blink my eyes in a no-problem gesture, and their figures fade as Xalvador picks up speed. Xalvador rests me softly on his bed and immediately summons a lady, whom I assume is the pack doctor. She examines my wounds and checks something by wrapping a cloth-like thing around my arm. The wounds are deep but not serious damage. They will heal quickly, she says, and Xalvador nods in what I would call relief. She then puts some medicines beside the bed and then gets up to depart. Take care, Luna, she says as she closes the door and cringes at the address. Xalvador catches that, and his eyes darken slightly. He seems like he is about to snap, but holds it in and leaves the room, slamming the door slightly. I sigh and close my eyes, letting the tiredness wash over me. When I wake up next, I find Emily sitting beside me. I am confused as I sit up, and she stands surprised. I am sorry, Luna. I was just here to tell you that Alpha Xalvador wants to see you, she says politely. Thanks, Emily. And you don't have to call me Luna. Please. I say, and she nods, smiles, and then leaves the room. I get up feeling my sides ache and fix my hair. I reach Xalvador's office and again, before I can knock, his voice commands me to come inside. I shake my head in annoyance at the powers of the bond and enter. As I stand before him, his eyes sweep over my body, stopping at the scars and wounds. His stare makes me feel all giddy and tingly, but I know it's just the effect of the mate bond. He then motions for me to sit, and I take a chair. Why did you go there? He asks, and I shrug. Because I wanted to. Well, he doesn't like my reply, though. And you couldn't ask me first? He asks, bewildered, and I shake my head. I am not in your pack with my own wish, and you are not my alpha. If you are forcing me to stay here, I still will hold on to my free will. I retort sternly. His face hardens as if he can't accept my words. This isn't over. But for now, I need you to tell me what exactly happened. He demands. Gosh, does this guy know about the existence of a word called polite? I met the kids, and then just as I started to return, a huge wolf pounced at me. I dodged, but he managed to scratch my arms. Then, when I turned around, I saw 8 of them surrounding me. I say it simply and untangled, and his eyes avert to my bruised arm. He then begins to think about something, and I ponder whether I should ask him the following question. So, who do you think were those people? I ask cautiously. I am not sure, but Elizabeth will tell me. I already sent her a word that I need her. He says, and the mate bond jitters. Elizabeth. A girl. That's all Fianna can feel, which directly affects me. Jealousy sweeps over my body, and I try to hold back those feelings. But even then, without even realizing, I ask him. Who's Elizabeth? Even though I have no part in it, my tone comes out as jealous and accusing. Xalvador senses this, and I see a slight smirk form on his face. I huff inwardly and glare at Fianna. She smiles sheepishly and curls into a ball. Wow, talk about having a half and a best friend. Why is she my old friend? A very trusted, smart, intelligent, and beautiful friend. I really adore her. Xalvador says slowly on purpose, undoubtedly enjoying my angry and jealous expressions. So he likes another girl, huh? Good for me. I can get out of here then. It's not like I am attracted to him anyway. Yeah, right. Fianna pops up and rolls her eyes. Shut up, Fianna. I snap and cut off the link. I look at Xalvador to find him smirking smugly at my inner conflict. I glare and get out of the chair. I don't care who she is or what she does. I have other chores to attend to. I turn my neck to the side and start to leave. Oh, really? Chores like what? Xalvador asks sarcastically, folding his arms. He is having way too much fun. Like thinking of ways to run from an obnoxious, arrogant, and annoying man who has held me captive. I say be aware of the exact effect it will have. Xalvador's eyes show the disappearance of his smugness, and instead, his eyes narrow in warning. I smile sweetly and leave the room, slamming the door behind me just like he did earlier. I am walking to Xalvador's room when I crash into someone. I look up to see it's Maisie with a shocked expression on her face. I am sorry. She mumbles, lost, and starts walking in another direction. Maisie, wait. I say, and she turns around. Her face turns into one of surprise, as if she just realized she crashed into me. Oh, hello, Luna. I am really sorry I didn't see you, she says hurriedly. That's okay. But are you fine? You look lost. I ask. Yeah, I'm totally good, she says with a fake smile and walks away. I shrug in confusion and continue my journey to Xalvador's room. Chapter 17. The next day, I wake up and there is a buzz in the entire pack house. As I pass the hallways dressed casually, there are happy gushes about a woman coming. Elizabeth. It's like the whole pack is satisfied that she is coming. She sure is quite popular. I wonder how charming she is to captivate almost everyone's attention. I walk dazed to the front door, where I find Xalvador, Liam, and Beta Axel standing with a lot of other wolves in presumably the welcome of Elizabeth. Hey, I whisper as I stand next to Liam, and he smiles his usual charming smile. Hey, Luna. He jokes, and I narrow my eyes. Don't call me that. And what is all this welcome about? How great is this Elizabeth person? I ask, my tone a bit mocking. Oh, someone's jealous. I am not jealous. I say defensively. I didn't take your name. He points out, and I realize what I just did. I am about to say something when my arm is grabbed and I am pulled forward. I look up to find a frowning Xalvador. You should be standing beside me, he says in a gruff tone, and Liam chuckles from behind. I ignore him and free my arm out of Xalvador's grasp and put some distance between us. He makes a disapproving sound in his throat and pulls me closer to him by the waist. I am about to oppose, but I spot a figure approaching from the side. I realize it's the epic lady these people are waiting for, and Fiona is immediately on guard, eyes possessively fixed on Xalvador. As the figure nears the house, I try to think what must be so alluring about her to have captivated the Alpha, Beta, and the Third in command of the largest pack in the world. As Elizabeth finally reaches her, I gasp in surprise. She is not at all what I expected. I expected a tall, slender, curvaceous, and pretty woman, but instead I find myself staring at an elderly lady. Though she is old, I can see she is perfectly in shape, and her form is firm and confident. Her eyes are the prettiest shade, and there is a welcoming gleam in her entire stance. She smiles warmly as she climbs up the stairs to Xalvador. He immediately goes forward and hugs her, and then kisses her cheek. How are you, Elizabeth? It's been long. I am fine, and yes, it indeed has been a while, she says, looking at him warmly. Xalvador nods in agreement, and they both look towards me. And who is this Alpha Xalvador? She asks, and I find myself totally non-formally dressed to make a first impression on such an obviously important person for this pack. Wait, when did I start caring about what people think of me? Especially an opinion coming from someone from this pack? I shake my head slightly as if to clear my thoughts when Xalvador answers. She is my mate, Arabella. He answers, and she nods her head in perfectly proportioned elegance and style. Ah, I see. But as far as I recall, I have never seen her before. She says confidently. Does that mean she knows everyone in this pack? That isn't really possible, right? That's because she was a rogue, Xalvador answers, and I am surprised as his tone doesn't hold 1% of shame or disgust. It's almost as if he's proud to introduce me. However, this doesn't seem to sit well with Elizabeth as she frowns. Really? You were a rogue before you met him? She asks me, a bit bewildered. Her tone isn't accusing or disgusted. It sounds like she is confused and doesn't believe me. Yes, ma'am, I answer politely, and she smiles a small smile, though it doesn't reach her eyes, and her face mirrors confusion. Elizabeth, shall we go inside? Xalvador asks, and she snaps out of her thoughts and nods with a smile. We all enter the house, and everyone starts greeting Elizabeth. She hugs Beta Axel, Liam, and almost smiles at every other person in the room. A girl comes forward and picks up her small bag, probably escorting her to her room. Everyone disperses, chatting and smiling. Xalvador doesn't smile, but I can sense he is happy. His entire form is more relaxed than I have ever seen, and his face looks content. I shrug and am about to leave when Xalvador stops me. Bella, wait. He calls out, and I turn to him. Don't you want to know who Elizabeth is? He asks, and I don't know how to answer this question. Yeah. I finally say, and he motions for me to follow him. Once we settle inside his office, he begins. Elizabeth is an old friend of mine, ever since I became the alpha of this pack. But that is not the only thing special about her, he says and stops deliberately as if to create an air of suspense. She is blessed with the power of impeccable senses, which means that she can smell, hear, feel sharper and stronger than any other wolf in this world. And when I say strong, I mean strong. Wow, that's amazing, I whisper, not really understanding what this means. Bella, Elizabeth also has the sharpest memory that you can imagine. She, if she glances once, can remember a face, a place, an object, or anything for centuries together. The same thing applies to smell. She has visited all packs that exist in the world, which is why by just sniffing once, she can tell exactly which pack's smell it is. He further explains, and I widen my eyes in awe. Oh my God. That's incredible. I gasp softly, lost in thought. Xalvador nods, and now I understand how she must know everyone in this pack. Yes, and the wolves that attacked you, Mariah and Tyler, I have a suspicion they are from the Silverwoods pack, but just to confirm my suspicion, I have called Elizabeth here. Otherwise, she was out on one of her tours to learning and exploring things. He says, but if you already suspect it's the Silverwoods that attacked us, why do you need a confirmation? I mean, do you always call her before any attack? I ask. No, Bella, of course not. The Silverwoods is a weak pack. They are our enemies, but have never really attacked us before with this confidence and power, which is making me question my doubts. Their pathetic excuse of an alpha can definitely not be brave and non-cowardly enough to attack like this. Besides, apart from you, they have attacked and wounded 3 of my border wolves. He explains, and I nod in understanding. Well then, Elizabeth sounds perfect to clear out your suspicions, I say, and get up to leave. Xalvador quickly stops me, trapping me between him and the table. My heartbeats accelerate as he breathes near my ear. Although Bella, it was really amusing to watch you get all jealous over her. He whispers in a low voice, and I can literally hear my heart thumping. I wasn't jealous. I managed to squeak and feel him smirking against my skin. Sure, you weren't sugar bun. He whispers again, pressing a kiss just below my ears. It sends shivers through my body, and I clutch the table for support. He trails kisses downwards, towards my cheeks, my jaw, and then finally to my neck. I gasp as he presses his lips to my neck. Xalvador, stop. I say weakly, but he doesn't budge. His hand creeps to my waist, pulling me tighter against him, and I grab his shoulder for balance. Please stop, I say again, my voice just slightly firmer than before. He grumbles incoherently and continues. I begin to lose my resolve as strong feelings shoot through my body. I know if he keeps going like this, my resolve will break, and I can't let that happen. I push him away, breathless, and his eyes darken. I'm sorry, I whisper in between pants and quickly exit his room, only to realize later that Elizabeth caught my flustered self running. As I reach the stairs, my heart pounding, I take a glance back at the empty hall. Gosh, I must have made such a weird impression on Elizabeth. And I care because she is such a prominent figure in the entire werewolf community, and here I am, acting like a maniac in front of her. I sigh in frustration at my own and walk to my room when I hear voices. They are high-pitched, and the tone is pained. I take a left turn and walk to the room where I hear the voices coming from. As I try to concentrate, I realize that I can't decipher the sound. It's almost like a foreign language. I turn the lock and immediately look inside, feeling shocked by what I see next. Chapter 18. I gasp as I see Maisie seated on the floor, her eyes closed and her nose bleeding. I run towards her, and she snaps her eyes open. Maisie, oh my God, what's wrong? I ask her as blood doesn't stop flowing out of her nose. I frantically look around the room and find a towel on a hanger. I grasp it quickly and dab it on her nose. There are tears in her eyes, and she is panting a bit. I'll get some ice. I tell her I'm rushed and start to go to the kitchen, but she stops me. Luna, no, wait. Please don't go. And please don't tell anyone about this. I'll be fine. I just need to be alone, she says, and I shake my head. No, Maisie, I am not going anywhere until I make sure you are fine. I say, Luna, please. Just go. I am really fine. Please. She says sternly, and I realize that she doesn't want me to be here. Her tone is the rudest I have heard her use when talking to me. Okay, Maisie. I am sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. I say in a low voice and leave the room, closing the door softly behind me. As I walk to my room, I feel a slight pang. I thought I would get along with Maisie, but now I see that is not really going to happen. I sigh and slump on Xalvador's bed. I stare at the ceiling blankly and think about how much my life has changed. A few days before, I was free and didn't have to worry about anything except my own survival. But now, I sigh as words fall short to complete my feelings. The freedom, the open forest, living by my own free will. It was all so good. All that has changed so drastically. I wish I had never stepped into this pack's land. Being here makes me feel more alone than I ever was. I decide to brush my saddening thoughts and get up to go out for some muscle exercise. I sigh in relief as yet again I find the back of the house empty. I stretch and practice some defense moves. In the middle of my training session, I feel eyes on me. I look around to find nothing and shake my head. Now I'm being paranoid too. Great. I wash my neck and face with water as I return from a tower training session. Just then, I see people gathering in the backyard of the house to hear what Elizabeth has to say about the dead wolves that attacked me. I rush along and people instantly make way. I stand in front of the bodies kept in the frost as Elizabeth and Xalvador arrive with the others. Xalvador stands beside me, and Liam follows suit. Elizabeth opens the lid of the frost and bends down to sniff. Once, twice, thrice. Then she puts the lid back and walks towards us, a grim expression on her face. What did you smell? Xalvador asks curiously. This is strange, Alpha Xalvador. The smell on these wolves is yes, of the Silver Falls pack, but there is another confusing fusion of smell which I can't really make out. It's strange, astringent, and different, she says, and everyone, including me, is confused. Everyone waits for Xalvador's opinion, and he seems to be thinking, a frown on his lips. His lips, his oh so sensual lips. I feel like grabbing him right here and kissing him and feeling the power that people say a mate bond has. Okay, stop. I don't think like that. Fiona does. I could never want to kiss a person who kidnapped me. Even then, I can't help but stare mesmerized at him. His shapely forehead has a vein sticking out every time he thinks too hard, the flex of his taut jaw and the stubble that he always has on. Catching my creepy stare, his eyes snap to mine. I don't exactly know my expression, but his eyes turn dark and he immediately conceals it by blinking. I look away, feeling hazy with the raging emotions due to the mate pull. Get a grip, Arabella. All eyes are on Xalvador as he begins speaking. I understand that this is a very strange event, but we cannot overlook the fact that Silverwoods was involved in the attack. That information alone is sufficient enough to teach them that no one messes with our pack. We will leave in an hour. Beta, get our warriors ready. He barks orders and Beta Axel nods. But what about the smell? It's a smell which means it is something from within the body of those wolves. It can be something dangerous. You can't neglect that these wolves smell two different scents. You are going too hasty about this decision, I say, and I hear some gasps of surprise from the gathered crowd. Xalvador raises his head in thought and then shakes it. We will leave in an hour, he says and stomps away. Well, that wasn't nice. I frown at his retreating and walk to the arrogant Alpha's room. I stare out of the room window blankly, contemplating whether I should go or not. Going to the Silverwood sounds better than loitering aimlessly here. But then that would be involved in the pack's matter, which obviously shouldn't and doesn't concern me, as if you aren't involved enough. And even if I decide to go, Xalvador will not let me go with him. I don't really think he will let me near danger. Or you could run away. I glee at the idea and start thinking about how and where I can escape. Yeah, right. My mate trusts me so much that he will leave me all alone here, granting me the freedom to do whatever I wish to. I smile sarcastically at my foolish thoughts. But wait, if he doesn't take me, he will probably put guards to make sure I don't go anywhere. I have to go, or I'll die of boredom here. My suspicions are confirmed as I hear Xalvador growling orders to some wolves in his office just as I near the door. You two, outside her room, you two, accompany her wherever she goes. And no matter what she says, she is not be allowed to step a foot outside the vicinity of the pack house. Is it clear? He orders, earning the wolves say a chorus of yes, and I enter cringing inwardly. Oh, about time, Bella. Since you have been so keen on running away from me in the past, these wolves will be your caretakers, he says, smirking slightly, and I frown. I look at the wolves, and my eyes widen as I see 10 of them standing there submissively. Excuse me? I am just a single person, don't you remember that? I shake my head in anticipation of the future, just as I thought. And not to step outside the pack house's land? So does he want me to die of inactivity? Xalvador, that's ridiculous. 10 wolves for guarding me alone. I'll be bored to death if I stay here within the threshold of this house. Well, consider this as a delayed and pending punishment. No, you can't do that. I promise I won't run. Just let me wander into the village and woods. I say in a pleading tone in my voice. Too bad I don't trust you, he says flatly, and I resist my urge to punch his face. Fine, then I'll come with you, I say decisively, folding my arms. Oh no, you won't. He immediately reiterates, as if he already knew I was going to say that. Huh. Yes, I will. You will not come with me, Bella. Don't argue with me, or I have my ways to force you, he says, glaring at me, and his tone turns stern and final. Okay, time for plan B. Fine, I'll stay here if that is what you want, I say, and he nods gruffly, his lips smugly smirking. But then I'll make some friends since we will spend the whole day together, I say in fake enthusiasm and walk to the group of wolves. Hi, I'm Arabella, I say, smiling broadly and offering my hand to the first wolf standing there. I notice Salvador stares with anger and jealousy and mentally high-fives myself. The wolf in front of me looks nervous, looking at my hand and Salvador's expression. Oh, come on, we will be 24 hours together now. We need to know each other so we can have some fun and not die due to boredom, I say again in fake excitement and take the wolf's hand and shake it warmly. What's your name? I then question the second, and he stutters, probably scared of the big bad wolf howling in silent rage behind me. Joshua. Oh, what a great name, Joshua, I exclaim and jump, startled as I hear a bang. I turn to see Salvador's hand flat on his table, thus explaining the bang. Leave, he commands, and I am confused, unsure whether the orders were intended for me. But my confusion is scattered as the 10 wolves immediately march outside, relieved to have escaped the wrath of their angry alpha. I look at him, and he is breathing hard, fuming with jealousy and anger. He walks around his table to me, and I gasp as he grabs me by my waist and pulls me flush against him. Stop flirting with the warrior wolves, he growls in a low, cold voice. I wasn't flirting. I was just being friendly. What else do you propose I do when I have to stay here for days in a confined space? I glare at him, and his hand on my waist tightens. Arabella, don't test my patience. Well then, stop testing mine. I am not your slave who follows everything you say without expressing my free will, I snap back. If I stay here, I will become friendly with other people. I continue, and he huffs in frustration. Fine. You will accompany me. But you will do as I say. If you defy me there, I won't hesitate to mark you, he threatens, and my breath hitches. Okay, so he isn't as dumb as I thought. This was a smart card played. Or you could simply leave me here. Without the wolves, I smile sweetly. And give you a freeway to run? No thanks, he states. I sigh and pull myself away from his hold. But he doesn't let me go. Instead, he pulls me closer. I gasp as our bodies touch, and an electric feeling dances through my veins. The marking threat got you, didn't it? He smirks as his lips trail on my neck. I wrench myself away from him and glare daggers at him. Stop doing that, I warn, and he shrugs. Doing what? He feigns innocence, and I shake my head. I leave his office, but not before catching his smug wink. As I reach Salvador's room, I sigh and slump on the bed as I prepare to leave. What are you doing? A thick, accented voice startles me, and I turn around to see Elizabeth standing at the door with a scrutinizing gaze on me. I get up surprised. I am sorry, but I don't follow, ma'am, I say honestly. You are lying about something, she says. Though her statement is accusative, her tone is anything but. I am not lying about anything. I really don't know what you mean, I say confused. You confirmed earlier that you were a rogue before you met Salvador. Yet, I smell a pack scent on you, she says, and I am bewildered. She has to be mistaken. I don't see how that is possible. I have lived in the forests without a pack my entire life, I explain. Arabella, she begins slowly. Do you know why I find it so peculiar to believe that you were a rogue before? She asks, and I shake my head. Because I smell a pack scent on you. And not just any pack, it's the pack smell of the dark moon, she says, her stare fixed at me as I stand there dumbfounded and speechless. This isn't possible. Chapter 19. That's insane. I am sure I wasn't born in this pack, I say, shaking my head in wild confusion. Arabella, it's true that the dominant smell on you is of the forests and some other places, but there is a hint of subtle yet primary scent, which is of this pack. Maybe that is because I've been staying here for a lot of days and so their smell is on me. I say awkwardly, yet I find this explanation quite valid. Apparently, Elizabeth doesn't, and she laughs a forced laugh. A wolf doesn't acquire smells from its surroundings. A pack smell is a smell that a wolf is born with. It's present on a wolf right from the time it is in its mother's womb. She says emphatically, and I gulp, unable to accept this little piece of information. I don't understand, I say with a sigh, my mind spinning into a whirl of confusion. I cannot be born in this pack. It's impossible. Nor do I. Elizabeth says, still eyeing me, and I try to recall all my memories from the past. But all that flashes in my mind are the memories of the day my grandmother was killed. I flinch inwardly as sadness overtakes my ability to think. I reminisce about the time when she hid me in a pit and got herself killed. I wish I knew who did that to her so that I could avenge her death. When I look up, I find Elizabeth gone with the door closed behind her. I wipe my eyes and take a deep breath, trying to erase traces of sadness. The door clicks open, and the big dire Alpha enters, his eyes scanning me. Elizabeth was just here, he states, hoping for an explanation. Yeah, she was just here to introduce. I lie, because I myself don't know what to believe right now. But is it even a possibility that I am a member of this pack? I don't really have many memories of my childhood, just some occasional pictures of me and my grandmother. You are her. The words of the old man we saw in the village ring in my ears. I must go and see him. However, it is not the right time right now. I will meet him as soon as we return. Now that I have to meet the old man and find out the meaning of his statement, I feel I shouldn't have been so insistent on going with. Sugar bun. Xalvador's voice snaps me out of my daze, and I look at him pointedly. Don't call me that. I say, and he shakes his head. Not happening. And we're getting late. Let's leave. He states, and I walk outside as he follows by my side. How much time will it take us to reach there? I ask as we near the main entrance. 4 to 5 days. The distance is huge. He answers as I smile at Liam, who waits with his small group of wolves. He smiles back and Xalvador grunts, making us break the contact. What's with this guy and jealousy? Xalvador produces a map from his pocket and shows me the location of the Silver Woods. He tells me that we are heading to the southwest border, for which we need to leave from the west side of our pack. Alpha. Beta Axel comes up to us and questions. Xalvador nods, and the beta growls. The massive unit of wolves splits into 2 sides, making way for us. Xalvador leads, ushering me to follow, and I comply. Beta Axel and Liam follow soon after with the rest of the pack. Who guards the pack house if we all leave? I question, and I'm surprised when Beta Axel answers. We have the high-ranked wolves on guard, Luna. And this time we also have Elizabeth, who insisted on guarding the house while we were away. Oh. I nod and look forward as Xalvador commands everyone to shift. You can shift, Sugar Bun. Your clothing later will be taken care of. He assures me as I hear a chorus of thunderous cracks. I shift too, my clothes ripping apart, and we swiftly begin the journey. Xalvador is the fastest among the whole pack, and he runs forward furiously, just occasionally looking back for me. Being an elemental, I can at least match up to 75% of his overall speed. But I am behind nonetheless. We cross our pack boundary, meadows, several lands, valleys and rivers until night falls, and we approach a nice opening in the middle of a thick forest. Wait, did I say our pack boundary? Oh my god. What is happening to me? Maybe it's because of the impact of Elizabeth's words on me. Get a grip, Arabella. As it gets late, he hauls the pack for rest. I go to the farthest tree I can find with my just-handed clothes in my mouth, and when I'm sure no one, and especially Xalvador, is watching, I shift. I put on the sweatpants and a light blue t-shirt, pulling my hair into a ponytail. I walk towards the area where I see all the wolves stretching and resting. I squint my eyes close as my eyes fall on some who are still shifting and don't have any clothes on. Well, okay. To my left, I see Beta Axel and Liam lying on the grass, talking about something just like the rest of the pack. I notice all the men in the pack are shirtless, while a small number of women are decently dressed. Phew, that's a good thing. Xalvador emerges then from behind a tree with just black-colored shorts around his waist, and I have to control myself from staring at his toned upper body. "Sugar bun, let's go sleep." His voice commands, and I walk farther with him, lying on the grass. He lies just beside me and encircles his arm around me. I immediately push him away, and he growls. We're in front of the entire pack. "You seriously can't sleep like this right now." I admonish him. "And why not? You're my mate and this my pack and I'm their alpha. What I do with my mate is purely my personal business. And besides, they should see that their Alpha and Luna are together. That is exactly what I don't want them to see because it's not the truth. I still hate you for holding me against my will, and I haven't and never will accept you as my mate." I retort. He forcefully puts his arm around me and scoots me closer, rendering no space at all, while I writhe to get away. "If force is what it takes to keep you with me, I will force every action on you. But one thing you can embed in that mind of yours, you're mine, and no matter what you do or what happens, I will not let you leave. You're my mate, and you will be just that." He growls firmly in my ear, shooting tremors in my entire body. No matter how much he makes me cringe, I cannot oppose the pull of the mate bond. It's just how female wolves are made. Power and dominance often attract us even more, which is really unfair. Don't you think you should really reconsider your policy regarding women, Moon Goddess? I gulp as his words work as a drug, intoxicating my body in fear as well as sweet anticipation. "I would like to see her try." I say as sternly as I can and distance myself from him with all my strength, which results in very little success. "Challenge accepted," he says, pulling me to him again with tremendous force, crushing me against him. I gaze into his smoldering eyes, which shine in determination. He leans in, and my heart pumps like a hammer. "I hate you," I whisper with venom in my voice, and his hand tightens painfully on my back. "I know, and I don't care," he says and leans in towards my face. I quickly move my face to the side so his lips land on my neck. Bad. Terrible idea. The point where I'm supposed to be marked burns as Xalvador plants just one kiss, leaving a part of me begging for more and another one growling in frustration. "And besides, I have special weapons to use on my side," he says in a smug tone, caressing my neck in feather touches. My mind goes into overdrive as he overpowers my body and my mind. But I am not that weak. I punch him in his well-maintained torso with full force, and he swallows a slight groan, his eyes shooting daggers at me. Of course, his pack can't know his own mate punched him. Though I feel smug, I keep my voice serious as I say my following words: "Touch me again without permission, Mr. Alpha, and I'll burn you down and run away to freedom. Because you know, I have special weapons too." He grits his teeth in wild anger as I distance myself, glaring at him. Daring him to come closer, I move away from his hold, sleeping at a reasonable distance away from him. Good luck, Mr. Alpha. Chapter 20. We walk for what feels like 3 days, after which we finally surround the southwest boundary of the Silver Woods. We stand at least a few kilometers away. Split. Xalvador mind-links everyone, and immediately the pack divides into 4 neat small groups, headed by Xalvador, Liam, Beta Axel, and the pack trainer, and running in directions to cover an area of a curve. The discipline this pack has is really remarkable. Not one foot of the warrior wolves is out of sync. Well, that is obvious, the fear of the wrath of the big dire alpha. I follow Xalvador as we steadily near the pack boundary. We find groups of 3 wolves standing together at a distance of every few centimeters. Xalvador growls, and the entire pack moves at once. I follow Xalvador's lead, trying to stay as uniform as I can with the others. As we attack aggressively, the Silverwood finds no chance at preparation. In seconds, they are crumpled on the floor, defeated. It's a gruesome sight for me, for I have never seen this much bloodshed before. But now is not the time to hide in my own blanket of comfort. I was the one who decided to come here, so I need to endure it. We enter the packland, moving with the same ferocity, and the lack of knowledge about the Silverwood's benefits works in our favor. A huge wolf pounces on me as he smells that I am a female, but I easily overpower him, biting him in the side. Xalvador easily tackles 3 big wolves, and within minutes, he has them crawling and wincing on the ground. Our side is almost on the verge of victory when Liam howls in pain. I snap my neck to him when another shrill howl comes from behind. I don't know what happens, but suddenly there are howls everywhere. I frantically scan around to see a new army of wolves, but I am shocked to the core to know that they are moving unbelievably fast. There are 2, 3, or maybe many. I can't make out anything. One second they are here, and the other they are gone, killing and attacking another wolf from our side. One of such super fast bites me into the neck, and I claw him on the side. He escapes and disappears, and suddenly, all I can hear is the wolves from our side groaning and howling in pain. Retreat. Xalvador mind-links and all of us scurry to move outside the pack border. Though this seems like running away, we really don't have a choice. None of us knows what is going on here. When we all land outside the pack boundary, I whimper as I see only 15 to 17 of us return. Even from those 15, more than half are bruised and hurt in a very savage manner. Xalvador's wolf approaches and takes in the scene, growling in frustration and loss. We all shift and get clothed. And the first thing I hear is a woman wolf wailing loudly, straddling a dead wolf. My mate. No. Get up, Ross. You can't be dead. Get up. The woman cries uncontrollably, and I wince at her sorrow. She just lost her mate in front of her own eyes. She beats her chest with her fists as her cries turn louder. I run up to her and caress her back. Please calm down. You are very weak right now. I am, but I'm not good at consoling people, especially when they have just lost their other half. He is gone, Luna. He died. He was killed. She wails as her body falls limp in my arms. We both are bleeding right now, but that doesn't hurt as much as this woman's pain. I tighten my arms around the woman and caress her arm to calm her down. Her cries don't stop until she faints. I panic and immediately a wolf comes running to us, offering her some water. The woman, whose name I learn is Mary, gains slight consciousness, but I can tell she is still terribly shaken. It's okay. Sleep, Mary. I'll take care of you. I whisper soothingly as she gives into the fatigue and closes her eyes again. I look up to see Xalvador taking the scene around him, his face set in a grim expression. Everyone is on the ground, some tending to their own wounds and others to the wounds of those around them. I sigh in relief as I spot Liam safe along with the pack trainer Marcel and Beta Axel. We will retreat. Xalvador commands gruffly, and it's clear to hear frustration and hurt in his voice. After a tiring and slower 5-day journey, we returned to the pack house. The entire atmosphere is thick and tense. There are whispers all over about the incident. I lay Mary gently on her bed and once again look at her now lifeless body and face. She looks so broken. Is the mate bond that powerful? I sigh as I leave her room. I rush to the open grounds where Xalvador is discussing the entire incident with the other wolves. Almost packed as the whole house has assembled, Elizabeth is standing beside Xalvador. Alpha, something is not right, Elizabeth says, and Xalvador gives a curt nod. Yes, we have lost so many warriors today. It is grieving. Another wolf from the crowd speaks. There are whispers and hushes as the crowd debates and discusses when a defiant voice speaks. Alpha, we think you were too overconfident. You took this attack lightly because as we see until now, Silverwoods was a weak pack. A dark, muscular man speaks from behind and many whisper in affirmation. Yes, you should have been cautious. We have lost our family because of your inefficiency to defend your pack. Another voice joins in. Xalvador stays silent as if in deep thought. How could you let them die? You should have at least brought back their bodies. They deserve to be buried in the river because they died as warriors. This time, a woman speaks. It was really irresponsible. Wait. I don't know what comes over me, but I blurt out the word before thinking. The crowd parts as I walk ahead to address them properly. How can you just sit here and blame your own Alpha for the loss of his own wolves? If he had taken the attack lightly, he wouldn't have gone himself. The attack was planned. We were halfway through the packland, but then the most bizarre thing happened, about which you are already aware. Yet, you are all accusing your Alpha. Can you see that he has badly bruised himself? Leading a pack for a journey of days is not an easy job. He has not slept for 4 nights because he was up guarding the bruised warrior wolves. Do you not know how to acknowledge and respect the actions of the Alpha? We have lost someone, and we are all in utter sorrow. But now is not the time to sit and blame. We need to find out what gave those wolves just speed and agility to kill so many of us so fast. Please, I request you all to understand the delicateness of the situation and help each other to investigate the matter. Maintaining eye contact with the crowd. One by one, the wolves lower their eyes and nod in agreement. The woman from earlier speaks, I apologize, Alpha. The death of my son so grieved me that I rose to disrespect you, she says, and Xalvador shakes his head. I understand. I will avenge the death of your son and everybody's loss. You all have my word, he says and gets up, walking stiffly to his office. Xalvador, wait. I call out and run after him. You need to rest. Working right will not yield any good. You are exhausted. Take some sleep and that will help you to reach the root of this problem. I explain, gazing at his huge dark circles and his tired face. She is right, Alpha. You must rest. A tired mind does not bring any fruit. Elizabeth adds, and Xalvador nods. He walks into the room, and Elizabeth motions for me to follow him. He needs you right now, she mouths, and I head after him, taking a breath. As he lies down on the bed, I see his eyes lost somewhere in thought. I lay beside him, moving my hand on his eyelids so that they close. We will sort this out, Xalvador. Sleep for a while. I whisper, and he sighs, his heartbeat getting faster by every second. I close my eyes too, resting as his arm wraps around me, pulling me close. A light knock startles me, and I immediately run to open the door in order not to wake Xalvador. I am surprised to find Maisie standing outside, looking uneasy. Maisie, what's wrong? I whisper. Luna, I am sorry for my behavior earlier. However, I must show you something right now. Please accompany me, she says in a rushed tone, and I'm left confused. Chapter 21. Okay, let's go, I say, and Maisie grabs my hands, ushering me to her room. We are just walking in the hallways when suddenly we hear a loud bang. There are voices of growls, howls, and bones cracking. I throw a small, worried glance at Maisie, and then we both rush downstairs. Xalvador follows us in lightning speed, and we are all shocked to see our wolves being harmed near the gate. The Silverwoods and the Blackwater. I can't believe they are allies. They are all over the place, attacking our wolves. My blood boils as I take in the scene and see Beta Axel thrashed to the floor, growling in pain. Maisie, go inside. Make sure other children and women are safe too. I command, and she runs into safety. Xalvador lets out a thunderous growl and thrusts forward, shifting in midair. All the wolves look up, and I follow suit, moving forward and attacking aggressively. I pounce on a wolf, and he claws my stomach. I bite his neck, and within seconds, his body falls limp. 2 other wolves throw themselves at me, and I wince as one bares his teeth on my arm. I growl and bite that one, kicking the other. I stop the wolf by snapping its neck and then run to the other. But sensing me already, the wolf lunges at me, trying to hurt my neck. I claw his stomach with as much force as I can, and instead, his grip gets tighter. We both fight for dominance, but the pain in my neck rises. Suddenly, he raises his body, howling in pain, and I find Liam behind him, scratching his back dangerously. I quickly bite his neck, and he falls limp on me. I throw him and attack several others, finding the situation finally getting under control. We will stop you all. There will be no traces of Dark Moon. Comes a voice from a distance, and we look up to see a man approaching us with another army of hundreds of wolves. The man shifts too, and the wolves attack. Oh my God. We won't be able to resist them all right now. Our wolves are tired and unprepared. Thinking and making my decision quickly, I throw the wolf I'm tackling and run towards the main door. I go inside, shift back and put on a white, long shawl over me. I come outside to see the wolves rushing towards us with full force. I quickly close my eyes, raising my hand in determination. If I don't do this quickly, the fire will hurt my wolves too. My wolves. I can't lose my concentration right now. No, Before they enter the vicinity of the fight area, I must stop them in their tracks. I concentrate and thrust my hands towards the approaching army of wolves, raising a fire at their feet just before they can mingle with the others. They jump back in surprise, and I squint my eyes, focusing harder. I raise the fire and make it go forward, causing burns on the feet and knees of the first line of wolves. Xalvador growls in victory, and immediately our wolves conquer whatever was left in the fight area now that the others were under control. I walk forward, raising the fire higher and higher, feeling weaker as a tremendous force is focused on my hands right now. The wolves are visibly terrified as they start to retreat. Xalvador's wolf growls and steps beside me. He then looks at the wolves and possibly establishes a mental link with them. The conversation goes on for 5 minutes, and I try my hardest to hold the fire's intensity. Just when I think I will lose control, the wolves retreat, turn back, and run away. I sigh and drop my hands at my side, and the fire vanishes. Everyone shifts back, and I clutch the shawl around me tighter. "Luna, you saved us," Liam says excitedly, and I stifle a laugh. Only he can be so enthusiastic in such a situation. There are whispers, and although people don't speak, I can tell they are happy and maybe even impressed. "You did a great job, Bella. I'm proud of you," Xalvador says, causing butterflies, and then orders the dead bodies to be buried and for medical help. Everyone gets working, and I follow Xalvador to put on some clothes. "Arabella?" A word. Elizabeth knocks at my door as I emerge from the bathroom. "Yes, of course. Please come in," I say. She comes inside and gives me a weak smile. "You are an elemental." She breathes, and I smile weakly too, nodding. "I wonder why Xalvador never told me," she says as we both take a seat. "He must have forgotten. There was a lot going on when you came, you know." "Yes, that's right. But I have to say, you saved our pack today." "I don't think so. We all saved the pack." "You must start saying our pack," she says in a motherly tone, and I sigh. "I am not sure, Elizabeth. I understand, Arabella. But what you did today was not the usual display of your powers. It was a basic instinct that came from within you. The need you felt to save the wolves was because you are this pack," she explains. I can't answer because that makes the thought of freedom impossible. As if sensing my conflict, Elizabeth continues. "Tell me, Arabella, didn't you feel a burning in your body when you saw your wolves growling in pain? I understand that adapting to the confines of a pack must be hard if you've spent all of your life free and independently. But don't you see? Staying in this pack gives you a purpose. Not just something ordinary, but the duty of being a Luna. The moon had it all planned. She was just waiting for the right time. No wolf does what you did today for a pack they despise as you seem you do," she says, and I look up in surprise. "How do you?" My voice trails off. How can she know that I hate staying in this pack? I am 76 years old, Arabella, and I am blessed with unnamed powers. I have experience that exceeds your imagination. I can read minds and faces. And right from the time I came to know you were a rogue, I couldn't believe it. That is why I observed you when you trained and spoke. That all told me that you were facing an inner conflict. I just confirmed it today," she says, smiling that small "I know and I understand it all" smile. I fall into silence, her confession somewhat shaking me. "You are right," I began with a breath. "About everything. The thing about feeling conflicted, the thing about feeling that strong urge today to defend our wolves. It's all correct and I just can't sort out what to do." I finish, frustration lacing my voice. "My child, you need to accept the fact that you were born in here and that you are meant to be here. When you do that, trust me, things will be easy and you will no longer feel lost. Once you accept your position and your power, you will rise to become one of the greatest she-wolf in the history of werewolves. Because remember, once he finds her, an alpha is either stronger than ever or weaker than ever. You have to make the choice, it lies in your hands," she says, and with a slight squeeze on my hand and another motherly look, leaves the room. I am lost in thought when I hear another knock. "Luna? Come with me now," Maisie asks, and I nod. "Yes, Maisie, I'm sorry, I just forgot about your important thing. And also, just please don't call me Luna," I said and followed her to her room. "I'll try," she says, turning back with a smile. I wonder what she wants to show me, and I wonder where Xalvador is. We enter her room, and she shakes her head. Miss Arabella, let's go to the lake, she says, and I turn my head to the side. Okay, I say, and we both walk to the lake. But Maisie, what is it that you want to show me? I ask, and she shakes her head again. This is not something I can explain. I need to show it to you, she says and starts taking faster steps. We reach the lake, and she looks at me, taking a deep breath. I wait patiently, motioning her to continue. She turns to the water and her hands shoot the side, palm facing downwards. She begins what seems like a chant, her words incoherent. I gasp softly as the water from the lake starts rising in the air. Just the water at the start of the lake rises, and that too not too high. But it still rises. Wow, Maisie. You're an elemental, too. You're the water elemental, oh my god. I say, mesmerized by the movement of water. My daze breaks when I hear her following words. No, Miss Arabella, I am not the water elemental, she says, dropping her hands with the water following. I look at her in question to explain, when she raises her hands again, chanting a different chant this time. This time, the scattered leaves on the ground rise. Chapter 22. I watch dazed as the leaves elevate, swirl around, and as Maisie lowers her hands and stops the chant, the leaves fall too. Maisie, what? I look at her in awe, feeling myself at a loss for words. I am a witch, she says, and I gasp, surprised for a minute before the logical part kicks in. Wait, you are a werewolf. And no one can possess two supernatural capabilities. That's right. And actually a part one haven't quite figured out yet, she says, and I nod. How did you find out? And how can you be sure that these powers are of a witch? I was in the Pack library that day, and I found a book named Geese in Alchemy. It was unusual, as I had never seen that book in that section before. But the name was fascinating, so I took it to my room. I was casually reading the first few lines, which said the water spell. The entire book is in some different language I can't fathom, but the transcript is in English. Just out of boredom, I followed the instructions, and I froze to ice when the water moved. She explains quite fumblingly with words. I think about it for some time, taking it in. Luna, I think you should try and follow the same instructions and see if it works. Maybe I'm not the only one who can do this. She quickly adds, and I shake my head. Maisie, I don't think that's going to happen. Such things are special, and not everyone can do them. But I found this book in a general library. Don't you think it should have been locked in a chest and stored somewhere if it is what we think it is? Her question is rational, and so I agree, but I'm not really positive that it will work. Okay, tell me what to do. Focus on the water and think about raising it, then repeat the chant I'm saying. Okay. I breathe and raise my hands towards the water. Oros which tandis gralva delovis emo brantasm t kiftante watifia. She says slowly, and I repeat. I memorize it for a while and then shift my focus to the water, trying to raise it. Nada. Nothing happens. I look at Maisie, and she looks startled, just like me. It's you, Maisie. You are blessed with magic. You are a witch. I smile at her, still feeling odd, placing my hands on her shoulder blades, and she still seems reluctant. I know it's thrilling to accept such a thing. When I first discovered I'm the fire elemental, I couldn't believe it. Now I know that I have a purpose for possessing such a power. I explain further in reassurance. She is quiet for a long while, but then finally speaks. But it's hard to believe this. You understand that I am a werewolf too, right? So being a witch is absurd, and it's not according to the laws of nature. She says, confused, and I agree. She has a point. I understand, Maisie. But it's too soon. Just let it be and wait for the answers to evolve when they are supposed to. Don't stress over this. It's a good thing, not bad, okay? I say, and she sighs with a nod. Yes, Luna, you're right. I should try to find out answers instead of just fussing about this. I nod with a smile, and we both walk to the house. Maisie, I know there is a lot to discuss, but right now I must see Xalvador to discuss about the attacks, okay? I'll stop by your room later. I say, and she quickly nods. Of course, Luna, I'll see you later. She says, and I crane my neck to a side. She realizes and laughs. I mean, of course, Miss Arabella, I'll see you later, she says and scurries away into the house. I walk briskly to Xalvador's office and find Marcel, Liam, and Axel sitting there discussing things. Xalvador nods as I stand beside them, and Liam gives me a small smile while Marcel and Axel nod in acknowledgement. Double the number of the border wolves. I can't risk today's events repeating. Marcel, start training the under 18 wolves from tomorrow. At the very least, they should be able to defend themselves when required. And Beta, your rounds are doubles now, once in the morning and once in the evening, when I'll accompany you. Got it? And Liam, get the group heads on the ground in the morning. We have things to discuss. And all wolves will train an hour extra from tomorrow. Marcel, you are free to choose your own volunteers. He barks swift orders, and the other grunts in affirmation. How about I take training too? I ask, and Xalvador ponders. Fine, you will train with me 1 hour every morning and every night. He says, his eyes soften than before, and I narrow my eyes. I meant train with Marcel. With the pack. It would be an honor, Luna. Marcel says with a small smile, and I smile back. He is a handsome man. Tall and built like Xalvador with sharp features and a manly voice. But he is probably older than Xalvador. Leave. Xalvador commands, and I break my eye contact with Marcel, startled. I don't leave, as I have realized with past experiences that this command doesn't apply to me. The three wolves leave with Liam giving me a final look before going. What now? I fold my arms around my bosom, and Xalvador walks to me. My stance falters as he stands close to me, our bodies just an inch away from touching. You were very brave today, but I don't want you to risk your life like this. He tries to distract me, tucking a strand of my hair behind my ear, and I fight myself to not lean into his touch. You can let me train with Marcel as a thank you. I am not letting another man see my mate drenched in sweat and moving around in different ways. And that too unmarked. He growls possessively, his eyes darkening. Well then, why don't you just shove me into a room and lock it? I smile sweetly at him. That's a good idea. He breathes, leaning towards my ear, and my heart rate spikes up. That way, I can have you all to myself whenever I want, without fearing you running away or being with other men. His voice caresses my cheek in feathery whispers. His hand unfolds my arms from around me and then encircles my waist, pulling me to him. His left hand grabs my neck on the side and slides over it, his rough hand setting fire on my skin. I start losing my sanity and push away. Xalvador, stop. We're having a conversation here. I reprimand, and he nods. Of course, Sugar Bun. When did I refuse? He says, stepping towards me again and taking me into his arms. I want to train with the pack. Want to learn how to take down multiple wolves. I manage to stutter as his lips crash on my neck, nipping and kissing their way to my cheek. How about you let me mark you, and then I give you the freedom to train and move around the pack? He says, his lips brushing the junction where I am to be marked. I ball my fists as they almost reach his neck, fighting the urge to give in. He is smart. He is using my desire and the bond to mark me. And he is possessive, which is why I don't want to stay here. I need freedom, which Xalvador doesn't understand. I can't let him mark me. Why? Because that makes him stronger and more dominant over my wishes, my feelings, and my freedom. And that won't do. Just won't. What do you say, Sugar Bun? It will just take a second, and then you will be free. He coos, and I shift away. No, I am not letting you mark me. I am not ready for it. I say firmly, and he stiffens. Well then I am not ready either to let you mingle with other wolves. But dash. I said no, Sugar Bun. You can leave now. I'll join you in bed in some time. He commands in his no-nonsense voice, and I grumble some colorful words under my breath, leaving his office. Damn you, Xalvador. Chapter 23. I ignore as Xalvador enters his room and pretends to fall asleep. He emerges from the bathroom after a while, freshly showered and clothed, and I resist my urge to take a complete glance at him. I rest my head on the headboard and stay in a sitting position. I feel the bed dip as Xalvador moves in beside me, raising tingles on my back. Sugar Bun? Aren't you sleeping? He asks, and I find his tone amused. Stop poking your nose everywhere. I'll sleep when I want to. I say calmly, though there is a sharp edge to my voice. That is not how you talk to me. He growls lowly, and I snap my eyes open, burning with fury. And who do you think you are, talking to me like this? And ordering me to do everything your way? I snap. I am your mate, and no matter what you say, you cannot change that fact. He leans in, anger surfacing in his voice. Well then, if this about being mates, then I am your mate too, Xalvador. And it's your duty to abide by my wishes. I am not a captive here. I can't just be surrounded by you all the time. You let me mark you, and I will let you do what you want. He says calmly. You know I won't let you. No matter what I do, it all ends up at marking me. What the hell is your problem? I almost shout as I rise from the bed. What the hell is your problem, Bella? What I am asking for is my right. Why are not you ready to get marked when it gives you the freedom you crave so much? He walks around and stands right in front of me. Because it's not as easy as you say it is. And you know it. Once you mark me, I am bound to you. Our feelings will become one and our bodies will too have to. Once you mark me, we will have to complete the bond. And I am not ready for that right now. I growl, my eyes burning with rage. I am your mate, Arabella. And the bond has needs. You are supposed to fulfill them and not keep pushing me away. What if we complete the bond? Why do you find it so difficult? Because it is difficult. Can you imagine how hard it is to one day suddenly leave the life you've led for 19 years and adjust in a pack, bound by rules and guarded by people? No, you can't. You are used to having things happen your way, and that is why you don't get the dilemma I am in. I was free, happy, and my own ruler. Now here, I have you telling me every day what to do. Yes, I have a purpose and maybe some actual work to do, but this is not what I imagined my life to be, okay? I wanted to lead my life my way and not be stuck under your gaze every minute of the day. I am not the kind to be bound, you get that. I say, my emotions portrayed clearly in my raging voice. Xalvador stares at me, his eyes darkened, and then approaches me, stopping just a step away from me. Sugar bun, no matter what I do, I am controlled by my wolf. And it wants you. And you don't know the struggle I go through every time I see you, or touch you, or watch you talk and argue with me. I have him on the leash, and you should be thankful for that. Because, Bella, the moment my wolf takes over, none of your arguments will stand any ground. It will be just him and his pure, burning intensity. He says in a husky voice near my ear, and I tremble. I know what he is saying is right. The more I fight him, the angrier his wolf gets and tries to break from the control Xalvador has on him. And I can't let that happen. I sigh, knowing I have lost the argument. I walk past him, out of his room, and thankfully, he doesn't question. I walk to the open field and stand there, gazing up at the stars. My feet are bare, and the moist grass is somewhat relaxing. I close my eyes in peace as a gush of air caresses my face. Today, I miss my grandmother very much. I wish I had someone I could call family. Someone who would understand my struggle and my doubts right now and tell me that it's going to be all right. I see a star twinkle brightly, and I remember the days I slept cozily in the arms of the only family I had. I miss you, Grandma. Blinking back tears, I take deep breaths. I see the Luna is displeased about something. Did your pack not treat you right? I hear a voice with a taunt lacing and instantly recognize it. It's been days since I last saw him or heard of him. Kane. I acknowledge him as he stands beside me in his usual bent stance. You didn't answer my question, Luna. He urges, and I sigh. I don't know why you dislike me, but I am not really up for a conversation right now. Please. I say, my voice clearly showing my tiredness. Oh, I don't dislike you. He replies in what must be the most sincere voice I must have heard from him. I blink in surprise and look at him to find he is gazing forward, lost in thought. Good night, Kane. I say after a silence falls between us and walk back to my room. Good night, Miss Arabella. He whispers, and once again I'm surprised, but a smile creeps up to my face. I reach Xalvador's room to find him gazing out of the window. You're back, he says, still turned towards the window. I don't reply and slip beneath the sheets. I close my eyes as tiredness takes over, and in a distinct state, I realize him pulling me to his chest and kissing the back of my head. I wake up the next day to the bright sunlight on my face. I squint and sit up, realizing I am earlier than usual. I quickly shower, dress in a gray-blue long top with leggings beneath. I leave my damp hair open and hop to the ground and to the back of the house, where I know Xalvador trains. As expected, I find Xalvador working out there, and I join him. "Let's train," I announce from behind, and he turns immediately. He looks surprised, but regains his composure within a second and motions to go to him. "Let's work on your attack. Right now, in the human form, and in the evening, you will shift." He orders, and I nod silently. "Kick perfectly straight. As straight as you can manage." He instructs, and I raise my legs, kicking in the front. "Now go higher and hold it there." I swing my leg back and push it higher, trying to balance on the other foot. Xalvador grasps my waist and the leg in the air, urging it higher. I ignore all the tingles on my skin, put my hand on his shoulder for support as he stretches my leg to the maximum. "Ouch!" I squeak as he takes my legs to the highest I can manage, and he immediately drops the leg softly to the ground. "Now this is the point you have to swing your leg. Go." He commands and gets in line with me, swinging his right leg in sync with mine. We do that for about 15 minutes, with higher and higher levels, and I put in extra force with every kick. He then does the same with the left leg. He teaches me side kicks, and I marvel every time he demonstrates a move with ease and power. I am drenched in sweat and tired by the time I finish. I realize I haven't had breakfast as my stomach grumbles. "You came without eating?" Xalvador admonishes, and I ignore him. I start walking away, but he snatches me back by my arm. "Don't ignore me, Bella," he says in a low, threatening voice, and I wriggle my arm out of his grasp. "I am not ignoring you. I literally trained for an hour right now with you." I say it as convincingly as I can. He pulls me closer to him, and my heart lurches. "I don't like this," he says, his hand caressing my cheeks. As I look into his eyes, I feel something different. I see something different. His eyes aren't gleaming today. I sense sadness, but then shrug it off. "Xalvador, please. I am hungry. Let me go," I say, and he stares blankly at my face a bit longer, and he releases me. He walks away to the main door, and I feel surprised. He never leaves me so easily. Well, I guess he is learning. I reach the kitchen, and the cook serves me a cheese sandwich. I smile thankfully at him, and he smiles back. I quickly finish the sandwich and then roam around the house. I spot Maisie in the hallways, and I'm relieved to find her. "Maze, hi," I say, and she smiles back. "Hey, Arabella," she says, and I grin wider. She is finally calling me Arabella. "Do you want to go and try out your spells? Can I practice my fire strength?" I ask excitedly, and she nods immediately. As we walk past the hallways, I find people more silent than before. "Maisie, why is everything so gloomy today?" I ask her as we walk to the lake. "Alpha didn't tell you?" she asks, and I shake my head in negation. "Arabella, today is Alpha Xalvador's birthday," she says and pauses. "So shouldn't everyone be happy?" I question, confused, and she shakes her head again. Many years from now, on this day, Alpha Xalvador's mother ran away. There was supposed to be a grand celebration for Alpha's 8th birthday, but in the morning, the Luna couldn't be found anywhere. It was later discovered that she had run away for unknown reasons. But many claim that she loved someone else, which is why she ran. Alpha Xalvador's father loved her more than anything, and her running away came as a huge blow. His health started deteriorating, and soon he became weak. And one day, he didn't wake up. She explains softly, and I feel 1,000 knives stabbing me at once. Xalvador was so much in pain, and I was being a jerk to him. I added to his misery. The mate bond clenches in pain, and I close my eyes to control my feelings. My entire body feels like it's being hit continuously, and I can think of nothing but comforting him, my mate. Fianna takes over and urges me to go to him. I lose the battle and agree to go to him. So basically, this day just brings him sadness and bad memories. Maisie finishes, and I nod slightly. "Maisie, I must go and see Xalvador right now. Can I see you later?" "I am sorry," I say, and she smiles. "Of course, Arabella, I understand," she says, and I smile back. I start on my way back to the house. "Here I come, Xalvador." Chapter 24. I am walking towards his office when Liam calls me from behind. Hey, Luna. Hey, Liam. I'm in a bit of a hurry. I'll meet you later, okay? I shout to him, looking over my shoulder. He walks away with a nod, and before I can turn my head, my body crashes into someone else's. Watch it. The voice growls, and I look up to find myself staring at Xalvador. I am sorry, I wasn't looking. I mumble, and his eyes soften just a bit. He doesn't say anything, as if waiting for me to speak, and I quickly ask, So where are you going right now? To the pack borders. Axel needs my help. He says in a curt tone. Okay, I say something, and he stares at me for a moment before continuing on his way. Reacting to my instincts, I call out to him. Xalvador, wait. I call out, and he stops, still not facing me. It's a good thing, too. It's easier to talk when I don't have to gauge his scary reactions. I am sorry for acting like a jerk last night. Someone told you. He says quietly and walks away. It takes me a minute to register the meaning, and when I do, he has already disappeared in the woods. Xalvador's POV. I walk deeper into the woods, my thoughts shifting from my 8th birthday to Arabella. That woman drives me crazy. She makes me so angry that I always think I will punish her, but then, one look at her face and my resolve breaks. She looks so damn beautiful walking and talking around. And the way she talks to me, fearlessly, it's something that makes me both kinds of mad at her and for her. She is the perfect combination of soft and tough. How easily she switches between the two traits, it marvels me. But her resistance to mate with me is driving me insane. I've seen the way other wolves look at her as she walks around without a mark. She is beautiful, and I can't tolerate other people staring at what is mine. What happened to Dad, I won't let that happen to me. Tomorrow, I will make her mine. I will mark her no matter what. The past few days, since she has come, I have been too soft. I have to be my old self. She will accept me the way I am, or I will make her take me. Keep her here if necessary. But she won't ever be leaving. Alpha. Axel's voice breaks me out of my trance. Look at this. He says, pointing to a dead wolf on the ground. I sniff and growl as I realize who it is. It's that damn Blackwater again. What was this wolf doing here? I ask, my voice calm, contradicting the anger I'm feeling. Alpha, this wolf was the same. The extraordinarily fast moving speed and more powerful. It was very hard to overpower him, but we managed somehow. Any of the warriors injured? Yes, but the damage is not serious. And this wolf was alone? Yes, but he had a message. I blink in surprise and ask for the message. The Blackwater's Alpha sent a message which said the war is coming. Axel says cautiously, and my whole body stiffens. How dare Darren threaten the biggest pack in the world like this? He wants a fight, then I'll show him one. Bring the dead wolf to the pack house. I know what to do. I bark and Axel nods. I was near the pack house, almost in the late afternoon, when I stopped abruptly as I heard the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. The sound of laughter. The sound of Arabella's laughter. My head snaps in the direction as I follow my ears to the back of the house where we were training this morning. Why is she there? Is she with Liam again? If he's with her, I swear I'll handle him. My murderous thoughts come to an abrupt halt as I watch the most unexpected scene unfold in front of me. Arabella is on the ground, twirling and laughing as two kids tickle her. Tyler and Mariah. How did they come here? I watch Arabella as she clutches her sides, giggling and laughing, while the duo tickles her relentlessly. Her beautiful brown locks thrash around randomly as she struggles to breathe. I've never seen her so carefree before. So happy and so much at ease. I wish she were like this all the time. I suddenly remember the day when I was young and how my mother used to tickle me in the same way. But she left for someone else. She broke the vows she gave my dad, and she betrayed her own mate. She ran. And I hate her. What if Arabella leaves too? My subconscious nudges at me, and my blood boils. No, she won't ever leave. I won't let her. Xalvador? I snap out of my thoughts as Arabella calls out, now sitting on the ground. Tyler and Mariah's eyes widen as they look at me, and I soften my gaze. Alpha. They say, nodding politely, and I nod back. Mariah grabs Tyler's hand protectively, and I marvel at how much of a big sister she is. She looks after Tyler just like a mother would look after her son. Mother. Son. I blink my thoughts away as Bella stands and the kids leave. How did they get here? I ask, my voice colder than I want it to be. Arabella flinches slightly, but then composes her demeanor like always. I am sorry I got them here without asking, but the house they live in would have almost fallen. I went to pay them a visit and couldn't bear their condition. I persuaded them and the old lady a lot. And she finally agreed. Can they stay here? She asks, the last part coming out as a whisper. Yes, I'll have a room arranged. I say curtly and walk away. My action takes us both by surprise. But right now, I'm in a bad mood. And at such times, it's very hard for me to keep my wolf, Adrian, at bay. The closer I stay to her, the more it wants to take her and claim her as mine. I will do that soon, but that day is not today. Tomorrow. I promise myself. I focus my attention on the matter at hand. The wolf lies dead in the basement as Beta Axel and Liam wait for my instructions. Pierce through his skin and fur. I want you to inscribe the words "You are dead" on its body. Use silver and make it look as harsh as you can. Then dispose the body near its pack land, making sure it will be noticed. I want their alpha to get the message clearly. Also, cut off its tail. I order, and the duo leave with the dead wolf's body. I hear a gasp, and my neck turns to find Arabella standing near the bottom of the staircase. How did she get in here? Salvador, you can't do that. She says, her face a mask of pain and disgust. What do you mean? I ask coldly, though I know exactly what she is referring to. The punishment for that wolf, not to mention who is already dead, is very cruel. She explains, it was frustrating, as if I were a child who couldn't understand what 2 + 2 is. I am cruel. I say, my voice void of any emotions. Emotions that she is trying to provoke. Emotions that aren't there. Her eyes widen as if she didn't expect this. Why? She has always called me a monster. Why am I surprised at my confession then? Salvador, you ordered to cut off his tail. That's not fair and you know it, she says, her voice rising. Cutting off the tail was not only merciless, but also shameful. It was considered the most degrading punishment within a werewolf clan. It was basically stripping a wolf of all its honor. I did what I saw fit. The wolf entered my pack land, injured my wolves and brought a threatening message. That wolf deserved it. I growl as I recall the past few days and the number of wolves that my pack lost. No, the wolf didn't deserve it. She growls, and I am surprised to see her like this. You know the wolf was only following the order of its alpha. He was loyal and immensely brave. He entered the pack land of the biggest and most dangerous pack just because it was faithful. And as much as I know, after a wolf dies, it's the duty of a fellow wolf to bury its body under the river. Because the wolf dies as a warrior. Just like your wolves that day. You can't strip its honor for following the rule of its own alpha. You aren't this. Her words hit me hard as I realized she was right. The wolf does deserve to be buried as per tradition. But she will have to learn this. Learn who I really am, a cruel and heartless monster. And I only care for what is mine, my pack, my wolf, my mate. Anyone who tries to harm them signs their own death warrant. Arabella, I already gave my orders. I am your alpha, want it or not. Stop arguing with my rules and judgments. I bark harshly. She is about to say something, but doesn't. She didn't contradict or argue that she wasn't from this pack, or that I wasn't her alpha. Good. Suddenly, she stares into my eyes. A deep, cut-through stare that shakes my soul. Before I can decipher anything, her hands shoot up and she cups my chin, tempting me to mark her and fulfill my desires. As I gaze down at her, her eyes plunge deeper into my soul. What are you doing? I ask, and I'm shocked when my voice comes out hoarse. She breathes, and then the hand on my cheek moves, her thumb grazing my stubble, searching for answers to my questions. She whispers as if in a trance, her eyes still locked with mine. Her answer has me trembling on the inside as I finally register her words. And did you find anything? I ask, taking every minor feature of her face. Yes, she whispers. You are hurt. My whole form stiffens as she speaks the words, and I control myself from pulling her to me and put an end to my agony. She read past my wall. She read what I kept buried inside the deepest corners of me. I am at a loss for words and reaction when she continues. You aren't heartless. You are just hurt, more than you show. She says timidly, now cupping my face with both hands. Her eyes are full of emotions, concerns standing out the most. I stay silent, waiting for her to continue. This is the most affectionate and intimate moment I'm sharing with her, and I don't want to ruin it. You are hurt, Xalvador, but that doesn't mean you hurt other people. Especially when you don't really want to. Pain doesn't drive away pain. She says softly, and I have to literally stop myself from agreeing. I am heartless, and pain does drive me. This is who I am, Arabella. The last few days was a facade I put on. Get used to this now. I say rudely, and she flinches slightly. My heart tears apart when I see hurt flash through her beautiful eyes, but she still doesn't show any emotion. I don't want to hurt her, but I can't give her hopes either. Hopes will give her power, the power which will make her think that she can change me. Fix me. But it can't. And I don't want to. I walk away, leaving her standing there speechless at my harshness. Arabella's POV. I stand there dumbfounded as Xalvador walks away. I have never seen this side of him. So cold and distant. He was fine just this morning, and now it's as if he is not Xalvador. Or he is not the Xalvador I came to warm up to in the last few days. Today I felt for him. A strange emotion, something that I felt came from within me and not the mate bond. And just then, he ruined it. I walk impassively to the dinner and find people already seated, waiting for Xalvador. I nod at Elizabeth, who smiles in return. Xalvador arrives shortly after. He takes a seat, and just after 15 seconds, his fists clash with the table, and he barks, "Why is the food not served yet?" The cook scurries in, along with Maisie, Sandra, and Emily, and they quickly serve the food. Then they too take a place at the far edge of the table, and I silently eat. If he is going to behave like this, he isn't getting any reaction from me. Xalvador is the first one to finish his food, and he stomps away to his office immediately. And I notice no one flinches or is surprised. I catch Maisie after dinner as she is cleaning the plates. She stops me from being an aide, so I don't force it. I don't want her to get into trouble because of me, especially when Xalvador is acting so strange. Or normal. Maisie, just now at dinner when Xalvador snapped and barked angrily, no one even flinched? Why? I ask her, confused. She sighs and looks at me, arranging the plates on a stand. Arabella, we flinched when he first didn't shout. I remember it was the first dinner you ate with us. You may not have noticed, but all of us were surprised to see him like that. So calm and ease. It was almost as he was, happy. But I guess, today's day has reminded him of true self. And we were surprised a bit, but it was actually his normal behavior. Maisie says, and I fall silent. I think the memories from this day back 15 years still haven't been erased a bit. She continues, and I look at her in confusion. Wait, 15 years? You mean Xalvador is just 23? Yes, why? She asks, surprised. Because he looks so mature. I say, lost and dazed. He is so damn young. I know. But he had to take over an entire pack when his father died. His brain is even far more mature than his looks. I wake up the next morning to find the bed empty again. Last night, I waited for Xalvador to return, but he never came. The place beside me is hollow, which means he did come to sleep. It's only 6 and he is already gone. I sigh as I shower and change into black slacks and an orange t-shirt. I quite like this one. It features light orange lace on the border, the neckline, sleeves, and hem. I let my hair down with a side partition and go downstairs. I grab a sandwich for breakfast and then walk to the back of the house. I don't find Xalvador there like yesterday. Okay, now he is just going to back off on his own word. Great. I still wait for 20 minutes, but he doesn't turn up. I'm about to leave when Liam calls to me. Hey, Miss Arabella? No training today? He asks, his body glistening with sweat. He looks pretty attractive, and his nature is charming. His mate is going to be a lucky woman. Nope. Your alpha decided to ditch me, I guess. I say sadly. Oh, I can volunteer if you want. He suggests, and my face lights up. Of course, I barely have anything to do the whole day. I say, clapping my hands in glee. It's always fun with Liam. He laughs and then instructs me to warm up. About half an hour later, he shows me a technique to tackle the person on the ground. See, you come from the front. Raise your left leg, making the opponent think that's your attack move. Then suddenly thrust your right leg, entwine it with their left, and pull them down with the arm and thud. On the ground. He explains, and I nod, fully concentrating. Okay, now you try. He says, and I look at him, determined. I do exactly as he instructed and pull him down with full force. He falls, obviously helping me, and I land on him, my legs on either side of his torso. See? I am so powerful. I tease, and he smirks. He is about to say something, but a thundering growl pierces the air. What are you doing? Xalvador. Chapter 25. It's not what you think, I begin, but before that, Xalvador is on Liam, punching him. Oh my God, Xalvador, stop. I shriek as he beats him, and Liam defends. Alpha, I was teaching her to fight. Liam screams as he puts up a defense. How dare you touch my mate? Xalvador exclaims, and I grab his arm, pulling him backwards. He doesn't budge and continues to go after Liam. Before sanity can register, I raise my hands and concentrate. A small fire lights up at Xalvador's right hand, which is beating Liam. What the hell? He growls as his hand burns. Seeing him hurt burns me on the inside, and I quickly snap my hand back. He was teaching me defense techniques. Please calm down, I exclaim hurriedly, and he turns towards me. I motion to Liam, and he ran away, sensing that his presence would only cause damage. Xalvador's eyes darken as he realizes what I've done, and I gulp. This new Xalvador is not someone I can handle. He takes a step forward, and I back off. His fists clench as he rakes his eyes all over my body in a way that has my insides churning with fear. Bella, I want to mark you so badly right now. He growls a low, carnal whisper. Oh my God. I smile sweetly at him, and then turn around in a flash, beginning to run as fast as I can. I don't hear him as I keep running. Xalvador has lost control. I dash in the house, earning confused looks from people, and sprint to Xalvador's room. I almost smile as I don't hear him behind me when I enter the room. I am about to close the door, but a hand creeps in, not allowing it to budge. Xalvador pushes with effortless grace, and I stumble backwards. He locks the door as he turns to me, and I gulp in fear. He closes on me as my back hits the wall, and I yelp. He seems to be enjoying my reaction as he pulls me closer by my waist. I gasp as he leaves no space between our bodies and dives in to kiss my neck. He kisses my neck and the uncovered area just near my chest. Let me mark you, sugar bun. You make me so mad every time you talk to other wolves who have no brand of mine. He whispers slowly, his voice calm and steady. Too calm. His lips urge me to answer him, and I find myself losing myself in the pleasure. He presses his lower body forward, holding me close, making me go crazy with sensations. Xalvador, no. You won't mark me. I say as firmly as I can. He growls and stares at me. His eyes darken to the point where they seem completely black, and I'm scared. Totally. I can literally feel the anger radiating off him as he tightens his hold on me. Damn, Bella, why are you so stubborn? You're my mate, and if I want to mark you, I will mark you. He growls, his fingernails further digging into my sides. No, you won't. Or you know the consequences. I say, almost giving in to the heat of the moment. This angers him further, and he clutches my sides tighter. He leans in, inhaling my scent, and kisses my neck. He kisses the area he is supposed to mark, and I moan. Why, he says between kisses, do you deny this? This pleasure that I can bring to you. The bond that we share. Put an end to the agony, Bella. Just give in. He persuades me while he picks me up, and I wrap my legs around his waist. Our bodies press together, and I gasp, feeling waves of pleasure and intense desire coursing through me. No, I stutter, and he sighs in frustration. He pins me to the wall, and the next minute, his lips are on mine, kissing me deeply. For a moment, I lose everything and kiss him back. With the same fervor and passion, letting the bond rejoice. My lips press against his urgently. He presses his body into mine, holding me to the wall, and I gasp as he deepens the kiss. I realize what I'm doing and pull his face away. No, please stop, Xalvador. I'm not ready for this, I say, gasping for air as he stares back hungrily. I can't let him mark me right now, especially when I have so many questions about my existence and my family. Elizabeth's revelations have shaken me to the core. But once he marks me, the mate bond will overpower my quest for answers. Everything will revolve around him and us. Or at least that is what I've heard. I can't let that happen before I know who my family is. I breathe out and look at him cautiously. He looks conflicted as I plead with him with my eyes. He sets me down, his hold loosening only a bit. Suddenly, he starts breathing hard and his body stiffens. Run. He screams as he thrashes from one side to another as if dodging an invisible force. Oh no, it's his wolf. I dash as the realization sinks. My heart hammers as I sprint into the woods, trying to escape my mate's angry wolf. I run and run, but within a short time, I can hear Xalvador behind me. Arabella, wait. A voice comes from him, but it isn't his. It is his wolf's voice. Oh no. Before I can go far, Xalvador suddenly pounces in front of me, his body shaking with what I know is anger and breathing hard. I tremble as I gauge his face. He doesn't look like himself at all. He is just scarier, bigger, and more dangerous. And handsome. Yeah, thanks, Fianna. Xalvador, please listen. Please just dash. Adrian. It is not him. Xalvador. I mean, Adrian speaks in the same gruff voice. I can't wait any longer, Fianna. I will mark you as mine. No, please. Not yet. There are many things I don't know. Please, I begin, but Adrian cuts me off by pushing me against a tree. His lips crash with mine, and I'm tempted to return the favor. His touch leaves fire on my skin as it trails from my cheek to my neck and finally settles on my waist, squeezing the flesh. His grip tightens to a point where it starts to hurt. His nails somehow no longer dig into my skin painfully. Adrian, please, you're hurting me. You hurt me too when you were writhing on that third in command. He growls, his hands causing me pain now. His nails tear my t-shirt near my shoulder, and I gasp. His hand touches the area where I should be marked, and then suddenly, he leans in. Ouch! No, stop. I scream as his teeth graze my skin. He has almost marked me now. I muster all the strength I can and throw him off me. He screams in an animalistic voice as I distance myself from him. Xalvador, listen to me. Come back, please. I say, frantic yet my voice inviting. You know I would never forgive you if you mark me right now, without my consent. Please, it is me, your sugar bun. Just come back. Adrian takes a menacing step forward, and yet I don't lose hope. Please just come back, Xalvador, or you know you'll hurt me. I know you don't want that. You promised you would always protect me. Xalvador, please. I plead. It is working as Adrian's or Xalvador's body softens a bit, his eyes regaining their color. His hard breathing calms just a bit, but enough to make me know it is not his wolf anymore. I am, he stutters, and I run into his arms, effectively shutting him up. I can sense he is surprised, so I hug him tighter. Bella, I just lost Dash. It is okay. It is okay. I understand. I whisper soothingly. I can't help but acknowledge the amount of conflicts he must face with his wolf every day. Fianna wants him too. And boy, Adrian is scary. I look up to him, and he gazes down at me, his eyes a standard blended mix of colors. Luna. I hear a voice and instantly recognize it. I part from Xalvador's, and he almost pulls me back, but refrains from doing so. Hey, Maisie. I say as Maisie reaches us. She looks startled as she notices Xalvador there. I am sorry, Alpha Luna. I didn't mean to intrude, she says, lowering her gaze. It is okay. We were leaving. Xalvador answers curtly. I scramble my tattered t-shirt into its place and mouth. I'll explain everything to Maisie. Stay here. I'll send some clothes for you. Xalvador orders, and I shake my head. Xalvador, it okay? I can dash. You are not walking in front of my pack like that. He cuts me off and walks away. Huh. The big dire Alpha is back. Yay! Arabella, what happened? Maisie questions as soon as Xalvador leaves earshot. Xalvador lost his grip on his wolf. And his wolf tried to mark me. I answer. Oh. Yeah, so why did you come here? Found anything? I ask and she nods. Yes, but need to go back to my room. I have found something really significant. Maisie says, and I can tell she is excited. Of course, it's not every day that one discovers that they have magical powers. I nod with a smile as we wait for our clothes. 30 minutes later, I find myself in Maisie's room surrounded by vintage-looking books. She is searching for something while I wait patiently. Here, she hands me a book with a page already open. This is what I wanted to show you. I skim through the pages carefully, and I look up at her, my eyes wide. Is this? I question, and she nods. Yes, it is the spell that makes one inhumanly fast and powerful, just dash. Just like the several Silver Falls wolves. I complete her sentence. She nods, and we both fall into silence. This means they have a witch too? I ask, though I know the answer. Yes, only witches can do this spell. And besides, the spell does exactly what we saw in the Silver Falls. Maisie, you need to find out how powerful spells exist. Or we will never know what they are planning. Xalvador is training everyone so hard, but if the opponents are extraordinary, our wolves will be at a disadvantage. Wow, she says a bit phased, and I frown in confusion. You said our wolves. She explains quickly. I sigh and debate whether I should tell her everything. When I don't find any reason not to say to her, I tell her everything. Maisie listens, surprised as I explain the events of the past few days. So you're a dark moon? Oh my god, that is amazing! She exclaims, and I nod feebly. Yes, Maisie, but it has brought more complications. Being born here means my parents may be here. I need to find them, but I just don't know how. I say dejected. Arabella, I'll look in these books. Maybe I can find something to help you here. She chirps, and I find myself smiling. I hope so, Maisie. Chapter 26. Xalvador's POV. Once again, I enter my room to breathe the sweet, intoxicating smell of my mate. Adrian would have marked her if she hadn't reached out to me at the right time. And I know Sugar Bun would have never forgiven me for that. She is strong and stubborn. And that is something that frustrates and binds me to her. I know her eyes are on me as I shed my t-shirt to reveal my chiseled body. I smirk as I can literally hear her suddenly quicken pace of breathing and, just for a show, flex my muscles. Like what you see? I ask smugly, my back still facing her. I grin as I don't hear a quick retort from her. Keeping a stern expression, I turn towards her, raising my eyebrows in a taunting question. Don't flatter yourself. She manages with a complex expression that is flawed. I walk to her, satisfied when her breath hitches and her eyes widen just for a second. I can tell that after today, she doesn't trust me or Adrian. I smugly smirk as I place one knee on the bed and whisper in her ear. You know what could have happened if you didn't reach out to me today, Sugar Bun. You wouldn't have marked me. She says firmly, and Adrian is pleased on hearing the touch of trust in her statement. Maybe I wouldn't have. But Adrian is not a case I can guarantee. I say lightly, but suddenly, her body stiffens. I can feel the wrath flowing off her as I run a finger through her jawline and down to her neck. She scrambles off the bed, sensing the future events, and scurries to the bathroom. I am about to rejoice in my small victory when Liam mind-links me. Alpha, Elizabeth found something. I'll be there in 5. I say curtly and with a last glance at the bathroom leave. Alpha, I have been thinking a lot about the Silver Falls' extraordinary powers. I therefore reached out to some of my friends and have found out something totally unheard. She says, and I nod at her to continue. These powers are not hereditary or achieved by practice and hard work. They are powers of nature. Powers of magic. I frown as none of what she says registers with me. What do you mean? Alpha, there's a strange smell on these wolves, as you know. I got in touch with some of my friends, and they told me about witches. It's a spell or a magic chant that binds them with these powers. I look at Elizabeth incredulously, shocked by this new information. Sure, I had heard about witches and magic, but I never thought I would encounter one case for real. But if what she is saying is indeed true, then my pack is the biggest threat. They are way stronger than we would ever be. This won't do. I have to find a way. How powerful are these witches? I ask one by one. It depends on the experience or practice that particular witch has. And you can say for sure, the Silver Falls have a witch? I trust my capabilities of sniffing and also the opinion of my friends. So yes, they do have a witch. I advise you to send spies on this work immediately. She replies confidently, and my fears are confirmed now. Elizabeth never speaks like this unless she is sure. What am I to do now? Arabella's POV. Maisie. Oh my god, Maisie, stop. I yell as I spot Maisie near the river, chanting and blood trickling from her ears. I jerk her violently, and she finally recovers. I breathe a sigh of relief as tears flow down freely from her eyes. Maisie, what were you doing? This was just like last time. I scold as I bring her water from the river in my hands and wipe the blood. It wasn't a strong spell, Arabella. I don't understand why I can't do it. She says, her tone disappointed. Sho, Maisie, calm down. You are new to this. Don't rush things. Please, you can't keep hurting yourself like this. But Luna, we don't have time. I can sense it. The Blackwater and Silver Falls have a witch far more stronger than me. They will unleash something big. She says frantically. Maisie, I am an elemental and you are a witch. Our wolves are far more stronger and Xalvador is smarter than them. We will get through this, okay? I ask, and Maisie nods feebly. But something's not right, Arabella. The spell I was doing needed power. And I drew that power from the flowing river, but still I couldn't do it. It was a very small spell. Just would have gushed the wind in violence. So you think you should have been able to do it? I ask, and she nods. Let's go to my room. There are many more journals and books that I've found in the library. It's surprising that no one else than you found the spell books. I say, wondering and thankful. That's because you will not really find any wolf here who is a fan of literature and not fights and bloodshed. The library, they say, was built by the previous Alpha and Luna. They both loved books, especially the Luna. If it hadn't been for that, the library would have been destroyed way back, and instead, there would be another training field there. She explains, and I nod. After about 20 minutes, Maisie and I stumble into a room with a massive pile of books. Phew, that was huge. Yeah, you're free, right? The language can take a bit longer to comprehend, actually. Maisie says, and I nod. We sit to work, each one of us picking a book and scanning through it. Wait, Maisie, you were the one who came into Xalvador's room for taking my measurements, right? I ask suddenly, and she looks up, amused. Yes, Luna, that was me. Why ask suddenly, though? She giggles a bit. I grin and shake my head. Nothing, the thought just crossed over suddenly. I say with an innocent shrug. She shakes her head in amusement, and we both get back to work. I skim through page after page, understanding the strange pictures and words with great difficulty, while Maisie seems more familiar. Maisie, what exactly are we looking for? Look for a spell called Santrophora, or something that might strike you as wind and movement. She explains, and I nod. Xalvador's POV. Mind link with the information as soon as you can. I bark gruff orders to two of my best spies. All I need to know is if the enemies really have a witch. And if they do, I need to know who she is so I can find and kill her. Alpha. The wolves nod and leave in a disciplined manner. I sigh as I lean back in my chair. What is all this suddenly? My fear for my pack is not something I am accustomed to. The Silver Falls. And the Blackwaters. The Blackwaters, and I go way back in the area of enmity. But why the weakling Silver Falls are with them, I can't comprehend. I close my eyes as the events of the past flash in front of me. Dear son, by the time you receive this, I will no longer be you. I am sorry that I succumbed to my problems and got weak. I did not successfully fulfill the role of a father or an alpha. But son, that's what mates do to us. They make us powerful, complete, and weak all at the same time. I will never know why your mother ran, but if you ever find your mate, don't let her go. I guess I never gave her the love your mother deserved. But when you find your mate, love her and protect her. My pack is in your hands, son. I am sorry for being the worst father ever. I love you, Zalva. Please try to forgive this old wolf. Tears prickled my eyes as I clutched the tiny piece of paper. My father. No. Master. Master. I heard a guard entering my room. He was Brent, my father's beta. Alpha. I mean your father is dead. I completed for him as tears streamed down my face. I ran to his room as fast as my legs could carry me, only to find the most heartbreaking scene ever. My father lay there, pale and lifeless, looking nothing like the alpha of the biggest pack. The Blackwater pack. I lost my only family. Before I had time to mourn over my loss, more bad news sneaked in. Master, the rogues have attacked us. There are hundreds out there, and our guards are not prepared. You must get out of here. Brent spoke, and I paled. All those threats that they gave when my father was alive came true. The nerve of those cowards. They attacked when the pack was in such a fragile state. We will fight back. Get the guards in form. I had ordered in the most courageous way I could, and Brent nodded. Yes, master. We will, but not you. You, the women and children must flee to safety. The future of this pack lays in your hands. The Torhan bloodline will end if something happens to you. Please. No beta. I cannot leave my pack like this. Don't even think of it. I barked. Master, please. You don't understand. Your father's name will never be heard of again if you die, and with the amount of rogues out there, we will have to face defeat. Brent had tried to reason, but I didn't budge. I argued and then suddenly felt a blow at the back of my head. I held in pain, and I lost balance, and two arms held me. I am sorry, master. Brent had spoken, and that was the last that I saw of him before everything went black. That day I lost my pack, its name, and my family. And then the Blackwater became the Dark Moon pack. Rebuilt stronger with the rogues I found loyal enough. And from the children who were safe from that night's terrible happenings. I shake my head to clear my thoughts and sigh. If the Blackwater wants a fight, I'll give them one. At least I have an elemental on my side. But am I ready to risk her life for the pack she doesn't even belong to? Arabella's POV. Maisie, look. I scream excitedly as I finally find what we have been looking for the past hour. She immediately jumps and takes the book from my hand, scanning its content. She frowns after she finishes. Arabella, I don't understand. This spell is exactly what and how I did it. Yet I couldn't. I really don't know what loophole I'm missing. She says dejectedly, and I take the book from her, reading. A statement clicks in my brain, and my head shoots up. What? She asks, curious, and I explain slowly. Maisie, it says that a witch and only a witch can do this spell successfully. Yeah, so? I am a witch. She looks at me incredulously. Maisie, you are also a werewolf. You are a half-witch, and maybe that's why. My voice fades away as I let her register. Her eyes widen in realization, and she nods furiously. She sighs and then closes the book. She is about to keep it aside when something grabs her attention, and she frowns. I look at her in a questioning way, and she points to a name on the bottom of the book's rusty-looking cover. Gabriella Adam Torhan. That must be the name of whichever witch wrote this. What's so surprising? I ask, frowning in confusion as her face pales. That is the name of the Luna. Alpha Xalvador's mother. Her words actually take me a while to register, and when they do, I am dumbfounded. Chapter 27. Maisie looks like she is in a trance while I gawk at her, dumbfounded. This means Xalvador's mother was a witch? I ask, not knowing what to anticipate as the answer. Maisie thinks and then finally nods slowly. Oh my god, yes. The Luna was a witch. You know they always said that the Luna was magical. Until now I just thought that was an exaggerated form of praise, but her voice fades, and I gulp. Xalvador is in for such a big surprise. Why don't we find her? Try to contact her? Tell her in what danger our pack is. Maisie nods quickly as if she were thinking the same. Yes, because these are not the spells I can perform. Perhaps she found another love, but the Luna had done a great deal for the pack and its upliftment. These people, it said, were just a bunch of savages who were made into civilized people under the guidance of the Luna. I'm sure she will help us if she knows in what danger her son is. Maisie says this with a renewed hope in her voice. I smile lightly as I see some possibilities for us to have an upper hand in the upcoming pack fight. I saw if some locators spell back a few days. I'll find that and see that if I can do that one. It would be easier that way. Yeah, that would make things smooth. I wonder how suddenly my life had changed and how one revelation that I was born in this pack has changed my outlook on this entire thing. Maybe the moon planned to get me here so I could return to where I belong. Why I was moved from here in the first place, I will never know. But that is fine. Now I've realized that being an elemental has duties. And those duties are towards my pack. I cannot escape them, and lately, I've realized I don't want to either. I have started facing the fact that this is the life I'm supposed to live and meant to live. As an elemental. As a Luna. The word takes me back to Xalvador. It's getting harder day by day to resist him. To not let him mark me. I may want to live in this pack as a member, but I am not yet ready to be claimed by someone. I sigh as I realize that he will begin his intense mate bond pressure once again as night falls. Arabella. Maisie's urgent voice snaps me out of my trance, and I blink. Yeah, what's wrong? Alpha. He is calling for you. She exclaims, and I focus my hearing on the outside. Bella. Xalvador's voice booms, and I realize we have been in Maisie's room almost all day. I sprint to my legs and rush to find Xalvador before he decides in his head that I have fled. I spot him just as he is angrily leaving his room, and his eyes snap immediately in my direction. Where the hell were you the whole time? He immediately walks towards me, his body shaking with fury. He growls loudly, grabbing my shoulders. I was with Maisie. We were busy. I say. He glares at me angrily. And why did you shut off the mind link? What the hell am I supposed to think? He shouts as he pulls us into his room. Okay, seriously? I am not in the mood for his stupid possessive tantrums right now. You need to think that I am a person who also has some work to do. And I shut the mind link off so that I faced no interruptions. Stop making a fuss about everything. I snap. This guy is ridiculous. I was literally thinking the whole time about finding his mother and saving his pack, and here he is, screaming at me for not making an appearance for just a half day. Seriously, dude. Give me a break. He is about to say something, but I cut him off before he can start. And plus you don't own me, okay? I am your mate, but doesn't mean I have to register myself in your diary of my whereabouts every time I step outside a radius of 10 centimeters away from you. And you know what? This is the reason I don't let you mark me. This statement angers him further, and his eyes darken with anger and intensity. You act so protective. Who knows what you will do once you mark me, and we share a bond that binds our bodies and souls together. I am cut off with the shock of my life as Xalvador presses his lips on mine. The shock runs through my body, causing me to lose my balance. Xalvador quickly grabs me by the waist while his lips urgently caress my still ones. His lips feel amazing against mine as he clenches us closer. He pulls away after what seems like an eternity, and I stand there breathless, dumbfounded. You are so captivating when you get all riled up with your lips moving so furiously. That gives me so many ideas, sugar bun. He says, his voice husky and smug. His words cause havoc in my body as I feel undeniable attraction to him. You just kiss me. I say, still stunned, and he nods, amused. Yes, to show I do own you. He says, near my ear, and I shiver. Xalvador, I have to go. I say lamely, and as I am about to walk away, he pulls me back. I need to talk to you about something, Bella. He says, his voice suddenly serious, and I thank heavens. My body regains its control over normal nervous functioning, and I calm down my stray thoughts. What about? Elizabeth sensed a strange smell on the wolves, right? That smell was of a magical spell. She believes the Silver Falls or the Black Water have a witch, thus explaining the extraordinary speed and power of some of their wolves. He says, and I act like I'm surprised. Little does Xalvador know, we figured this out before, and he has larger threats and revelations lying on him. So, what are you going to do now? I've sent my spies to confirm about the witch. And I'm still working on what to do if the answer comes positive. He says, his jaw clenching. Okay, I say. He nods, and the conversation ends there. He then leaves after a while, and I sit in his room thinking about the kiss. Tremors run through my body every time I recall the feeling. Maisie mind-links me, and I rush to meet her by the river. Hey, what's up? Arabella, I have found a way by which we can contact or know about Luna Gabriella. She says lowly, and I grin. That's great. But for that, I'd need something very close to the Luna, maybe her personal diary or something like that. She says, and I nod thoughtfully. Yeah, so maybe we can find that somewhere? Like maybe in the library itself. Arabella, there are things you don't know. After the Luna ran, as you know, Alpha Adam got weaker and weaker. One night, he gave in to his misery and died. That same night, as if knowing the happenings, the black water attacked us. Alpha Xalvador was just 8 then. The previous beta rushed him, the women and the children to safety while they tried to defend themselves. I don't know much of what happened after that, but I've heard that months later, when Alpha Xalvador returned here, this house was in ruins and there were decaying corpses all around. Only some parts of this house, including the library, were somewhat intact. The Black Water, then known as rogues, took away everything they could. Alpha Xalvador was broken and angry. His world had turned upside down in one night. In fact, he did not even get time to mourn his father's death or give him the royal burial he deserved. He blamed Luna Gabriella for everything. So all of her belongings were burnt and discarded. Only on the persuasion of Elizabeth, the library was allowed to stay. Oh my God. I gasp slightly and Maisie nods. Wait, what do you mean by the Black Water then known as rogues? I ask as her words register. Maisie begins carefully, and I perk up straight. Arabella, our pack was the Blackwater pack. The rogues took away everything they could, including our name and the power and glory it held. Alpha Xalvador did not back down. He formed his own new pack and refused to let his father's name be forgotten forever. And thus was born the Dark Moon. Maze explains slowly, and I realize how much pain Xalvador has been living with. We sit there in silence for a while, feeling the thick tension in the air. So how will we contact the Luna now? I ask feebly. I've found a way, but I will need your help for that. She says, and I straighten up. Anything. I'll do anything I can to help. I say enthusiastically, and she frowns. When she doesn't say anything, I persuade. What is it, Maisie? Come on, tell me. Arabella, you will have to let Alpha Xalvador mark you. She says quickly, and I find myself at a loss for words. Maybe anything didn't include Xalvador marking me. Chapter 28. You have to let him mark you, Arabella. She says. But why mark me? What does finding the Luna have to do with him marking me? When a wolf marks or is marked, he or she becomes complete. The ritual or the spell that we will perform will ensure definite results then. I'll need a lot of energy, so it better work or our efforts will be in vain. She explains. When do you want to do the spell? I ask her. The sooner the better. She says, and I turn to leave. Because the war is near, Arabella. I can feel it. I hear Maisie before I make my decision. I wait by the window in his room, my heart pounding. I'm wearing a one-piece nightgown, exposing my neck. For him. To mark me as his. Am I ready for this? My mind drifts to all the times we've been together, all the times he has made my heart beat like it's gonna burst out. All the times he has made me feel safe and given me a sense of purpose. Wanted. Yes, I can do this. He is my mate, and I should strive to make him stronger, not make him chase me. What the hell was I thinking? This is my pack, my people, and I'm supposed to be their Luna, protecting them especially when the moon wants me to. I gulp as I hear Xalvador enter. I turn around slowly to find his eyes transfixed on my outfit. I shiver under his gaze as he takes a step towards me, his stance predatory. His eyes are dark and his jaw is tight as he stares into my eyes, standing at a hair's breadth. What are you trying to do, Bella? He asks, his voice raspy and strained. I notice his fists are clenched on the side. I release his fists with my hands while he watches, confused. Mark me, Xalvador, I say confidently, looking into his eyes. His expression is priceless as his mouth hangs open with surprise while he grabs me by my waist and pulls me against him. He scans my face and then frowns. Why? What are you planning? He asks with suspicion, and I don't blame him. I need to tell him everything. If we want to defeat the Blackwater and Silver Falls, then I need him with me. Maisie and I can't do things alone. It's going to be a long night. I entwine my fingers with his and look into his eyes. I want you to mark me. No plotting, no conspiracy. I'm just giving in. I whisper truthfully, lightly running my hand over his jaw. He scans my face and then looks into my eyes as if not believing me. When he doesn't get the fishy thing he is trying to find, he pulls me into an intense kiss. I gasp and his lips dominate mine, and I slightly move them. He groans with surprise and pleasure and deepens the kiss. My body feels on fire, and he settles me on the edge of the bed, crouching in front of me. His lips trail from my cheek to my jaw and then to my ear. I shiver as he whispers, his hold tightening on my waist. You sure you want the sugar bun? His voice is a husky whisper, and I nod. He growls lowly, and then one of his hands gently holds my hair and tips my head back slightly. I gasp as he kisses my collarbone and neck. I feel his lips hover over that place, and I hold my breath. He tells me to relax, and that's all the warning I get before his canines press into my skin. I yelp as I feel immense pain. He doesn't retreat, and the pain slowly fades, replaced by a deep connection. My soul feels connected with his as he pulls back, his breathing as hard as mine. He grabs my face and aligns our foreheads. I'm sorry, baby. Sorry for hurting you, he says, and I shake my head. It is okay. We both look at my shoulder, and I am once again made aware of the connection that has been established. It's as if we are almost one. I can feel his erratic heartbeat, his jumbled emotions, his dauntlessness, and his pain. It's as if everything that he had been through, I'm going through right now. I look at his face and find a similar expression, as if he can read my mind, my soul, and my worst fears. I am brought back to the present as I feel blood trickle down my collarbone onto the gown. I quickly stand to wash it, but Xalvador stops me. He instead gets some cotton and water and wipes the area soothingly. Being a wolf, the wound heals quickly, only leaving a beautiful mark behind. Wow, I say without knowing as I trace my fingers over the mark. Xalvador watches my neck transfixed. He bends down suddenly, kisses the mark, and a warmth travels down through my entire body. Mine, he whisper growls, and he holds my gaze for assurance. I nod as I make him sit beside me. Xalvador, let's sleep, I say, and he again looks surprised. If I tell him everything right now, I might ruin this moment. I'm finally accepting him, letting him break the walls I spent years building. I don't want to lose this precious moment. I can tell him everything first thing in the morning. He pulls me to his chest, and I smile contentedly. I am marked now and claimed by such a strong, selfless man. I don't really feel the fear I used to feel before. Maybe because he is a part of me now, I have his strength to help me, assure me. His arm snakes around mine possessively and pulls me against his chest. Yes, possessive Xalvador is not something I'm ready for. But the war needs us to be together. For our people. For Alpha Adam. For Tyler and Mariah. It is dark. And there is nowhere to go. I am alone. I squint my eyes to realize I'm in front of a large house. A large, peculiar, and scary house. I walk towards it confused. I don't know what else to do. I climb up the front steps towards the door and stand there, wondering if I should knock. But the door creaks open and I enter carefully. Come to me, honey. I hear a voice as I roam in the dark hallways of the house. The house looks burnt and ruined. Everything is like trash scattered around. But the voice, it's familiar. It's Grandma. My grandmother. I strain to listen, but there is an eerie silence. Grandma, where are you? I scream, desperate to find her. To reach her and tell her how much I missed her. Here, baby. Come to me. I hear her faint voice. I run around furiously, checking one room after another and finding them all empty. I hurt my foot against a table-like thing and I fell. Where is your grandmother? I can't find you. I yell, my voice desperate and frustrated, with tears streaming down my face. I rise again and walk further down the dark hallway. I find a door ajar and sneak in. It's a poorly lit room, with 2 big candles burning by the bed. I see a small boy standing near the bed, his shoulders shaking. I walk closer steadily. I watch over the boy's shoulder, and I gasp as I see a pale blue body lying there. The boy suddenly turns his head back, and I gasp. His eyes are flooding with tears. He looks like Salvador. No. He takes a step towards me, and I stumble backwards. You killed him. He accuses me, pointing towards the dead man. You killed my father. He shouts again, and I shake my head. No, I didn't kill him. I didn't. Yes, you did. You're a murderer. I hate you. You killed him. He yells, and I shake my head furiously, covering my ears and closing my eyes. When I open them next, I'm in a different room, a quiet one. The boy is gone. I look around to find a woman resting on a chair. Grandma? Grandma, is that you? I exclaim and take quick steps towards her. She looks up at me and smiles. I smile with tears in my eyes. I found her. My grandmother will be with me again. I can tell her what the little boy told me and how I didn't kill the man. She will believe me. I'll tell her how I can't sleep without her, and she will cradle me in her arms. I am about to hold her hand when her expression turns into one of pain and agony. Save me, Bella, she says in a strained voice, and I reach out. Before I can touch her, she vanishes. No, I scream as I look around to find the darkness engulfing me. I sit up with a start, my breathing fast and sweat all over. I feel Salvador quickly get up beside me, and I wipe my forehead with the back of my hand. Hey, what's wrong? Salvador questions as he rubs a hand on my back. I cry as the dream I just had is vividly replayed in my head, as clear as a day. I feel confused and overwhelmed with pain as I recall everything. I cry as I remember finding my grandma. It was just a dream. Shabella, it is fine. It was just a dream. You're safe, Salvador says soothingly, and I lean into his embrace. I take minutes to calm down, finally. Things are getting out of hand now. I can't live with these secrets alone now. Salvador, there are some things you need to know. Yeah, sugar bun. You can tell me in the morning. You need rest right now, he says, and I shake my head violently. No, it is important. You must hear me out right now, I say, and he sighs. Bella, we can talk in the... I killed your father. I cut him off, and he stops talking, his face turning into a frown. What? He asks in a low, stern voice. I mean, that is what you told me in my dream. I stutter, and he visibly sighs. Oh, Arabella, it was just a dream. You don't have to think so much. He soothes, and I shake my head furiously. No, Salvador. Ever since I lost my grandmother, or as far as I can remember, I've always had significant dreams. Dreams that mean something. They aren't just factions of my imagination or a result of my mind working in overdrive. I can be sure of that. I explain frantically, hoping he would understand. Bella, you're overthinking this. You are overwhelmed by the sudden connection that we share. Just let this dream pass. Let's sleep. No. Salvador, this wasn't just a dream. Everything in me is yelling that I must find out what the dream meant to convey. And for that, I must tell you things. Things that you need to know. I say the last part gravely. I don't understand anything you're saying, but Bella, right now I want you to sleep. You are way too tired, and I understand why. Let's just rest. No, hear me out. I can't sleep with this burden of secrets on my shoulder. I say firmly, and he listens. I tell him all about Maisie and witches and his mother. By the time I unravel everything that's on my mind, his expression is complex. Why didn't you tell me before? I don't know. It was stupid of me, but now the pack is in so much of danger, I cannot be quiet anymore. I say, and he doesn't respond. Then he looks at me and gets up and leaves. I sigh as I don't know what to think of his inconclusive reaction. The next morning, Maisie lets out the biggest squeal I've heard when she spots the mark on my neck. I reprimand her and tell her about everything. I tell her about my dream and how I think it holds some meaning that I need to discover. Her humorous demeanor changes as we discuss business. Now I can perform the spell, Arabella. Can you please ask Alpha Xalvador to be in the middle of the woods, near the 2 largest banyan trees at precisely the time the sun goes down? She asks, and I nod. I have to convince Salvador. I make my way back to the house and find Salvador in his office. On the way, I hear 2 people arguing in hushed, deadly voices. I turn my way and move in the direction of the noise near the back of the house. I'm surprised to find Liam and Kane standing there in a heated conversation. You will do no such thing. Liam glares at Kane, and Kane is about to reply when the duo notices me. They both look at me, their expressions purely showing the annoyance they feel at my interruption. Okay, Arabella, you need to learn to mind your business. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude, I say with an apologetic tone. I'll just go, I say awkwardly and am about to leave when Liam calls me and then joins me as we walk away. What was that about? I ask in a quiet voice. Nothing, Arabella. Kane was just being his normal self. He says, his tone clipped. Okay. And I'm sorry for meddling. I say, and he visibly relaxes. Oh no, Luna, it was your right. Especially now since you're marked. He finishes the sentence with a teasing tone, his eyes on my mark. I roll my eyes and smack him on the shoulder. Hey, but come on, at least tell how did you suddenly decide to let Alpha Xalvador to mark you? He asks. Well, the real reason is something even your Alpha doesn't know yet. This piques his curiosity, and he urges me to continue. I tell him about Elizabeth and how she told me I belonged to the pack. The which part being too complicated, I left it as it was. Xalvador can decide how it must be broken out to everyone later. So I just feel this urge to protect my pack ever since I've accepted that I did really take birth here. And for that, I realized that I'd have to focus on fighting the enemies rather than the bond that I share with your Alpha. I say, and he nods. He suddenly leans into my ear and whispers, yours too. He finished with a smirk. He meant that Xalvador is my Alpha too now. Well, yeah, he is, and I may someday accept that fully. I shake my head at him in fake disapproval and then head off to Xalvador's office. You were with Liam. It is the first thing I hear as soon as I close the door behind me. Yes, we were just talking. I say, and he gets up, walking towards me. I don't like his scent on you. He growls possessively and pulls me close by the waist, kissing his mark on the shoulder. I shudder as the bond reacts and Xalvador complies, kissing my shoulder and throat. I gasp as my hands clutch his hair for support and try to pull him closer and away at the same time. Xalvador, I came here to talk. I manage to stutter as his hands roam over my back and my waist. Then talk, Bella, he commands in a husky voice, and I struggle to remember why I came here in the first place. Maisie, right? I'm not stopping you. He further continues. I kick myself mentally and remember what I'm supposed to tell him. I'm about to say to him when his lips land on mine in a rigid and possessive kiss. I whimper slightly as the bond reacts, and it's impossible not to respond. I tentatively move my lips and Xalvador groans, pulling me closer. He backs me till we reach his table. No, Xalvador, stop. I'm not ready. I gasp, and he immediately halts, regaining control over his breathing. He presses his forehead against mine as we both try to calm down our breaths. This small action makes my stomach go wild with butterflies. What were you going to say? He asked as he moved away from me, yet not far enough to lose physical contact. I need you to come with me to the woods today evening. Maisie will perform a spell to contact your mother. I feel a bit nervous. His teeth clenched immediately, and his eyes darkened with anger. That woman is not my mother, Arabella. Remember that. And I am not going to seek any help from her. I don't want to know what she is doing or how she is. I don't even care if she is alive or dead. He says this with clenched teeth, and I move closer to him. Xalvador Maisie is a witch, but not yet powerful completely. She can help us fight the enemies who have a far more stronger witch than Maisie. Your mother was powerful. We need her to tell us how Maisie can achieve the complete powers of a witch. Please. I can protect my pack. I don't need that betraying woman who left me years for her own selfish reasons to help me save the pack she never gave a damn about. He growls. I immediately cup his cheeks and stare into his eyes. Xalvador, I'm not telling you to forgive her or seek her help. This is your pack and you care for it, and which is why you must help reach her and ask her for help. It's not about her, Zal. It's about this pack. The pack you care about. I explain softly, caressing his cheek. His stance eases as he seems to consider my words. Please. I urge him once more, and his jaw ticks. And then he gives me a reluctant nod. Chapter 29. I arrive at the spot Maisie wanted us to with Xalvador, and his body tenses immediately. Maisie isn't there, but there are candles set up in a circle. We look around for Maisie, and when she doesn't appear, we decide to wait. There is still time for the moon to come up, the last rays of the sun casting a subtle glow on the area. We sit near a tree, waiting for Maisie to come. Are you nervous? I ask Xalvador. No, he replies. Are you? Not nervous, but there is this feeling that something bad might happen. I say. Xalvador squeezes my hand, effectively calming me down. Nothing will happen. Even if that woman refuses to help us, we will save our pack. He says, and I nod. His expression changes to one of surprise just for the slightest moment. I know why. I didn't contradict when he said, our pack. How can I when it isn't true? He doesn't comment on it, and I'm thankful. If I tell him what Elizabeth told me, he will want to complete the bond. And I am not ready for that. Even if Xalvador agrees to wait and respect my wish, his wolf won't. The only leash Xalvador has on his wolf is the fact that I was a rogue, and to become a pack member officially is still hard for me. Even if I've agreed to be marked, to complete the bond is a much bigger step. Once I do it, the connection will become 100 times more powerful. His strengths will become mine, and so will his weaknesses, and it would be impossible to stay without each other. And I am not ready for that. It feels like giving up entirely on that little freedom that I have. I'm sorry, Alpha, Luna. I had to arrange a few things. Maisie appears, announcing. She immediately gulps as Xalvador stares at her with a hard look. Xalvador, I already told you Maisie hid the fact that she is a witch because I told her to. Stop glaring at her. I whisper scold him. He averts his gaze, and Maisie shoots me a thankful look. She stands inside the circle of candles and then closes her eyes, chanting something. The candles all around light up, and I feel Xalvador's surprise. Alpha, please step in the circle. Maisie says, and Xalvador's form stiffens again. He offers his hand to me, and I look at him in question. You either stand with me or I'm leaving. He says with finality, and I look at Maisie hesitantly. She seems to think for a while and then nods. I take Xalvador's hand, and together we stand in the center of the circle. Maisie thrusts her hands forward and closes her eyes in concentration. She chants her spell in a low voice, and we can't hear it. The wind blows around slightly, and the leaves ruffle in rebellion. This goes on for minutes until Maisie stops and looks forward. Maisie? I call out, but she doesn't reply. She keeps looking forward and then closes her eyes again, and her eyebrows scrunch as if focusing on something. Xalvador and I exchange the same looks of confusion when suddenly Maisie gasps and stumbles backwards. Xalvador immediately catches her, and I help him. She regains her balance and looks at her with an expression I quite can't fathom. It's almost a mix of surprise, confusion, and sadness. Did you get the help you wanted? Xalvador asks in a gruff tone. No, Maisie says in a low voice, and Xalvador scoffs. She has always been so selfish. He taunts. No, Alpha. She isn't selfish this time. She is dead. I gasp lightly while Xalvador almost flinches. Almost. He looks at me and storms away back to the house. I want to talk to Maisie, but I know Xalvador shouldn't be alone. I run in the direction he disappeared and halt at the entrance of the pack house. Where did he go? I focus on the bond, and I feel him near the back of the house. Feel his anger. And he's hurt. I quickly run to the back of the house, only to be thrown back by a big black wolf. The wolf pounces on me, and I dodge by rolling over to the left. Xalvador snarls in frustration and growls in my direction. His eyes are golden and gleaming. Xalvador, it's me. Calm down. I exclaim as I dodge another of his attacks. When he doesn't back down, I make a decision. If this is how he wants to let out his pent-up hurt, then be it. I quickly shift into my white wolf, my clothes flying apart. I pounce on him, and he dodges to the side. We continue fighting like wild, hungry wolves, fighting and attacking, biting and clawing at each other. In his next attack, his fingernails dig into my neck, and without knowing, I growl with pain. This miraculously brings him to his senses, and he growls again, this time for hurting me. He quickly shifts, and I close my eyes, not wanting to see his uncovered form. Fianna nudges at me, but I don't budge. I can hear him sigh and then listen to him retreat. He returns after a minute, and a cloth drops near my ears. Change. I'm not looking. I quickly shift and wear the long t-shirt he has gotten for me. He immediately turns, and his eyes land on my neck. There is a massive wound on the left part of my neck. Shit, damn it. Xalvador growls and punches his fist in the ground so hard, I flinch. Xalvador, stop. It's just a wound. It's already healing. I fucking hit my own mate. I am so messed up. He growls, his inner turmoil clear. He starts walking away, and I catch his hand. Wait, I pull him back and cup his face. I'm okay, and you haven't hurt me. I'm your mate, and not a fragile doll that you should keep safe and scratchless. Your wolf needed a way to let out his anger, and fighting was the only way it knew. It's fine. You know I can't be the immobile mate you want to protect. This is the way I've survived for 19 years, and getting hurt is a part of my being. You don't have to feel more hurt than you already are. I explain and then hug him. His arms immediately wrap around my body, and I sigh as I feel his stress ease out and his heartbeat slow down. I don't care about her, and it doesn't affect me if she is dead. It does, and you care. And that is exactly what is hurting you. You hate yourself for caring about the woman who left you. But she was your mother, and it's natural. You can't help but not feel something hearing that she is no more. It's okay, I say, and he doesn't reply. We spend some time in the much-needed silence and then proceed to dinner. Now that the Luna can't help, I must find out another way. Immediately, the image of the old man pops into my head. I never met him. I decide to go to the village without any further delay, first thing in the morning. I would go right now, but there is no way Xalvador would allow me. As I stand in the doorway of my room, I see Liam leaving from above. I wanted to ask him about Cain, so I followed him. I look around when I reach outside, but am unable to find him. Just as I'm retreating, I hear him call out my name. Hey, I was just looking for you. Oh, needed some entertainment? He asks lightly, and I smile while shaking my head. Why does Cain despise Xalvador so much? I ask, and I can feel his reluctance to answer. It's okay. You don't have to tell me. I quickly assure him, but he shakes his head. You have the right to know. Cain lost his wife and his daughter in the attack that night. His wife was pregnant with their second child, and perhaps that is why she couldn't escape as quickly as the other women. They were trying to leave in the midst of the attack and they got killed. When Cain came to know about that tragedy after the fight, he was shattered. And now he blames Alpha Xalvador, his father, and the Luna for his loss. He says, and I feel a pang. Cain has a reason for his behavior. Losing your entire family due to the weakness of someone else is not something that one can forgive. Especially the werewolf males who are so protective and possessive of their mates and family. And his unborn child. I almost release a sob, but then, realizing that Liam's still with me, I hold my emotions at bay. That's really tragic. I didn't know. I say, and Liam nods. That night shattered a lot of people's lives, Arabella. And the way it has, it almost unbearable. He says in a distant voice, as if voicing something he himself feels. I am about to question, but he wishes me a curt good night and leaves. And I stare at his back, wondering. Chapter 30. Liam, wait. I call and run after him. He halts, but doesn't turn. By the way you talk, I can tell you have lost someone too that night. And I know it hurts. I've lost someone who was my only family, too. His eyes shot up at this. But I've realized that it's not the past that we should focus on. It's the present. If I hadn't lost my grandmother, I would have never wandered in here and never found this pack, my mate, and you. I have never had a real friend before. And now I have you and Maisie and Xalvador and this pack. I wanted to avenge the death of my grandmother so much before, but now my focus is on saving this pack. Because my future doesn't have to be cruel and self-centered. I have realized I can't only live for myself and do something that would provide satisfaction to me. Instead, I could save and fight for 100 other people who are living. And you have taught me that. When I came here, I never thought I would survive. But then you came alone and made me laugh, made me forget everything. And I saw how selfless you are. You actually know what love is, what life is. And I'm sure when you find your mate, she will be damned lucky to have found a man who is not at all cruel. I say genuinely and smile at him. I hesitantly hug him and then pat his back. Liam stares back in a dumbfounded way, but then quickly recovers and gives me a small smile in return. I don't know why I said what I just said. I just knew I had to. I quietly sneak into the house and into the possessive embrace of Xalvador for the night. I dress up in a floral blouse and a pair of jeans the next morning and leave for the village. Xalvador is busy in his office with his spies who have returned after their search. I really hope meeting that old man would help solve some of my questions. As I'm walking through the hallways, I hear Tyler sobbing. I quickly go inside his room and see Mariah right beside him, hugging him. They both look up as I kneel by their bed. I pull them both in an embrace and smile when they immediately respond. Over the last few days, I have managed to break the ice between the kids and me. They are freer around me and they don't hesitate as before. I think they might even like me. There is an odd sense of something warm that I feel every time I am with them. Their smiles bring me happiness and contentment. I wipe Tyler's cheeks and then ask him softly, "Why are you crying, Ty?" He pushes forward a paper that I overlooked before. I open it to see a sketch of a beautiful woman. Her hair is long and brown, falling around her chest in soft waves, while her face is small and feminine. Her smile is carefree and pretty while her eyes shine with happiness. My heart clenches as I stare at the sketch. Was my mother, Tyler says with a sob, and my eyes water at the innocence and hurt. The boy says the sentence with. I pull him into a hug again and caress Mariah's hair. She is not crying. She instead looks responsible and strong, but her eyes show the pain she feels. The amount of hurt and pain that is in her, which she never shows, for the sake of her little brother. I would never know how a kid can be so strong. She is beautiful, I say, and Mariah nods with a pained smile. That she was. And so was our father. He was very handsome. They both were very good looking. They are. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they are not here. They are watching you every minute. And one day you will meet them again. I promise. I explain softly. Really? Tyler asks timidly, and I nod. Mariah, too, seems intrigued. After all, she is a child, too. Yes. In fact, I am sure they are watching you right now and are probably sad. Why sad? Mariah asks with a tone of desperation. Because you guys are sad. No parents want their children to be unhappy or sad. They become sad too. So if you want to make them happy, you should smile. And laugh. And be happy always. Do that for your parents, all right? Because they love you so much. But we miss them. Mariah says softly, and for the first time, I see a tear roll down her cheeks. I know you do. I say quietly and cuddle them both with me on the bed. I caress their hair and kiss their foreheads. But you know, I begin. They were taken away from you by some cruel people. But even then they loved you, and that is why they are around you as angels. Angels who made sure that you come here and live with Xalvador. You have Xalvador now, Maisie, and I know you both are fond of Liam. I say, trying to cheer them up. And we have you. Mariah smiles at me, and my heart flutters. Tears flood into my eyes as I kiss their cheeks. They feel family. You'll always have me. I promise. I say, looking down at both of them. Mariah sits up and wipes her cheeks. I won't cry now. And nor will you, Ty. She says in a declaration and helps Tyler clean his face as well. I watch in admiration as I sit up too. Mariah looks around the room and then smiles. Mom, Dad, I know you are here. And though I can't see you, I know you are looking over me and Ty. I love you both, and I promise I won't cry and make you guys sad again. Once again, her innocence makes my heart clench, but I nod and smile at her in encouragement. Me too, Mom and Dad. Tyler says, looking around, just like his sister. Miss Arabella? Can we go to the park? Grandma can't take us anymore as her legs hurt. Tyler asks, and I can't bring myself to decline. Okay, let's go. But only if you call me Arabella. I don't want you guys to be formal with me. I say, pulling them both with me. They reluctantly nod, and I grin as we start leaving. I return to the house an hour and a half later. I enjoyed myself too much with the kids. We talked, and I had brought cookies that I had taken before leaving. It gave me indescribable happiness when they both rolled out onto the grass, laughing as I tickled them. Just as I enter the area of the training field, I hear Xalvador. Arabella, where were you? I've been searching for you everywhere. Xalvador almost shouts, and I roll my eyes. He has marked me, and yet he is always so sure that I am planning to run. His eyes darken at my reaction, but I don't budge. Mariah, Tyler, why don't you go and watch some TV while I talk to your alpha? I ask, and they both nod. Mariah takes Tyler's hand, and they both walk into the house. Xalvador, could you chill for a second? I was just out strolling with the children. I scowl as we start walking to his office. Well then, either inform me and leave, or don't shut down the whole mind link. He growls, and I shut up. Okay, he is in a bad mood. Plus, I shouldn't have shut down the mind link. But hey, you need a break from super possessive mates. We enter his office, and I find Liam and Beta Axel already there. Xalvador takes a seat, and so do I. My spies returned this morning, and they have confirmed the news of the enemies having a witch. He says, and we look up in tension. Liam seems peculiar today. He hasn't looked or smiled at me. He is just mostly looking down or at Xalvador. Maybe he is too tense. But the worst news is that they are planning an attack. A massive attack with thousands of wolves. And they leave in 2 days. He speaks in an angry voice, his teeth clenched. I gasp in shock. Alpha, that means they would be here in maximum 5 to 6 days. We literally aren't prepared. I don't want to hear that, Axel. Prepare our wolves. Tell them to be ruthless when the enemies attack. I want everyone in the training field now. And later we will discuss how the defense strategy would be. He commands in the alpha tone, and both the guys nod. But Xalvador, what about the witch and the super-powered wolves? How are we going to fight them? I ask while thinking of what I can do to help. Suddenly, an idea strikes, but I brush it aside for the moment. We'll figure out. Ask Maisie what she can do to help. Otherwise, I'll have my wolves kill the witch first when they attack. It won't be easy, Alpha. Liam reminds. And it won't be impossible either. He glares at him, and then they both leave. Xalvador, I hope you won't stop me from using my powers, right? It's for the pack. I say, sounding sure, but he seems to think. I am not sure, Bella. I can't lose you. I'm gonna send you away with the other women and children. He says. What? Xalvador, no. You can't do that. I won't let you. I wasn't given the most deadliest power to just sit and light up gas stoves. I will fight and use the moon's gift, want it or not. I declare. How can I let you do that, Bella? You are not even obliged to. You don't even belong to this pack, and so I cannot let you get hurt. You are my responsibility, and that is why you won't fight. He growls, clutching my arms. I am a member of this pack. I was born here. I yell. His mouth hangs open, and his eyes widen in shock. His grip loosens on my arms as I breathe hard. What? He asks, stuttering slightly. Shit. I decided I wouldn't tell him until I was ready to consummate the bond. But there is no turning back now. Elizabeth told me that she smelled this pack's smell on me, and that she is sure that I was born here and then taken out of this pack. I am a member of the Dark Moon. Before the Luna, I am the daughter of this pack. And these are my own people. Let me protect them, Xalvador. Please. I say, my voice almost a pained whisper. His face contorts with pain and shock. When did you come to know? Weeks ago. But I couldn't tell you. Why? That's not important. What is important is that you know now. And you have no reason for not letting me help my own pack. That is what a Luna is supposed to do, isn't it? I try to convince him. After a long silence and thinking, he nods. Okay, but you will follow my orders. And if I find you in danger, you will have to back off. Promise me. He demands, and I nod for his sake. What the fight would bring, I don't know, but if my yes gives him satisfaction, then be it. We will put up the most vigorous defense we can. Chapter 31. Xalvador's POV. Hit like you want to win. I growl with my teeth clenched, holding the wolf by his neck. He manages to nod, and I put him down. He gasps for breath and attacks me again. This time, it's more complicated than last time. Better. Keep going like that, I say, and scan my eyes through the army of my wolves. Even the weakest ones are preparing. Tomorrow is the day. For the past 2 days, they have been fighting, learning, and training. Some are prepared, while others are not. But it doesn't matter. No matter what, I am not letting my pack lose. I will risk everything I have to keep my pack safe and, exceptionally, the women and children. Arabella has been working on her elemental powers. She has already transported the women and children to a safe hermitage with the help of Axel. And that has provided some relief to me and to the men in my pack. Though my mate isn't secure, I still can't be more thankful for her being an elemental. That's the only upper hand I have. Maisie's power is confusing, some spells she can do and some she can't. I can't rely on her for much help. She, too, will be hidden safely when the attack happens. All right, wolves. I will be there in 2 hours. It's almost midnight. They have trained enough. Now all they need to do is store their energy, get some rest, and put up the best fight they can tomorrow. And that won't be possible if they are exhausted. Return to your homes and take rest. I want you all to be fresh and charged up for tomorrow. We are going to win. I growl, and immediately the wolves growl in a mighty chorus of yes. I nod in satisfaction as everyone disperses. Axel and Liam nod at me as they leave, and I stay there for some time. After thinking about every possibility that could take place, I go to my room. Salvador. Arabella comes from behind and entwines our hands. Relief floods through me, and I immediately put my arm around her. The bond one share with her, seeing the mark on her and realizing that such a powerful wolf is my mate makes me happy to no end. She is beautiful, bold, bright, and dauntless. And I couldn't have asked for anything else. But when I look at the other side, I wish just a little that she were weak and just a normal wolf. So I would have made sure that she stays in that place tomorrow, safe from harm with the other women. It tears me apart again every second I realize that I am putting my own mate in such danger. But that's just how she is. And I can't stop her. I align our foreheads and take a deep breath of her irresistible, intoxicating scent. She smiles, and once again, I'm in awe of this woman. There is hell breaking over tomorrow, and here she stands like everything is perfect. Why are you smiling? I ask a bit amused. I just feel complete. It's like I've finally realized the fact that I have a pack and a family and you now. Me? I ask surprised. Yeah. She smiles, looking into my eyes. I never could have imagined that I would end up with such an amazing man as my mate. You are strong, powerful, smart, amazing, and kind. Arabella. No, listen. I am not sure if I will ever get to say this again, so listen right now. Every single doubt that I had before about being here with you, there is none now. I am so at peace right now. I feel like I finally have left my past behind. All that matters is my future and my pack and my mate. I was wrong to think you were a heartless monster. You are not. You are just a hard shell with the most kind heart that I've known. And the way these people respect you, it's no wonder. After everything you've been through, you still are so strong. She says with tears in her eyes. Oh my God. Bella, stop. Anne. I love you, Salvador. She says crying, and my heart stops. I can literally not comprehend what is happening. Everything is perfect right now, but I hate myself for realizing this when it's almost too late. I don't know what will happen tomorrow, and I wish I had told you this earlier. You tried so hard, and I couldn't fulfill the duties of a mate. I didn't even fulfill your needs. She sobs, and I immediately kiss her forehead. Bella, you have been the perfect mate, and there isn't anything you haven't fulfilled. Physical intimacy is not something that defines mates and their bond. This wreckage you make me feel, it's just crazy. And that is everything. And don't say all this about it being too late. Tomorrow may be the worst day, but we won't lose. I won't let anything happen to you, okay? I am not ready to lose any of this. Not my pack, not my wolves, and definitely not you. We are ready, baby. And at the end of the day, I will celebrate our victory. Okay, I ask, cupping both her cheeks. She smiles with tears in her eyes, and that pulls at my heart so hard. I kiss her with so much passion, it's as if I want her to feel everything I can't convey. Our lips move together as she kisses me back with the same fervor. I clench her waist and settle her on the bed. My hands find her neck, and my mouth trails there. I drop heated kisses and nip at her collarbone and my mark while she shivers. My God, I could lose control just looking at her like this. I kneel beside her, heaving with breathlessness as I stare at her. Once again, I kiss her neck while my hand holds her waist. Salvador. She breathes, and that sound drives me crazy. Why did I not do this before? Suddenly, Arabella gets up and lays me on my back. Her hands are in my hair as she kisses me, the power in her hands this time. She kisses my neck, and once again, I see her eyes water. She leans over me as she kisses me again, and I hold her body. Every nerve in my body is alive with the pull of the bond. Salvador, stop. Bella says in the midst of our heated session, her chest heaving. We both need rest, and heaven knows that if we start now we won't be able to stop. And that's not good for tomorrow. It's for the entire pack. We're the ones they rely on. She gasps the words in the most unconvincing way. But I get her point. If I complete the bond tonight, I will not stay up all night. And without rest, I won't be able to put up the best defense that I have to. I nod and slowly put her off me. We cuddle, and I caress her head. Suddenly, my heart rate spikes as she caresses my face. Bella, you just confessed, Anne. Arabella, Shoo, it's okay. She says, placing a finger on my lips. I know you feel it. You don't have to say it back until you are ready. She smiles softly, and I nod. She closes my eyes with her fingers, and I feel content before darkness envelopes me. Arabella's POV. I smile as I watch him sleep. So peacefully and so much at ease. With his stern, tense look gone, he looks so much more handsome than he already is, and that once more takes my breath away. His arms tighten around me, and I snuggle closer. I have this feeling that I might lose him tomorrow. Perhaps I would never hear those words, I love you. And maybe we would never be able to complete our bond. However, when I recall the arrangements I made earlier, I feel a sense of relief. What I have done is risky, but it may prove to be some great help when we need it. Plus, Maisie has been doing everything she can. When she first came in for my measurements, I never could have imagined that she would become my only best friend. She is this gem of a person, and I am so glad I have her. Ever since morning, she had been busy with things in journals that I couldn't even begin to describe. But whatever she was doing, she was pretty engrossed, and I had to force her to go and sleep. I once again close my eyes, but my restless thoughts don't let me sleep. I sigh and give up. I carefully untangle myself from Salvador's arms and hop down to that one place I've always found peace, at the back of the house. Everything will be different tomorrow. There wouldn't just be plain trimmed grass here. And I don't want to think what would replace this plain grass ground. I wrap my arms around myself and take a deep breath. Shouldn't you be sleeping? I hear a voice from behind. Liam. I could ask you the same. I reply. He stands beside me and then sighs. I'm just disturbed about something. He says, and I nod. I understand. I am restless too, because I have this feeling that something bad will happen tomorrow. Something that none of us are expecting. I say, now looking at him. You know, Liam, these past days have been the happiest days of my life. As a rogue, I firmly believed that the only purpose of my life was to survive. But then suddenly changed. And I was like, oh my God. And I wanted this to last. I wanted to experience what it is to have a mate, a pack, and two best friends like you and Maisie. I smile at him. And he gives me a brief smile back. I'm sure this will last. I so don't know. I mean, ever since yesterday, there is this feeling in my gut that I will lose everything tomorrow. I don't want to lose Salvador. And nor do I want to lose you or this pack or Maisie or Tyler and Mariah. You guys mean so much to me now that I won't be able to see even one of you getting hurt. I just hope that my instincts are wrong. And I'm sorry for venting this way, but I don't think I'd be able to sleep until I talk about how I feel. And who better than you can I talk it with? Liam looks a bit taken aback, but I can't be so sure. He is too tense. I'm scared too, Arabella. He says in a quiet voice, and I realize that I was demotivating him as well. Great, Arabella. I clasp his right hand with both of mine. You know what? We both have nothing to be scared of. Our soldiers are strong, and we are smart, and I'm an elemental. Plus, you guys are so loyal and so much trained that nothing will go wrong. I promise that. And also, I won't let anything happen to you. Someone tries to hurt you and boom, they will be sorry. I say in a teasing way, trying to lighten the tension. Liam stares at me impassively and then gives a slight nod. Thanks, Arabella. Good night. He smiles and then walks off. Feeling much better, I return to my room and into the arms of my mate for what may be the last time. Chapter 32. The dawn brings a serene silence in the pack. As I dress up in a black tee and jeans, I look at myself in the mirror. We can do this. I nod, agreeing with Fianna. Ever since I've been marked, I feel a sense of peace within me. And along with that comes strength. Fianna is sure that we will save our pack, and so am I. I come out of the bathroom to find Xalvador waiting for me. He is dressed in simple shorts and a t-shirt. It's not like he's going to keep them on at all today. He circles his arms around me as I approach, and I breathe his scent and memorize it. We're gonna be fine, he says, and I mumble a yes, snuggling into his chest. Xalvador ushers me down, and I realize that this is the only time I've seen this pack house so quiet. The usual grunts, chatter, abuses, and the shouts of arguments are all missing. I am glad Tyler and Mariah are safe in hiding. It's not that these people are scared to fight, but this time, the stakes are too high. Today's fight threatens the very existence of this pack, which has already faced the horrors of being extinguished once. No matter how hard this goes, we will all defeat those treacherous wolves. Those rogues stand no chance in front of us, the rightful ones. Everyone listen. Xalvador commands as soon as we step out on the ground. Every wolf on the field stands to attention. My spies have confirmed. The enemy is almost here. Now is the time to use and everything you have learned in this pack. Be ruthless, smart, and fight. This is our pack, and we will not let history repeat itself. The doomed night that cost us our families and our pack will not replay again. We will fight only to win. We will fight only to win. The chorus of wolves pierces the serene silence. Xalvador gruffly nods and mind-links someone. Soon enough, Beta Axel and Liam report to him. Position. Xalvador orders, and they both nod. Calling out to their respective groups, they stand in rectangular units. There are many other similar units with a wolf as their leader. I see Marcel as one of the leaders, and I can recognize some only by their faces. Almost everyone is here except Kane. I'll be right back. I mutter quickly and rush inside. I find him in the living room, watching TV. Don't you have no self-respect? Or any compassion for your pack for that matter? I growl and Kane faces me. Luna, I am afraid I don't follow. He says with the same weird tone he talks every time. There is war about to commence and here you are watching television. That's your own pack, your own alpha who are gonna fight to protect this pack, and you seem the least interested. Even the common wolves are helping and you could almost pass for someone who is the enemy of this pack. I say my blood is boiling. His expression doesn't change. It's the same, bored and uninterested. I lost my family years ago because of a weak alpha and his cheating, selfish mate. I lost my mate and my child that night fighting for a worthless man who couldn't bear the loss of his mate and let his entire pack face misery. And that woman, who for her own selfish reasons ran away. After that, dear Luna, I had no intentions of staying in this worthless pack. It was only due to my brother that I agreed to stay. But every time I look at Alpha Xalvador, I'm reminded of my loss. I don't care if this pack intact or everyone, including me, dies. I have no care at all. He growls slightly, and I stand there baffled. I understand your loss, Kane. But if you don't help today, to protect the mates and children of several others like you, there will remain no difference between the weak and selfish people you are talking about and you. None at all. I state softly and leave without waiting for him to reply. Luna, Arabella, come into my room, I must tell you something. Maisie mind-links me, and I rush to her room. To my surprise, I already find Xalvador there. What's going on? We should be down, I say as I enter. There is something you must know about Luna Gabriella, Maisie says in a firm yet reluctant voice. I don't want to hear anything about that selfish woman. Alpha, please. She wasn't selfish. I may not get the chance to reveal the truth once the fight begins, Maisie says frantically, and Xalvador frowns. What is it, Maisie? Tell us. I encourage her. She takes a deep breath and then glances at Xalvador. Remember the spell we did in the circle to connect with Luna Gabriella? She asks, and I nod. Well, as I said, there needed to be a connection between the person in the circle and the one I'm trying to contact. Yes, and that connection was between Xalvador and Luna. I say confused. No, Arabella. It was between you and Luna Gabriella, she says, and I gasp in shock. Xalvador mirrors my expression. How is that possible? Xalvador growls in confusion. Alpha, you stopped loving your mother when she ran. That is why I couldn't establish the connection. I was about to give up, but then the connection started forming between Arabella and Luna Gabriella. I was shocked, just like you both are right now, but I decided to keep quiet until I could dig further. In the last few days, I had been searching and searching for the answer to the weird connection. And then I found it. The grandmother you talk about all the time, Arabella, is Luna Gabriella. What? I exclaim, overwhelmed. Xalvador comes to my side and grasps my hand. Yes, Luna. Years ago, the Luna had to run. Not because she loved someone else, but due to the wishes of the moon. To protect the only fire elemental in the world. Maisie, I don't understand. I say, shaking my head and my voice laced with pain and desperation. Then please just hear me out. She says. I and Xalvador nod. Alpha, your mother was a rogue. She was from the same group that attacked our pack when Alpha Adam passed away. When she found her mate, she moved into the pack as the Luna. The rogues hated her for that. As rogues, we despise wolves in packs. And to lose such a strong witch to an already powerful pack was a hurt to their ego. Even then, the Luna stayed in the pack and tamed the wild people with her caring nature. One day, in the forest, she met her friend Deborah. Deborah and her mate were rogues. Deborah was pregnant then and unhappy. She disliked her current life with the cruel rogues. The Luna and she then started meeting at a safe place regularly. One fine day, Deborah gave birth to a child with Luna Gabriella as her godmother. The girl was special, an elemental, a fire elemental to be precise. Maisie says, and I stumble backwards. Xalvador is similarly shocked but yet catches me from falling. Deborah realized immediately the danger of returning to the rogues with the blessed child. The rogues would use her girl for all their dirty work and Deborah would have no say. That is why the Luna did a spell and talked to the moon. The moon commanded her to save the child from the clutches of the evil. The Luna had no choice but to flee to safety because as soon as Deborah returned, the truth would be out. It takes me a while to comprehend the overwhelming revelation. But Deborah could have lied. Xalvador states in a trance. She couldn't have. Make no mistake, Alpha, the rogues are no fools. Even if she lied, the witch, Luna Gabriella's younger sister, would have found out the truth. Maisie explains. So grandmother left for me? Without informing anyone because she had to save me. I state, tears brimming in my eyes. She didn't have time to explain anything. And that is why she ran immediately. Deborah, in order to save her life, lied that the Luna ran away with the girl without her consent. The rogues set on a hunt for Luna as soon as they came to know. But they realized she wasn't in the pack anymore. This infuriated them to no level and that is why they attacked that night. To take revenge through anything they can. They lost the witch first and then an elemental. Their ultimate aim, I'm guessing, is to wipe the Torhan bloodline and anyone that had ever been in contact with Luna Gabriella. My mother wasn't a traitor. Xalvador sits on the bed with a shock, and I entwine our hands. Yes, Alpha, she was never a traitor. Maisie replies in a pained voice. And Luna? Maisie asks tentatively, and I raise my head in question. Your family is still alive, she says, and I'm on my feet again. Really? I ask with desperation. But not your parents. They were killed by the Silver Falls wolves. Your siblings are alive and in this pack, she says, and I frown. Alpha Xalvador, you remember Mason, right? His mate was Deborah. Maisie states, and Xalvador growls in shock. Realization dawns upon me as I remember the 3 wolves in the basement who Xalvador killed. That is when Xalvador told me what they had done and who they had killed. And that is when I met Tyler and Mariah. Oh my God. I gasp softly in shock. Tyler and Mariah are my siblings, I utter in shock, stumbling backwards. This is too much to take. I never thought so many people lost their lives because of me. It all started with me. With my birth. Xalvador lost his mother because of me. Alpha Adam lost his mate. He died. My grandmother was killed. My own parents were dead because of me. Hey, stop it, Bella. Xalvador commands softly, grasping my shoulders. Stop what? I ask with my eyes closed in pain. You are blaming yourself, I can feel it. Not wrong there, am I? I mutter. Of course you are. You are a blessing to the wolves. The rogues are the cause of everything. Their thirst for power led to the wreckage they caused in our lives. Not you, baby. It's not your fault. I am so sorry. I gasp, tears flowing now. Xalvador hugs me, and Maisie pats my back. Arabella, it's not your fault. Please don't blame yourself. You're right. It is them who took away my family from me, your family. I say, straightening up and wiping my cheeks. I focus on Xalvador's embrace, and I realize he is just as shocked as I am. The woman he spent his entire life hating is actually the reason I am with him today. But Maisie, how did you find out everything? Xalvador inquires, and I perk up as well. It was difficult, really difficult. But my spells helped a lot. I dug up more journals, met the old man you told me about, Arabella, and also talked to my mother. Your mother? Yes. These powers, the reason for being a half-witch, are connected to this story, too. I don't know if you know, but my parents aren't mates. My father never found his mate, and so he married my mother. It wasn't so smooth between them. Soon after I was born, things started getting worse, and eventually my mother left my father and shifted to the village. Luna Gabriella returned to this pack in her final days. She wanted to explain. But the enemies were very close on the trail. She didn't have much time. Yet the scene was very different. Our pack was shattered from the attack. What broke her more was that Alpha Adam was no more, and that Alpha Xalvador despised her. Yet she met my mother, her closest friend in the pack. What she feared the most was that Arabella would be left alone if she died. And so would her powers. It's the duty of a witch to transfer her powers to her child. Luna couldn't do that. Alpha Xalvador was the next alpha in line, and he hated her already. She didn't have another child while Arabella was already an elemental. So with all the strength she could muster, and as much as she could, she transferred her powers to me. She explains, and I wonder if my head would burst with so much overwhelming information. I am sorry I told you everything right before the fight. I didn't want you to feel weak. No, Maisie, if anything, my urge to crush those murderers is 1,000 times stronger now. Don't worry. Xalvador growls, and I nod. Yes, Maisie, just see how those rogues face their punishment for all their sins. I growl with a determination in my voice that I haven't ever felt towards anything before. Chapter 33. Alpha, they're here. Axel rushes towards us as we are on the staircase. How many? Xalvador asks, quickening his pace. Hundreds and hundreds of them. It's impossible to tell. They're as far as vision can go. He adds, and Xalvador grits his teeth. Soon, we're on the ground with others from our pack. The silver falls and the black water look smug, as if knowing how unprepared we are. Well, they shouldn't be so sure. Only the leaders are in human form, while everyone behind them is snarling already in their wolf form. The first one is tall and has an intimidating body form, while the other is short and bearded with evil smeared in his expression. Xalvador steps forward, and so do I. I look around and find that there are only 30 to 40 women in our army of hundreds. Xalvador was very firm on their protection, saying some of them were too young and some not ready, while some were ready to mate and give this pack all the heirs it might need. Why are you so hell-bent on fighting us? Why do you harbor such immense hatred? Xalvador barks at the alphas of the two packs. He is attempting a peace offering, and I know it cuts his ego and self-respect to do this. But he understands what his pack will have to suffer if today's fight happens. How could I have ever believed that this man was heartless? Oh, don't bother with the details, Xalvador. Our aim, he emphasizes with a malicious smile, is to wipe out your bloodline and every single trace of you and your pack. I grit my teeth as fury fills my veins. These are the people who ruined my life and Xalvador's. These heartless people took away everything that did not belong to their malicious beings. Immediately, Xalvador shifts and I hear a thunderous crack of bones. I shift as well and pounce on the first enemy wolf. I bite into its neck and it howls with pain. There are growls and howls everywhere and I cringe inwardly. There will be so much bloodshed when this is over. I focus back on the wolf and lunge at another. Our soldiers, I realize, are a lot stronger than those rogues. 2 wolves attack me from the side as I almost defeat the one at my neck. I claw at the one on the right side, but the other one's teeth sink into my torso. I growl in pain when one of the 2 wolves is thrown away from me. I see a wolf from our pack clawing at it and defeating it within minutes. I mind linking him a thanks as I feel warmth in my heart. I get to protect the people I belong with, and they protect me. I overpower the other one and realize he is a strong wolf. We fight for minutes, each one not ready to give up. He is a giant gray wolf with one of the very sharpest canines I've seen or felt. You are too strong for a woman. He growls as I claw him near his ear. That will definitely leave an ugly scar, I grin inwardly. And you are too weak for a man. I snarl and he growls with fury. The wolf bites on my side. Taking the chance, I ignore the burning pain and bite into his neck as powerfully as I can. After a few moments of struggle, the wolf falls dead. I get a few seconds and I take a glance around. It seems we are in control. Our wolves are stronger except for the local ones. Xalvador is merciless yet tactful as I see him dodge 2 wolves in a way that causes them to hit a tree with force and stumble to the ground. That buys him time, and in the next minute, he defeats those wolves. Another large wolf attacks him, whom I recognize as one of the leaders. I am not really sure which one of those leaders is alpha of either of the packs. Xalvador fights the wolf, and just then another wolf claws at my back. I turn to it with a growl and attack its stomach. It takes me a few good minutes to defeat it. Wow, this is exhausting. Suddenly, I hear groans all around. And I realize those are the groans of my wolves. Suddenly, a searing pain settles in my head, and I almost fall on the ground with pain. I hear hundreds of similar groans. It's the witch. Oh no. Maisie, I call in my head, hoping she knows what is happening. I wait and wait for help to come, but Maisie doesn't show up. Xalvador is growling with pain as he dodges 2 wolves with great effort. I somehow get myself free from the wolf attacking me and run. The wolf follows, but I'm faster. I reach the spare pile of clothes and shift. Immediately putting on a t-shirt, I direct my hands to the wolf, who is about to attack me and burn him with the fire. I grin as it growls in pain and runs to his pack. Foolish wolf will burn the others now. Good for me though. I realize that I no longer feel the pain that I felt before. That's probably because the witch must have done the spell on our wolves while I am in the human form. I run towards the fight and target the wolves attacking Xalvador. I do it quickly, then proceed to burn 3 wolves near Axel and 1 near Marcel. Maisie appears behind me, chanting with her eyes closed in concentration, and in the next minute, our wolves are up and about again. The enemies growl with fury as they realize we have a witch too. I burn as many of them as possible without harming my pack wolves. I need to spot the witch. If I take her down, our chances of winning will increase immensely. Arabella. Maisie appears beside me as I try to burn the wolves surrounding one of my wolves. I'm sorry I came in late. I was trying to locate the witch. I can feel her yet she is hidden. No scent, nothing. She says frantically and resumes her chant. It's okay, I say. We're in control again. I reassure her and she nods. And then suddenly, the thing that was dreading the most happens. The enemy wolves start moving unbelievably fast, just as they have countless times before. But just like last time, only a few from the massive crowd are with the superpowers. Xalvador looks at me, and I see his eyes darken. Dark moon wolves. I call out and mind-link everyone to the clutter behind me. I run to Maisie and tell her what she is to do. She nods as I start to call all my wolves together. But the swifter wolves attack dozens of my wolves, and I raise my hand in the air with fury. Xalvador manages to catch one of the spell-induced wolves and defeats him before I can blink. He is boiling with wrath and anger, and my condition is no different. As soon as I see a fast movement, I direct fire. After a few misses, it finally hits the target and a wolf comes down burning. Xalvador and I stay in the front with Maisie, dodging and fighting and burning all the enemies as our wolves gather behind us. As soon as our wolves are within a boundary, Maisie chants and then turns to me with a smile. The enemy wolves attack again, but as if there is an invisible wall between them, they get thrown away. Yeah, Maisie. I look behind and I smile contentedly as I find many of us safe within the circle. We have to resume the fight, no doubt. We can't attack from here. However, this gives us some time to develop a strategy now that we know what we are dealing with. Super wolves, a witch, cruel but idiotic rogues and hungry for revenge. Yes, that's about it. My eyes scan the crowd for that person I haven't seen ever since the fight began. Finding no success, I look at the enemy and ponder frantically over how we can capture the witch. Arabella, look, Xalvador whispers like a ghost beside me, and I look in the direction he is staring with a distant look. My eyes widen as I see someone I trusted so much, standing with the enemy. This can't be happening. Chapter 34. Almost everyone has shifted now, but I barely focus on that. We stare dumbfounded at a smug-looking wolf-formed Liam, and I gasp on the inside. Behind me, Beta Axel growls as he spots what we are looking at. He betrayed us. Axel growls while I stumble back in shock. I can't believe Liam dared to do this. Another gruff voice that sounds like Xalvador speaks, but I can't really focus on analyzing who just spoke. But why would he? Another unfamiliar voice shrieks. Luna. A female screams from behind somewhere, and yet I remain unmoved. I know that voice. But all I can focus on is Liam, standing with our enemies, with the murderers of my parents. I can't keep up the wall any longer. The witch over there is trying to break my spell, and she is far more stronger. A frantic voice speaks again. Liam is with the enemies. Arabella. A male voice. He is against us. My friend. Arabella. This time, a hand shakes me violently by the shoulders, and I am brought back to reality. I stare at an angry-looking Xalvador and realize that I had zoned out during the most dangerous fight we are fighting. Sugar bun, I understand, but we don't have time for emotions right now. We can't let that distract us. Xalvador explains, his eyes piercing into mine, and I instantly feel the anger and hurt he feels. His voice is a frantic rush, and I realize how high the stakes are right now. Maisie repeats her plea, and I snap my head to the front, thinking about what we can do. Maisie, just a little longer. I say, concerned as her eyes clench shut in pain. There are approximately 25 of those super wolves. I want 7 groups of 10 wolves each. Make a circle, keep the space in between hollow. Xalvador begins with his idea, and I weigh all the possibilities. Then, he continues and nods at someone standing very behind us, near the pack house. The person, an old-looking man, steps forward with a bag that clinks with the sound of the things inside with every step that he takes. He drops the bag at Xalvador's feet and stands back waiting for him to continue. These are silver knives. I have only a few of them, but enough for what I have in mind. Now, the wolves that form the sphere will stand with their fronts facing outwards with silver knives. Then in the field, precisely move your hands when you spot the super wolves. Silver should be enough to hurt them. As we would be in a circle, wherever a super wolf moves, we will hurt it. The wolves there are overconfident because they have a witch. I am positive they don't have any silver weapons, so this is a plus. Anne. Liam has betrayed us. Everyone growls at his statement. But no one, and I repeat no one, kills him. I want him alive when we win, and I want to know the reason he chose to be with them. He orders in a cold, stern voice. The wolves growl a chorus of yes. These 7 circles will disperse in the field. I, Axel, Marcel, Julian, and Warren will lead them. Now remember, those wolves move extremely fast, and your job is to prevent them from attacking the other wolves that will fight individually. Move the knife with precision, and take care not to harm your own partners. Am I clear? He asks, and the wolves growl. He nods at me, and I know instantly that I have the liberty of supervising the remaining wolves. The chosen leaders, along with Xalvador, move to the side, leaving me staring at the rest of my pack. I want 15 of you wolves to focus on not killing, but finding a woman within the field. She is the witch, and we have to get her if we want to win this war. You 15 will scatter in all direction, making it look like you are fighting, but instead you will be seeking for a woman that is doing the spells. Then another group of 2 wolves will follow each of these 15, protecting them secretly, but be careful not to arouse any suspicion. The rest will fight normally. I explain, and there are grunts of approval. I'll be with the 15. I can probably smell the witch. Elizabeth says, and I nod. She might be the first one to figure out who the witch is. But what happens once we find her? One of the wolves asks. Mind link us as soon as you know. Remember, the enemies don't want us to know who the witch is. And especially the witch must not know that we have spot her. Once we know who it is, we will attack from the back to make sure she uses no magical powers to stop us. I reply, and everyone nods. Shift. Xalvador commands, and I nod at Maisie. She drops her hands, and the wall breaks. Maisie, now take rest, and don't do anything unless extremely needed. We got this now, all right. I say, holding her hands, and she nods reassuringly. Deafening growls and howls ring in my ears once again as the wolves enter the ground normally. I raise my hands and focus on the enemy wolves. As soon as a wolf attacks, I step forward and burn him. I wish I could use my elemental powers in wolf form. I burn several wolves and then glance around. The super wolves aren't smart enough to combat silver knives. The rogues might be powerful, but they're stupid, and I can see that clearly. I burn several wolves, and then I face the moment I had been dreading. I face Liam in his wolf form. My anger and hurt take over me as I shift and pounce on him. How dare you cheat me like that? I trusted you. Called you my best friend. Why, Liam, why? I mind link him with venom, and I claw into his sides. He groans and looks around. For position, of course. The Silver Falls have promised me the position of this Pax Alpha once all of you are finished. I can't live being a third in command my whole life, you know. He growls back. He looks at an enemy wolf, whom I recall as one of the leaders, and the wolf nods with a sinister smile. Bloody hungry for power, traitor. Liam bites on my right paw, and I feel pain. But his bite isn't deep. It's almost as if he is reluctant to hurt me. After everything we have been through, after all the love you got from our pack in Xalvador, how could you do this? I ask incredulously. Oh, that isn't my pack. I was a rogue just like you, and Xalvador found me. I was assigned to do menial tasks to earn his trust, and when I finally did, he made me a third in command. A position that doesn't even have a name. I deserve to be the beta. That is when the Silver Falls gave me a better option. He says nonchalantly, and my blood boils. Now that I know the reason, I can kill him. Because that is precisely what I am gonna do. Get ready to die, best friend. I mind link and pounce on him. He dodges and then pounces on me. His fingernails dig into my side. Again, this attack of his isn't as strong as it should be. Maybe he is tired. Well then, it will be easier to kill him. Determined, I go for his neck this time. I am about to snap it when his paw claws at my stomach, and I growl. Taking me by complete surprise, he runs off in a direction away from the field. Now he is running away? The coward. I follow him blindly and find myself running after him into the woods. I almost lose him as he runs way faster than I expect him to, and I growl in frustration. Fianna goes faster. Fianna obeys, and we run faster. I stop when I see him standing in the middle of the woods as if waiting just for me. He doesn't run again, nor does he attack. I lunge at him, but as if expecting that he throws me back by dashing his side at my lunging form with full force. I fall back and see him shift. I go for him again, but his voice stops me. Arabella, wait. I am not gonna harm you or our pack, ... He exclaims, throws at me a long cloth, and I shift quite readily behind a tree. Well, he can choose how he wants to die. I can always burn him. You expect me to believe that? After all you have been doing is plotting against us this entire time and killing my wolves back there. I ask him with a mock laugh as I reappear. Yes, now listen. My father was one of the rogues who attacked that night and is still one of the leaders in the fight back there. But first, you must tell me, do you know who you are and the history of your grandmother? He asks slowly, and I am now completely confused. Maisie just revealed everything to me and Xalvador, so what is Liam talking about? Maybe it's a trap, or perhaps he heard us. I don't have to answer a traitor. I bark and he runs a hand through his hair in frustration. He looks genuine. Please, Arabella, we don't have time. Tell me, do you know the history about the connection between you and Alpha Xalvador? About Luna Gabriella? He asks again, and this time I nod. I thought so. Maisie told me she would tell you. Maisie? Him? What is he talking about? Liam, I don't understand, I say, genuinely confused, and he takes a step forward. I immediately raise my hands in defense. But Liam doesn't attack. Now Luna, listen very carefully to what I say next. He says and looks around. He then leans in, and I almost shrug him off, but his words stop me. When he moves away again, I give a slight, unsure nod. That is when he shifts and pounces on me, and I am knocked to the ground. Oh my God. Chapter 35. Xalvador's POV. I swoop on another wolf, knocking it to the ground. Damn, these rogues just keep getting larger and larger in number. Move to the right. I order the circle we have formed as I spot two of those spellbound wolves attacking my pack members. After a lot of struggle, a wolf from my sphere manages to stop one of the wolves while the other runs away. The coward. Out of the corner of my eyes, I spot Liam emerging from the bushes. On his back is a girl. Arabella. She is unconscious, I realize. No. I run to her, growling at Liam. He looks up, and I see hesitation. Oh, third in command. I won't have any hesitation when I take you down. He drops Arabella on the ground, and I pounce at him. I bite at his side, and he limps to the ground. Arabella. I growl in a mind link as I kneel by her. I sniff her, and I hear her heart pumping. She's alive. Thank God she is alive. But she isn't opening her eyes. I swear I will kill the backstabbing traitor. What did you do to her? How dare you, traitor? I growl in a cold voice and lunge at him again. But another wolf, I suppose as one of the leaders, shields him and claws at my arm, throwing me back. I barely notice the scratch as I go for him this time, but he fights back again. Liam separates us and two other wolves attack me. While I struggle with them, Liam mind-links the leader. I easily defeat the two. When I finally attack Liam again, the leader has left. My eyes snap in his direction, and I am confused when I see what he is doing. My grip tightens on Liam's neck as I watch the leader leave with some wolves. The women and children. Oh no! Xalvador, stop. I hear Arabella, and my heart skips a beat. I throw Liam away and rush to her, surprised as well as delighted to see her standing there ever so normal. Arabella, what's happening? I shift and ask her while she helps Liam's wolf to stand. Liam's on our side. She asserts, and I frown. Yes, Alpha. I only had to fake deceiving you so I could save my sister from the clutches of my evil father. My father is the one who has filled venom within the rogues against our pack and you. That is because he loved Luna Gabriella and wanted to mate with her. In fact, people say he was obsessed with the Luna. But when she found Alpha Adam and left, my father had more than one reason to be angry. He decided that he would take revenge on her mate and everyone that separated her from him. Thus the whole war. He explains that we look around for any attacks. He ultimately mated with another rogue and never found his true mate. My mother had me and my sister. After Alpha Adam passed away, he was furious that he couldn't stop you. But what made him even more angrier was he didn't find Luna Gabriella either. He was sure you wouldn't survive as a rogue and would die naturally, but when you returned a few years later with a decent amount of pack members, he lost it. He went crazy with rage and anger. He says and pauses, and I glance at Arabella. She listens intently too. Continue. I order and Liam complies. I was trained to find you and be with you. For years, I supplied them information about what was happening in the pack while my father was busy collecting a massive army for his revenge. And with the evil sister of Luna Gabriella, he was sure he would give you the most painful end possible. I was first unaware of the evil my father was planning, and therefore I carefully made my way to becoming a loyal in your eyes. He says, and I clench my fists. All these years, he had been acting. But then I got attached to you and thought of quitting and never breaking your trust. But I couldn't stand up to my father then. But when Luna Arabella came, I decided to put an end to all my wrongdoings. I just couldn't cheat her, knowing everything pain my father has caused you both. But my father threatened to harm my little sister, and she is the only family I have. So I decided to fake deceive you. I don't believe a word now. He is just making up stuff. I try to convince myself, but a part of me forces me to think about his genuine expressions. Yet, I don't. I cannot forgive you, Liam. I growl and lunge at him and punch him. Salvador, stop. Arabella yells from behind, grasping my arm. He cheated me, Bella. I trusted him the most. I growl and punch Liam again. Zal, please, he was brainwashed. He was unaware of the reality and only did everything to save his sister. Please. I ignore Arabella's pleas as I kick Liam, and he falls a distance. That's it, Salvador, stop. Arabella stops me with a firm voice and a grip on my arm as I am about to march to Liam again. Let me save our pack, Alpha. I don't ask for forgiveness, but please just let me save everyone. I will accept whatever punishment you give me after we have defeated my selfish father. Liam urges, coughing, clearly in pain. How? How? Your treacherous father already left for where I assume is the hiding of the women and children. I bark and he frantically shakes his head. No, I diverted them to a wrong place. As you must have noticed, a large number of the wolves are gone. We can control the situation here now. I am actually shocked this time. If he really means what he just said, then my wolves won't have too much trouble now. What about the place your father has gone to? Arabella asks. Maisie must have left for there with some wolves. It's the old cellar near the river. She will lock them up and also cast a spell. So we can punish them later. And where's your sister? Arabella questions. I demanded that I would only help my father if my sister isn't involved in this war. I'm sure she is safe now. I told her how to escape. He says, and I'm forced to believe him. I have no time. The witch is still out there, harming and troubling my wolves now. It's either him or my innocent wolves. Fine, let us go. But if you backstab me this time, Liam, I will kill you. I warn Liam as we shift while Arabella follows. Alpha, Luna, I've found her. Elizabeth mind links and Arabella looks at me in triumph. Oh, sugar bun, it won't be an easy task getting rid of someone who has magical powers. Axel, go with your wolves and capture the enemies from near the cellar. I mind link and Axel complies. That is what I like about him. Axel knows when he should act without questioning. Arabella raises her hand in the air as she starts to produce fire, and I'm mesmerized by how fiercely beautiful she looks. I regain my train of thought and defeat 3 wolves as they attack me together. I watch Liam as he openly fights from our side this time. Most of the wolves are confused, but I mind link my pack that Liam is no enemy. At least I hope so. Elizabeth moves her head towards a dense patch of trees. I fight normally, but my gaze stays trained there, and then I notice a glimpse of red tresses. The witch. She is hiding there. I look around and find that we have defeated most of the wolves. I slowly move towards the trees. If I want this war to end, I have to stop the witch. As if already knowing my thoughts, the witch steps forward and chants something. I'm confused until my entire body feels like it is burning. I growl as I topple to the ground, and the witch steps forward with a malicious smile. It won't be so easy, dear nephew. She says with that same sweet smile on her face, and I growl. My wolves attack her, but with one chant, and they are all on the ground, screaming with pain. Pain surges through my body as my right paw buckles. That woman. She is causing intense pain. I growl as my body burns and aches in the most painful ways at the same time. Suddenly, the pain resides, and my gaze snaps to the witch. She is burning. Arabella. I smile as much as the pain allows as Bella helps me stand. I can barely keep up with my twisted paw. The witch screams in pain, but then starts chanting something. Immediately, the fire vanishes, and she glares venomously at my mate. Before I can save Arabella, the witch chants, and Arabella falls to the ground, screeching with pain. What did she do to her? I swear I will stop her. I try to stand, but my legs give out due to the pain. I mind link my pack wolves to help Arabella, but the witch chants something, and they fall to the ground as well. What is this? I start feeling Arabella's agony and strive to get up. Just when I am about to fall again, a strange wolf pounces on the witch and the screams of agony stop from around. I stand and try to recognize the wolf, but can't. It is when the wolf mind links me that I realize who it is, and I've never felt more surprised before. Chapter 36. Xalvador groans as the redhead chants and twists his bones. She has me under control, and I can't do anything. I want to yell, scream, and tear the woman apart for hurting my mate. My blood is boiling, my entire body is on fire with rage and desperation. I try to stand up again, but the woman pulls me down again. As I scream with pain, I see Xalvador trying to stand to help me, but immediately he stumbles and falls again. That woman. She is hurting my mate. Fianna is raging within me, wanting to get out, but I don't let her. I can't use the power of fire when I'm in my wolf form. Xalvador groans again with agony, and this time, I decide to stop the woman no matter what. But before I can do anything, a wolf pounces on the witch, an unfamiliar wolf. I watch dazed as Xalvador's expression changes from confusion to surprise. Who is it? Very cautiously, the foreign wolf hoists upon the witch and claws at her mouth. Now she can't chant, huh? I smirk as I raise a fire in her direction. She can barely groan with the unfamiliar wolf's paw on her mouth. I try to intensify the fire, but I realize I'm too tired. All day long, fighting has drained my power. But I still keep trying. Xalvador manages to stand and snarls dangerously at the witch. He pounces on her as the other wolf moves, but before he can snap her neck, she frowns as if in concentration. The next moment, Xalvador is thrown away. She can cast her magic without chanting as well. She is powerful. Xalvador's agonized growl makes me lose concentration, and the fire weakens. A sudden force twists my arms behind my back, and I yell in pain. I am weaker in human form. Xalvador growls again while the wolf who helped us is thrown away, too. I must do something. I need to get back to the house and mind-link Axel. It's time to do the thing I didn't want to. We need more power. Because of the witch, the rogues have regained their confidence and are fighting more aggressively. I shift and sprint towards the house. It's getting darker. I must bring this to a close as soon as possible. Thankfully, Xalvador is up again and fighting the rogues while the witch is busy defending her already bleeding body from my wolves. I'm running one moment, and the next, I am pulled to the side by another wolf. I immediately attack, but then a giant tree falls on the spot I was running seconds ago. I look up to find the same unfamiliar wolf. It saved me. I stare at the wolf in question, but suddenly he growls with pain. I realize it's the witch's doing. She is hurting him because he saved me. Like the hero he is, my mate pounces on her and the spell breaks, relieving the wolf. Thank you for saving me. I mind-link the wolf as I get on my paws again. It was my duty, Luna. Comes the reply in a weird tone, and I snap my head up in shock. I have heard that twisted tone too many times to be mistaken. It's Kane. He helped. Kane grins, his canines flashing as he gauges my reaction. Hell yes, I am shocked. He was literally watching television when I urged him to help before, and now he's saving my life. I smile with a breath as we run towards the house. Why did you help? I mean how? I heard Maisie talking with you and Alpha before the war. He says, and that is all the explanation I get. He heard Maze tell about Luna Gabriella. Maybe knowing that Luna wasn't selfish changed his mind about blaming her and Alpha for everything. Whatever the reason, Kane intervened at a very crucial time, and for that, I will forever be thankful. I enter the house and, without wasting a minute, I mind-link Beta Axel. The situation is out of control. Send them in. You got it. He replies curtly, and I sigh. What did you do? Kane questions. You'll see, I say smugly, and we sprint to the field again. I defeat every wolf that comes in my way, and a new surge of energy fills me. Surprisingly, Kane is powerful as well, considering he never shifts or trains. We kill and defend, and fight and attack. A sinking feeling settles in me as I watch Xalvador thrashing on the ground, bleeding and bruised. The evil witch is breathing hard, her hands thrust up in the air. Almost all wolves are writhing on the ground, screaming in pain. What is she doing? I pounce on her, almost tearing her arm apart, but she closes her eyes and the searing headache shoots. I groan, but barely loosen my grip. No, you aren't getting away this time after hurting my mate so bad. Fiona unleashes and attacks her, bites her, but her resistance is strong. Suddenly, I hear a thunder of growls and howls from behind. A thunder of feminine growls, to be precise. I smile as I dig my canines into the witch's arms, and she cries. The pain in my head intensifies, and I can't help but fall on the ground. 3 wolves pounce on the witch and hold her by her arms. The only way to stop her is to kill her. As the wolves holding her buy me time, I turn around and run to the last resort I had planned when I transported all the women and children with the help of Beta Axel. As I stand to look at the wildly fighting female wolves, I recall the incident that day. We're done, Beta Axel says as he stands beside me. I gaze at the massive group of women and children in front of me. We are in an underground room, built years ago by the Torhan Alphas solely for a hideout. Xalvador knows it, and no one else apart from me and Beta Axel now. It is on a secluded ground, cleverly camouflaged by a blanket of soil and leaves, which shelters a horizontal sliding door. Then comes a staircase, which takes one down to this secure place. The women look at me as if waiting to say something. I look around and realize how most of these are young and healthy women. Axel, why don't we include the women in this fight? I ask, and he immediately shakes his head. No. We have Alpha's strict orders that women are not to be involved in the fight. Why not? I mean, look at their number. We could win in no time, for we have this large number of wolves on our side. Luna, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but the idea is crazy. They are not even trained. And what if something happens to them? The training part 1 can take care of. But the latter, Axel, imagine if we lose. If their mates die? What then? Will they be able to live? No. It would be a smarter move to include them to save and defend their mates. Plus, women are not as fragile as your pack depicts them. I argue. Luna, we can't do this. I can't. Alpha would kill me, he says, and I groan. I run my hand through my hair in frustration when an idea strikes me. Fine, how about this? For 2 days, I will train the willing participants from this group. But on that day of the war, we won't take them with us. They will be here safe and sound. Only and only if the situation goes out of control, we will bring them in. Their help, no matter how unorganized, will be a blessing at that time. I say hopefully, and Beta Axel seems to consider it. Plus, if anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. I swear to the moon, your name won't be dragged into this. I quickly add. After a few minutes, the Beta nods, and I grin in triumph. And to my amazement and happiness, I find a vast number of women willing to fight for their pack. From that moment on, I began to train them. I teach how to defend and how to attack. But more importantly, I teach them how to be savage. Because that is precisely what will save their life, and that is exactly what the enemies deserve. I nod, impressed as I observe the female wolves fight. They are getting hurt a lot, but not overpowered. I strictly instructed them to take down one wolf while forming a pair of 2. And that is working out pretty well. Xalvador, as I look at him now, seems relieved and yet angry at the same time. I walk to him and mind-link him. I'm sorry I did this without telling you. But it's okay, it was a daring but fruitful idea, Bella, he says, and I smile with relief. Out of all the wolves alive, Xalvador is the one who has gotten hurt the most. He is bleeding from almost everywhere, even though he is an alpha and heals the fastest among us. His legs are crooked as his bones are broken and twisted. Yet he stands amazingly strong, and I cannot bring myself to imagine how he manages to do that. Together, we fight the few wolves as they attack us. The witch seems bewildered by the end-moment entry of my she-wolves, and that hinders her efforts to torture the wolves holding her down with her malicious powers. After everyone is dead or subdued, we shift. We have to kill the witch, Xalvador states, and marches to her. She tries her spell thing, but I guess doesn't manage to gather enough power. Happy burning in hell, dear aunt, Xalvador growls with clenched teeth. He snaps her neck, but nothing happens. The witch screams in pain but doesn't die. It's impossible, he literally snapped her neck. She suddenly places her forehead on Xalvador's chest. Xalvador stands there confused, but as he is about to move away, she speaks. "Oh, my nephew. I have done so wrong. The curse is broken. You snapped my neck, and now I am free from the spell that made me fight you." "Oh, Xalvador, how much I regret causing you pain," she mumbles in a way that wouldn't convince a child. Xalvador shrugs her off and moves behind. "Stop lying. You have hurt my mate and my wolves, and no amount of excuses will save you from death." He snarls with his teeth clenched. He is about to attack her again, but a voice stops him. "Alpha, wait. She can only be killed by a silver knife." Maisie explains, and Xalvador orders a silver knife. "Where were you?" I ask Maisie, and she blushes. "Blush? What the hell? Maisie, what are you hiding?" I ask eagerly, a smile forming on my face. She looks behind and her eyes meet Liam's. "Liam kissed me," she says, her cheeks burning red. "What?" "We are mates," she says, clasping her hands, and my eyes widen. "Wow, how did that happen?" Maisie seems to understand my confusion and quickly explains. "Look," she says, and I look up at the darkening night sky. The moon is up, which marks the beginning of my birthday. I turned 18 today, and that is when I realized that Liam is my mate. Oh my god. This is amazing, I couldn't believe it. Werewolves can live with their mates all through their lives, but they only realize that when they both turn 18 and up, which happened in Maisie's case. Liam and Maisie are the perfect couple I can imagine. Thank you, Moon Goddess. Maisie, this is just fantastic, I exclaim. She is about to reply, but just then a wolf returns with a silver knife. Without wasting a second, Xalvador plunges the knife into the witch's body, and I smile. Finally. My happiness is short-lived as the next moment, Xalvador screams and falls on the ground as well. He clutches his torso and blood starts flowing. What the hell is happening? "Luna," Maisie exclaims gravely from beside me. When she laid her head on Alpha's chest, she connected them both as one. If she dies, he dies. No, no, no. This cannot happen. Xalvador. I scream as the witch grins. Chapter 37. No, no, no. I scream as I kneel by Xalvador. Xalvador coughs, and his other wounds, instead of healing, start getting worse. Oh my god. Maisie, what can we do? Please, please do something. I scream as Xalvador writhes in pain. Tears flood as I feel Xalvador's blood on my hand. The cut deepens as the witch begins to lose consciousness. Remove the knife. Heal her. I scream as Xalvador gasps. Everyone around me is in a frenzy, but I can barely register anything. People are doing things, but I don't notice anything but my mate dying in my arms. Call the doctor. Axel screams. I think Liam storms to the witch and clenches his fists as if trying not to hurt her. Do something. If he dies, Liam growls at the witch, but she cuts him off. What? What can you do? I will be already dead by then. You've killed everyone. I don't care. My motive will be fulfilled. So please, go ahead and fast forward this process. Stab me again. The witch mutters with a snarky grin on her face. No, no, no. Luna, I can try and break her spell. By the time the doctor arrives, it will be too late. Maisie says with a quivering voice, and I nod frantically. Yes, Maisie, do it. Do anything. I cry as I cradle Xalvador's head. Every nerve in me is screaming to stop the witch, but I can't. Everything I do to her, Xalvador will feel. He can't go like this. No. Xalvador, please, be strong. You can't go like this. I wail as he looks at me with hooded eyes. It's too late, Bella. He manages to whisper, and I growl. No, no. You'll be fine, okay? Maisie will break the spell, and you can heal then. I say firmly while I'm breaking on the inside. Xalvador offers me a weak smile when I hear Maisie begin to chant something. Keep her alive, Liam commands, and the wolves holding the witch pat her face, forcing her to open her eyes. Xalvador moves a finger, ushering me to come closer. I bend, my ears near his lips. I love. He breathes hard. I love. You sugar bun. He says, and I cry harder. Please, Zal, I love you so much. You can't leave. Not after everything we have been through. No. I plead, my tears falling on his body. I see his eyes water, and I realize that it's not because of pain. I wish had more time with you. He whispers again as his eyes start drooping. No, what are you doing? You can't just close. Stay with me, Xalvador. Hear me? Stay with me. I urge, my voice shaking and my actions desperate. I pat his face and look at the witch. She is losing consciousness. No, please save him. Please break the spell. I beg you. I run to the witch and plead with her. She barely looks at me as her eyes force themselves closed. No, please, don't do this. Don't take my mate from me. Please. I scream, desperately. Hands grasp my shoulders, and I realize it's Cain. He looks down at me in a way I don't like he is pitying me. The sympathy. Like he knows my pain. No, no, no. I am not losing my mate. I am not losing Xalvador. Not when I finally realize how much I love him. No, don't look at me like that. Xalvador is not dying. Cain, please do something. Please tell her not to kill my mate. I love him. I cry as pain shoots through my body. The pain, which breaks you and your soul. Vienna is crumbling into pieces, and the sensations overwhelm me. I can't do anything. I'm helpless while my mate dies in front of me. I hear Maisie's chant, and my hopes flare up. She is still here. Oh yes. How can I forget? I run to her and clasp her hands in mine. Maisie, save him. Please. I plead, and she nods, crying herself. The spell is too strong. Comes a smug voice from behind me. The witch. I ignore her and focus on Maisie. She closes her eyes and chants. The air around me gets chillier as the night darkens. I have never acted like this and never been so vulnerable. Never felt like begging for something with everything in me. It's all because of him. He has made me feel things I didn't think I was capable of feeling. But right now, at this moment, I feel helpless and utterly vulnerable. I feel as if every piece of me is dying with him. Maisie almost screams with her chant now while Liam stands by her side, mirroring an expression of awe and pride. They're mates. Their being together brought me immense happiness, but then I had to face this. Seeing my mate die right in front of me. It goes on for what seems like the most torturous hours, but I know it's hardly been a few minutes. The night gets darker, and I don't like it. It's as if it is signaling that I am going to lose my mate. Xalvador coughs again, and his hand falls by his side. I quickly sit by him, engulfing his form with mine. Era, he whispers, and I close my eyes, savoring his voice. Stay with me, please. Maisie needs just more time. I whisper, cupping his face delicately. His lips form the smallest of smiles, and he closes his eyes. Aurora which tandis gralva. Salver majora. Maisie screams with pain. No, what's happening? I look at her to see her trembling, as if in great, great pain. Her nose leaks blood while her ears turn red. Her fists clench, and I run to her. Maisie, no. Liam screams as he holds her weak body in his hands. She falls to the ground, and I stare. No, not her either. I look at Xalvador and realize he is not moving or writhing with pain. I look at the witch, and she lies there, dead on the ground. And then I look at Maisie as she lies unmoving in Liam's arms. Maisie! Liam screams. Axel stands like a ghost, and the world goes dead silent. I was trying to save my mate, but I lost my best friend. I am so cruel. Chapter 38. I stand rooted to the ground as I feel my entire world falling apart. Vienna crumbles with pain and withers as I yet again glance at Xalvador. Then Maisie. Both lay still on the ground just like my heart. I feel as if I'm not living anymore. Liam suddenly growls, shaking Maisie, and I realize yet again that he has lost his mate on the same day he found her. I hate you. I growl ferociously and kick the dead witch, my fury beginning to show in my actions. I hear Axel release a sob, but he doesn't show any other signs of pain or hurt. I walk to Maisie and cup her face while Liam cries, holding her in his arms. Maisie, please wake up. Don't leave me. I didn't want to lose you while saving Xalvador. Please just wake up. I break down and lay my head on her forehead. Suddenly, I hear a gasp of breath from under me. I jolt and sit up. I see Maisie's lip quiver. Liam senses that too and perks up, hope and desperation clear on his face. Alpha's alive. Pack, doctor. Maisie mumbles, and I can't believe my ears. I almost want to stay there and reflect on what she said, but I know I don't have time. I feel Maisie's pulse and nearly shout with joy as I think it. She's alive. Liam exclaims, and I run to Xalvador. Axel summons the pack doctor, and he examines him. He's barely alive, but there is a chance. He says, and I feel overwhelmed with hope, happiness, and also the possibility of a dreaded outcome. Do whatever you have to. Save him. I plead with the pack doctor. Xalvador is taken to the house quickly, and I look around me. And for the first time, I realize how much bloodshed this war has caused. How many lives have been shattered? How many wolves have lost their mates? The women who fought from our pack now come into my view. I see some of them happy, kissing their mates, while others cry over their lost mates. I cannot sit and have a pity party for myself right now. I may or may not have Xalvador. But for these women who have already lost their mates, they deserve to see them buried with respect and dignity as soon as possible. Before I check on Xalvador, it's my duty to make arrangements for the proper funeral of all the warrior wolves, even the enemies. Axel, these bodies shouldn't be allowed to stay here any longer. Please make arrangements for the proper burial and notify me. I will be there when they are buried. I say, and he nods. He walks away, and I stare at the battered body of the leader, Liam's father. Axel, I also want you to dishonor his body, I say, pointing at the one man who ruined my entire life. Axel nods as if happy at my order, and I think of running to my mate now. But I can't. I am their Luna. I limp towards the house, my entire body aching and burning. Almost everyone follows. I stand on the stairs and address my wolves. Wolves of the Dark Moon Pack. There is a lot about today's war that you don't know. This fight wasn't just a fight for power or dominance. It was the ultimate consequence of years of bubbled-up feelings of revenge, hatred, and unjustifiable obsession. But right now, it is not the time to share the history that has you lose your loved ones. I, the Luna of the Dark Moon Pack, genuinely and with all my heart, thank you each one of you for today. You have not only saved your pack and its inhabitants, but also saved the dignity and the name of the Torhan bloodline. We have together avenged the incident that happened almost 15 years ago on a fateful night. I extend my heartfelt grief to all women who have lost their mates or anyone who has lost their loved ones, and I promise that none of them shall have an ounce of trouble spending their lives alone financially. But remember, your loved ones died as warriors. And that is something I, as the Luna of this pack, will forever be thankful for. You all may go and rest now. I have a lot to explain later. I take a deep breath and look around. The pack sobs and some smile while some nod. But I don't see a single angry face. Talking to them and addressing their individual sacrifices was important. To give them closure. To make them realize that what they sacrificed today mattered. A lot. But what about Alpha Xalvador? My mate died, saving Alpha from wolves. A woman sobs and steps forward. I tightly smile and walk to her. Just pray to the moon that your mate's sacrifice doesn't go in vain, I say in a soft voice, placing my hand on her shoulder, offering what little comfort I can. She nods, closing her eyes, and tears slip down. I squeeze her shoulder and turn again towards the house. I enter our room, the room I once hated. I see Xalvador bruised and almost pale on the bed, surrounded by the pack doctor and Marcel. How is he? I ask, almost wanting to run away before hearing the reply. The same. The silver has done its damage while he was already in a condition that was hard to recover from. And due to the silver, his broken bones aren't recovering as fast as they should. The doctor explains, and I nod feebly. Is he going to make it? I ask, looking at Xalvador's unconscious form. He should. He is a strong-willed person. The medicines should work miraculously if Alpha Xalvador wants them to. Yes, okay. I say absently as I sit by Xalvador. Who is attending Maisie? I ask next. My brother, Douglas, is with her. He answers, and I nod. I have to see her too. She almost died trying to save my mate. Okay, I want all of the wounded wolves to be treated immediately, I say, and he nods. Emily, I mind link her. Get Marcel to get the women and children back and immediately make arrangements to provide food for everyone. Yes, Luna, right away. She mindlinks back. The doctor, Michael, leaves after promising to return in half an hour to reapply his medicinal pastes. I caress Salvador's hair, taking in every feature of his and memorizing his chiseled jawline and his sculpted lips. Please come back to me. You promised me you would celebrate our victory when this war ends. Just come back. I whisper as tears fall. Months ago, I couldn't bear to look at his face, and now he is my entire world. He is the one person I feel utterly incomplete without. I'll be waiting for you, I say, and kiss his hair. I leave the room to check up on my best friend. I enter Maisie's room to find Liam by her side, sleeping on her forehead. How is she? I ask softly as I close the door behind me. Very tired, but she is good, I guess. He replies, staring at her face. Wow, it's incredible how the mate bond can turn mere acquaintances into two halves of a body. Liam can't seem to take his eyes off her sleeping form. I take a seat on the bed and take Maisie's hand in mine. Thank you so much, I whisper. How is Alpha Xalvador? Struggling to heal, I answer grimly. He will be fine. Liam answers, and I nod tightly. I really hope so, Liam, but he just looks so lifeless and bruised. It's killing me watching him like this. He will be better. He is the toughest person I've known. He says firmly, and I offer a small smile. He smiles back reassuringly, and then stands up. I should go and help in the burial. Plus I have to apologize to Axel. I may not be able to do it later when Alpha Xalvador decides the punishment for my betrayal. Liam says and leaves after placing a kiss on Maisie's forehead. I want to tell him that Xalvador won't punish. Not after everything he has done, but I can't. He leaves before I can speak. Arabella. I hear a faint whisper, and I lean towards her immediately. You're up. I say excitedly, and she smiles. Not for long. I'm not gonna be here for long. She feebly says, and I pale. Chapter 39. I stroke his soft brown hair, almost in a trance. There are too many things on my mind right now, and I'm literally breaking down. I can't withstand all this by myself. Right now, at this very moment, I need my mate more than ever. I haven't felt this way ever since the day I became an orphan. The day I lost my grandmother. It's been hours since the war died down. It's almost 11 at night and Xalvador isn't up yet. I don't even know if he will be. His wounds aren't healing yet, and he is still as dead as a corpse. I took care of a few things in the past few hours. I thanked Kane and realized that he is back to being his old self again, only he doesn't hate Xalvador or me anymore. I ensured that all the wounded wolves received proper treatment and food. Marcel brought the women and children back, all of them safe and sound. Seeing them reunite and cry for their mates made me smile, but it also broke my heart at the same time. The funeral for all the wolves and enemies is scheduled for tomorrow morning. And it kills me when I think that Xalvador might be one of them. No. I shake my head as I clear my thoughts. I can't lose hope. Not on him. Not on Maisie. I lay my head on the bed, by his ear, my hands still entwined with his. Come back to me, Zal. I know you're too tired, but once you try, you will heal fast. Listen to my voice. Come back to me, Xalvador. I can't lose you after everything. This pack needs you, I need you. Just fight it, okay? Every time you feel like giving up, follow my voice and remind yourself that I'm waiting for you. Your sugar bun. I keep whispering until I feel my eyes drooping. After what seems like an eternity, I feel his finger graze the back of my hand ever so slightly. I doubt if the movement even happened. I jolt up and look at him, desperate and hopeful. When I almost think I was dreaming about the movement, his eyes flutter. I gasp as he slowly wakes up. His fingers encircle my hand, and I smile with tears brimming in my eyes. I see a slight color return to his face as the wounds finally start healing. You're alive. You made it. I cry as I hug him. And, just like that, every nerve in my body is alive again. Vienna is back, dancing in happiness. I feel complete. That is the power of the mate bond. He groans, and I realize what I'm doing. But as I try to pull back, he hugs me back tighter, and I smile again. I was so afraid I'd lose you, I whisper, crying now. Me too, baby, Xalvador replies in a raspy voice, and the sound is music to my ears. Within minutes, I see him recovering. Being an alpha, he heals faster than an average wolf, and that is something I'm so grateful for. He sits up, and I force him to eat. We both eat, and then I hug him again. His lips skim over my mark, and I close my eyes in bliss. I love you, sugar bun. And I love you, I say as I look at him, alive and smiling again. Everything is going to be all right now, he says as he places a kiss on my lips. His words hit me hard as I realize just how wrong he is. Hey, what's wrong? Xalvador asks with concern as I cry. Not with happiness this time. It's Maisie, I answer as I recall my meeting with her a few hours ago. Not for long. I'm not gonna be here for long, she whispers. Maisie, what are you talking about? I exclaim, confused, wondering if she was joking. I'm exhausted, Arabella. I feel like my soul has left my body, the spell did it. I feel lifeless and I can't move. No, shut up, okay? You're my best friend and you are not dying. You are gonna fight through this and live. I'll get you some food, I state and get up. Maisie's fingers wrap around mine and I halt. No, Arabella, there are some things I want to do. Many things I want to say. Stay, please. I don't know how long. Maisie, just shut up already, alright. I said you are not dying. You're up, which is a good sign, and now you're gonna be fine. You just need to eat and heal, okay? I admonish her with a glare, but deep down, her words have scared the hell out of me. And even though I act strong, I pray to the moon that not a word of her turns out to be true. Okay, but please don't go. Sit, she pleads, patting the space beside her. But, Maisie, you need to eat and... Please, she says again, and I sigh and sit down. I am so glad that we became friends, she says, holding my hand, and I shake my head furiously. Why are you telling me all this right now? You can say this some other time too, I say sternly, and she shakes her head with a sad smile. I'm not so sure, she says. But I am. Don't be. Maisie. No, please, let me talk while I can. You are the strongest and kindest person I know. And we are damn lucky to have gotten a Luna like you. And I was so scared of you before, and never did I ever think that we'll end up being such close friends. You are my best friend, Maisie, not just a close friend. I quickly correct, and she smiles. A tear slips from her eye, and I quickly wipe it out. She places a hand on my stomach, and I frown in confusion. She closes her eyes and chants something. I ask her what she is doing, but she doesn't reply. She squirms and writhes as she chants, and I try to stop her. I protest a lot, but Maisie doesn't stop until a few minutes later. She opens her eyes and smiles with content. Maisie, what did you just do? I ask. You'll know when the time comes. She replies, satisfied, and I frown. She doesn't continue, and I don't push. She needs to rest. We sit in silence for a while, and I don't like it. Maisie doesn't look like she is feeling anything. She says she is fine, but I can see she isn't. I decide to diverge her thoughts, hoping it will motivate her to fight the pain. So you remember the first time we met? You were so frightened in Xalvador. I begin, reminding all of the funny memories. Maisie laughs at each one, adding her own point of view, and I laugh as well. We stop after a while, and I stand. Listen now, best friend, I gotta go and take care of some business, but you promise me that you'll stay strong. I'll check on you later, all right? I ask, and she nods. Suddenly, she is crying, and I frown. Maisie, what's wrong? I ask, and help her sit up. She hugs me, and I hug her back. I'm so glad I found you, she whispers between sobs, and my stomach tightens again. Why is she saying all this? I told her she will be fine. Maisie, I love you, Arabella. I'll always protect you. And maybe someday somehow, we'll meet again. She says sadly, and I cry too. I don't like it. Whatever she means, I don't like it. What are you? I begin to say, but a voice cuts me off. Luna. I hear Liam's voice and turn to the door. He comes in and takes a seat beside Maisie. Maisie smiles at him, and he kisses her, gleaming with joy to see her sitting all fine. I smile as they embrace and soundlessly leave the room. She will be fine, baby. She is just very weak and that is messing with her head. Xalvador reassures me after I tell him everything. I nod with hope and optimism, trying to convince myself that, unlike every time, Maisie is wrong, just this one time. Let's sleep, all right? You can meet her as soon as you wake up. It's too late, Xalvador says, and I nod hesitantly. I have this massive urge to go and check once more if she is okay. But I help Xalvador lie down again, and I lie down beside him. His embrace offers me comfort beyond what I can describe, and I find myself drifting off to sleep. It's barely dawn when I wake up, feeling something bad. I look at Xalvador and sigh as he sleeps peacefully, his body much more healed than it was last night. I hop out of my bed and run to Maisie's room. I enter and find her sleeping too, with Liam asleep beside her. I kick myself mentally. How stupid of me to disturb them so early in the morning. I'm about to leave when I notice something. I go closer and gasp. A huge blackish-red mark is on Maisie's neck. Liam marked her. Wow, this is so great. Maisie, I whisper excitedly, hoping not to stir Liam's sleep. Hey, lazy bum, wake up. You have to tell me all about it. I squeal near her ear, and she doesn't budge. Liam moves and suddenly jolts up. He looks at me and frowns. I'm sorry, I just came check up on Maisie, but then I saw the mark and had to stop, I say sheepishly, and he grins. Maisie, wake up. I shout, but she doesn't budge. That's weird. She has never been a heavy sleeper. Maisie? Maisie, wake up. Liam urges frantically, and there is no reply. He shakes her and suddenly stops. His face goes pale, and I frown. Liam, what happened? I ask frantically. She's cold, he says, and I feel my stomach turn into knots. I raise my shivering hand to Maisie's body and gasp as I feel nothing but coldness. I don't feel her pulse, and my steps falter backwards in shock and overwhelmedness. My maid is gone. Just like she said she would be. Liam states as if in a trance, and I fall to the ground, screaming Maisie's name as my whole world comes crashing down. She wasn't just crazy last night. She was right. Epilogue. Arabella, stop. Maisie yells, and I laugh, running ahead. Catch me if you can. I tease as I keep running towards the woods. That was the last piece, Arabella. It was mine. She whines, and I smile smugly. The cook had made a chocolate cake today. After eating my piece, to irritate Maisie, I told her I ate her piece too, while it was still safe in the fridge. Maisie catches up soon and literally jumps on me, tackling me to the ground, and I laugh as she tickles me. Stop, I am sorry. I am sorry. I gasp for breath and she finally stops. Arabella, you know I love chocolate cakes. She says with a scowl as we both sit. So do I. I shrug and she scowls again. You know what I'm going to do for revenge? I am going to tell Alpha that you were dreaming about him today. She says with a devilish grin, and my eyes widen. No, you won't. Oh yes, I will. In fact, I'm gonna go right now. She announces and gets up. I try to get a hold of her, but she escapes, and I sprint behind her in fear. Maisie, stop. I didn't eat your cake. I swear. It is in the fridge. I yell, running behind her. She halts for a second, and relief floods into me. But just then, I see her shoulders shrug and she starts running again. I'm gonna tell him anyway, she yells in a sing-song voice, running away. I am not letting you go, Maisie. A hand grasps my shoulder and I jolt, coming back to the present. I didn't realize I was thinking of Maisie again, my tears falling on her picture that I hold in my hand. Mommy, Mommy, look what I found. My 5-year-old daughter chirps excitedly, and I quickly wipe away my tears and smile, pulling her close to me. She holds up a beautiful pink flower, and I smile. It's a beautiful flower, Maisie. Where did you find it? I ask her as I don't recall seeing this flower anywhere near the house before. Every evening, I come here with my daughter, Maisie, and while she plays, I see my best friend in her. Innocent, kind, and full of life. This has become a routine now. Liam is the closest to Maisie, for she reminds him of her. He is no longer the playful guy I knew. Instead, he is now more refined, with a neat beard and sharper features. He is the pack trainer now. He is still funny and laughs, but every day I see the pain in his eyes. The pain of losing his mate, the expression of which is confined only to his room in front of Maisie's picture. He didn't take Maisie's death as severely as we thought he would. He regained himself in a few days, and we were all surprised. But then I realized that he was hiding his pain, and every night in his room, he lights a candle in front of her picture. Girls throw themselves at him, but he doesn't budge. He keeps saying that he is satisfied with the memory of her to keep him happy. And that I believe is the purest form of the mate bond. Liam is Maisie's favorite uncle, and she sleeps with him every night. It's been 7 years since Maisie left us, but her memory is alive in every corner of this place. Xalvador was remorseful when he realized that Maisie died saving him. And for me, well, I was devastated. I couldn't be strong like Liam. I cried and cried, but she didn't return. Life was gloomy for all of us until I got pregnant. We had 3 pups, and the moment I saw my daughter, I knew what her name would be. Liam instantly got attached to Maisie, too, for the same reason we all are. I didn't. I just made it myself. Maisie pulls me out of my thoughts again as she answers my question. Sweetie, what are you saying? You can't make a flower. I laugh, confused, and she shakes her head. Yes, I can, she says and kneels to the ground. Her hands coil around the grass, and she closes her eyes. And I gasp as I see another flower, emerging from the soil until it fully blooms. See, Mommy? I did it again. She squeals at my astounded expression. My breath hitches, and I sit up straight. Maisie, how did you do that? Did you say something when you made the flower? I ask, and she shakes her head. No, I just closed my eyes and thought about having a flower here. She answers, and I feel overwhelmed. My daughter has magical powers, just like Maisie. But how? Sweetie, I'm going to your father's office for some work. I will send your brothers Mark and Joshua here, all right? Play with them. I kiss her on the cheek and run to the office. I mind-link Emily to take care of Maisie. I thank the moon when I find Liam and Xalvador both already there. Panting, I tell them everything, and they both mirror expressions of shock. But you're not related to Maisie. There is no way that power is from Maisie. Xalvador says while Liam nods. Yes, and as you said, she didn't chant like Maisie used to. Maisie couldn't do a spell without chanting. There has to be another explanation for this. Liam adds, and I sense a bit of sadness in his voice as if hating his own opinion. I think, and suddenly it strikes me. It is Maisie. It's Maisie's power, I exclaim. That night, she had placed a hand on my stomach and was chanting something. I asked her what she was doing, but she shrugged it off, saying I would know when the right time came. She must have given her powers to Maisie then. I explain enthusiastically as things start to fall into place. And because my daughter had those powers before she was born, she is stronger, or maybe she is a full witch, I add as tears spring to my eyes. Oh, Maisie, I had no idea this was what you had been doing that night. Xalvador wraps his arms around me, and I stifle a sob. I don't want to make Liam feel worse. Liam runs outside, and we follow him. He picks Maisie up into his arms and hugs her tightly. Maisie giggles, and I see a tear escape from Liam's eye. Suddenly, at a distance, I see a figure standing. We all look at it, a ghostly fading form. I squint my eyes and look closely, and gasp as I see a smiling Maisie. A kind of halo surrounds her as she recedes away from us, her figure fading with every moment. Liam runs to her, and so do I. You found me again. I love you all. She whispers with a smile, and before we can get near her enough, she disappears into thin air. And, just like that, she's gone, again.